1. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the 2025 Irish Rowing Championships. It's a very early start, so won't go into the big long essay that we had welcoming everyone. We're going to head straight into the racing. The first of the time trials is underway. It is the Women's Junior 18 double sculls, and the first crews have just left the start. So what we're going to do as the crews approach into the finish and we get a good view of them, we're going to give you some of the details. So reminder, with these time trials, they're using 2 lanes coming down the course, and when one lane goes off, about 50 seconds later, in the second lane, the alternate lane, they're going to let them off. So what we'll see coming down is an armada of boats in the 2 lanes. And just to reconfirm, some people were asking yesterday, what happens if you're in a lane and a crew is coming up, a faster crew is coming up? You do need to give way, and there's umpires stationed throughout the course on the way down. So if you're in lane 2 racing and there's a crew coming and they look like they're going to catch up with you, it's under you're under instruction to move out into another lane, let them pass. So hopefully we'll have no incidents today. We had a fantastic day of time trials yesterday with some great racing, advancing into the heats and then onto the finals. So it's the same thing today. We'll be back shortly to give us our first crews coming into view for the Women's Junior 18 double sculls.
Starting off our time trials this morning, we start off with the Women's Junior 18 double sculls, and first in the line we have Methodist College Rowing Club. So we have in the stroke seat we have Sophia Young. She went to Coop last year and won a bronze medal. She's been selected for the under 19 Worlds this year, and as well she won the Women's Junior 18 single scull yesterday. So definitely will be a good time put down by this Methodist crew. Really strong looking on the screen, as you can see in that Stampley double. Those colours of the navy and white looking really strong. Really nice technique there in that third lane. So they will definitely be one to watch out for, one to beat, to get into the top 18 later on. There will be 18 boats going through to the semi-finals later on today. So 27 will be starting, 18 will be narrowed down to the semi-finals, and then it'll be narrowed down to 6 for the finals later on today. So still looking at that Methodist double, looking really strong. As they come down towards the 500 metre mark, they have about 450 metres left to go. the first race of today, so doing really well. They've opened up a huge gap between themselves and the second boat in the order, so they're looking really strong. There's about 50 seconds between each boat when they start. They start in interchanging lanes, so a big reminder to all clubs, if you are being caught up to get out of the way, but hopefully that should not happen with the 50-second intervals. So as the Methodist double come into view in the enclosure, looking really strong still, that they've brought up their stroke rate. They have about 250 metres left to go, looking really good. They have big support from the crowd. So doing really, really well, as we can see the second double in sight. So Methodist coming down towards the enclosure with only about 150 metres left to go, looking really strong still, doing really well. Bringing that stroke rate up, making sure they can get that best time possible to make it a really comfortable time in that top 18 later on. We have a matrix that sets up the heats to put the fastest crews in the middle lanes for the semi-finals. So no doubt that they'll be in contention for a middle lane later on. As we can see, after all the crews will get the results to get the lane orders. So that's Methodist pulled through the line, and into the enclosure we can see the view of Cork Boat Club. The bow woman in that Cork double is Dani Pispiore, the daughter of Susanita Pispiore, so real rowing pedigree there. Doing really, really well. You can see that stroke rate's coming up as they pass the 300 metre mark, so they're doing really well. Pulling nice and strong. As you can see, they've opened up a really big gap as well between themselves and the crew after them. So it's Cork Boat Club coming towards the enclosure, looking strong. The Marina crew in that Wintec double, the black and white, the white oars slicing through the water. We can see the conditions today, like yesterday, they're quite easy to deal with. They're not too heavy. The heat has not started yet, so these doubles can have some relief before the heat later on today. So as we can see, the Cork Boat Club double coming, looking really strong. Only about 100 metres left to go as they do their final sprint to get that best time possible for the heats later on. As we can see, the rest of the doubles coming down. They look a little bit more packed together, which means Cork Boat Club definitely will have a slightly better time as they pull towards the enclosure. Only about 20 metres left to go. And Cork Boat Club just about to cross the finish line, as we can see Clostake Nod and CRCCB coming down towards the enclosure.
And coming down towards the enclosure now, we see the CRCCB crew. So they're going to be they were led off the start, probably about fourth, but they seem to have overtaken the Clostake Nod crew. You can see their really distinctive turquoise colours there. They're coming all the way from Galway. They'd row on the Carb, up on the River Carb there in Galway, and they're coming into the enclosure now with about 10 or 15 strokes left to go. You can see it there up on the screen. You can see some lovely puddles being pushed away off the stern of the boat. And then looking a couple of lengths back, we can see the Clostake Nod crew. Again, from Galway, I'm sure they'd see each other training out on the Carb regularly. And just behind them, we're looking at Clonmel A. But just coming up to the line, it is the CRCCB crew. Again, this is a time trial. So all crews will be really going for that fastest time they can possibly get. It's hard to know, but it's good that all these crews are slightly bunched up now and they'll be able to try get their best time. So that is CRCCB just across the line, finishing their time trial of the Women's Junior 18 double. And coming up now is Clostake Nod, the Jez from Galway. You can see them just crossing the line. And then Clonmel A also going to follow that one. So that's good for them. They're nice and bunched up. It's a time trial, remember. Got to keep that rate up. And look at this Muckross crew, the yellow of Muckross coming into the line. They know this is a time trial. They've really upped the rate in the last 250 metres. So it's really great to see them going for it. They know they really want to lane in the heats later on. We're at 3 to qualify. And coming up to the line now with about 15 strokes to go, you're looking at the Sligo C crew. You can see the black and red of Sligo. Plenty of shouts here in front of me for the Sligo crew. These girls also know this is a time trial. They may not have anyone around them, but they really have to push for home, and that is definitely what they are doing. And just up on screen there, you can see the Muckers crew just catching their breaths after that time trial. But look at Sligo coming into the line. Classic shots of the puddles being pushed down the river as they come into the line. Really fast rowing going on there from Sligo.
So coming towards the finish line, we have Neptune looking really strong. Massive shouts for that crew from Dublin rowing up on the River Liffey. Coming behind them, we have the Athlone boat, Anna O'Grady and Sarah Rocket, last year's Junior 18 double champions, both selected to represent Ireland this summer. No doubt they'll have some real good times there. This is a time trial reminder to them. They must all be racing against the clock, so having both around them will be good. So as we can see on the screen, we can see the Athlone boat just taking their rest, and the Neptune. So coming into the finish line, we see Athlone again looking really strong. Nice few strokes towards the end. Coming towards the last 500 meter mark, last 500 meters, we have Castleconnell B, one of the Limerick crews being in this category today. So looking really strong. You can see behind them we have battle between Clonmel and Clorglin. They are pushing each other on. It's really good to have someone next to you in this time trial. It pushes you on, as rowing by yourself, it's quite difficult to keep the best you can, but it's really important they have to push as much as they can to make the top 18 later on for that semi-final. So we can see coming towards the enclosure, we see Castleconnell just rowing down in that black boat, doing really well. We can see that fight for positioning up here between Clorglin and Clonmel. So doing really well. It looks like Clorglin have just overtaken the Clonmel B boat, looking really strong. Clorglin famously famous for their women's sculling, so no doubt they're showing that off today here as well. That blue of the Clorglin Kerry crew. So as Clorglin just passed out Clonmel, we can see them coming into the last 100 metres of their race. They're looking really strong. They've brought that stroke rate up. As Clonmel start to fizzle out a small bit, but you can see Clorglin bringing that rate up. They're using Clonmel as their power to just push them on a little bit more, saying we have a boat beaten, at least we know that. We're not going to come last, so it's okay. So further back afield, we can see a bunch up between Clorglin B, Commercial B and Lee. So all these crews from all over Ireland, from Cork, Dublin and Kerry, just pushing each other on. It's good to have three boats in the mix so we can have a bit of a race in this time trial. But it looks like that boat from Clorglin has just overtaken the other boats, but there's still a good fight for it. That Lee crew looking strong. Reminded these boats were let off in 50-second intervals, so although they might be next to each other, the crew let off afterwards generally has a little bit more time built up on them. So that Clorglin boat has a little bit of work to do as they come towards the last few hundred metres.
This is exactly what you want when you're looking at a time trial. All these boats bunched up together. This is going to make their times some very, very fast times. So coming in towards the line is looking like Cappoquin, slightly out ahead in this one. Then I'd be looking at Lee, and then I'd be looking at Commercial. Now, they may not necessarily have been let off in this order, but this is great racing for these girls. They know they're going to get some really fast times. Looking in that Lee boat, two girls off to the coupe, sitting in that boat, no doubt that's going to be one to watch in the heats later. But just about to cross the line, it's the girls from Cappoquin who've been pushed all the way down the track by Lee, who are just about to cross the line, and that's going to be followed by Commercial. That is exactly the type of racing you want in the time trials. And coming up now, we're looking at the Lee Valley crew. This is their local water. No doubt they know this course very, very well. You got Jenny O'Sullivan in the bow and Autumn Nagel in the stroke seat. They're really starting to go for it now, and this is what you want. I mean, they're in a time trial. They're out on their own in some respects, so this is going to be slightly harder for them. But they know this course. They know they've got to up the rate, and that's exactly what they've done. You can see up there on the screen some lovely puddles being pushed off the stern of that boat. That shows some really, really clean rowing. As we said, large number of entries here in the women's junior 18 doubles. There was 34 boats entered. Only 18 will qualify for the heats and 6 will go through to the finals. So if these girls are in contention for a medal, they're going to have 3 big 2Ks in their legs before lunchtime today. So it's going to be a tough morning, but no doubt all girls are up to the challenge. So that is Lee Valley. That's just across the line. Now looking with a couple of hundred to go, we're looking at the Waterford crew. You can see the navy there of Waterford. They're looking very, very strong. Again, rate has come up slightly. They know, the coaches have told them, this is a time trial, girls. You're really going to have to go from the offset. And that's what they've done, in fairness to them. Then back a couple of hundred, it's looking at the Shannon B crew. They're coming up into this line. Again, look, it's time trials. You can see yourselves, there's some gaps between some crews. Some crews have bunched up together. It's hard to judge, but they're doing well. The rate there slightly lower in that Shannon B crew. But no doubt they're still doing very, very well. As I said, large entry. If you're looking at finals, you're looking at 3 2Ks in the next couple of hours. But it's time trials, so you're really going to have to go for it. Lovely flat water here in the morning. It's looking fantastic for this time trials of the women's junior 18 doubles.
So coming down to the last few hundred metres, we have a battle between Muckers C and Offaly, as Muckers looking really strong. They're overrating that Offaly boat, the canary yellow of the Muckers boat, about to pass out the grey and red of that Offaly boat. They left it too late. They have only a few hundred metres. They only have 100 metres left in this race before they get to the finish line. You can see that Muckers boat really pulling back as hard as they can, doing really, really strong rowing. You can see behind them the Neptune crew, the crew from Dublin, pulling really hard, really fast. As you can see that bow woman looking to her left, she's looking, how far are we away from the finish line? When can we stop? We have to get to the finish line before this time is up. After Neptune, we have another crew, Garda Síochána Boat Club, looking really strong. As they come down, they're rating really high. They want to get as much power on that stroke as possible by getting as many strokes in the water. You can see the puddles coming off that boat. They are putting some amount of power, some amount of watts into the water from that boat. About 100 metres left to go. We have some support for these athletes. These athletes are working really hard. These 2Ks are not easy. So it's 2,000 metres coming down, starting at Roos Bridge, finishing at the NRC. It's not an easy course, especially in these conditions, as it'll start to warm up today. Some of these girls will have to race 3 times today, so they have to have that energy. So coming into on the screen, we have Garda Boat Club finishing their race, looking really strong. They look tired. This is showing how much effort they've put into that race. Next up, we can see the Commercial A crew from Dublin pushing down towards the line as they pass the 100 metre mark. They're finishing up their race. You can see them on the screen. They look really strong, pushing up as much as they can, getting the best time they can for that semi-final later on today. Only the top 18 will come through to the finals, and you do not want to be in that 19th or 20th spot.
And next up, coming into the line, we have the Neptune crew, all the way from Island Bridge in Dublin. You can hear the shouts from the Neptune coaches here in front of me, encouraging the girls to lift the rate. I know there's no one around you, but you need to lift the rate. This is a time trial. They're slightly out on their own just because of the way the crews have been let off, but they know. Quick look to the left there from the stroke woman just to see they're coming into the line. And next up, hot on their heels, we have the Sligo B crew. Plenty of shouts from Sligo here in front of me. There's Lauren Dolan in the bow seat and Emma Lanine in the stroke seat. They're no stranger to this course. They won silver in the Junior 16 quads here last season. They were your bow pair, so here they are teaming up in the double. And they're storming their way down this course. You can see it's about 10 strokes to go, I'm saying. Rate has lifted a bit. It's time trials. This is not an easy task to try keep the motivation up and keep it going, but here we are. They really want to lane in the heats later on, so we'll have to wait for the time to see what's going on there. But coming up behind them is also Clonmel C. You can see the really distinctive white and blue colours of Clonmel making their way into the finish. As I said, women's junior 18 double, hotly contested category. There was 34 entries, and with this time trial we're going to whittle it down to 18. So these Clonmel girls know, do you know what now? I want to have a go. I want to be in that top 18. So let's just see what we can do. And coming in behind them, this is what you want in a time trial. Shannon A, Castleconnell A, neck and neck as they come into it. Castleconnell A starting to go through Shannon. A lot of pedigree in that Castleconnell boat. Lorna McNamara in the bow going to the coupe this year. And Siobhan Flaherty went to the coupe last year, and they have went through that Shannon crew. Shannon have a little bit of difficulty with steering, but that's okay, they're back up and running. But that Castleconnell A crew, I'd be keeping an eye on them as they come into the finish.
So the next boat we see coming down towards us is Muckers B. They're not the next crew in the order, but it means that means they've passed out a load of boats. That Muckers B crew, after passing out boats after their 50-second interval start, so no doubt they'll be putting in a brilliant time for that semi-final later on. As they come past 250 meters, they're putting in that stroke as much as they can, bringing that rate up. They want to get, even though they're ahead, they want to put in the best time possible for those middle lanes later on. Those middle lanes are really vital to get good conditions for racing in the semi-finals. Try and get that best time, not to have any interferences. As you can see, the canary yellow of that Muckers boat, the stroke rate really has been brought up. They have no one around them, but still really important. They cannot let the foot come off the gas. So as Muckers have about 100 meters left, they're doing really, really well. They have that stroke rate brought up. They cannot leave anything to chance here. So they're bringing all the power into this boat. You can see that lovely Finipi double from the Muckers crew as the bow looks over her shoulder to check where is the finish line. So after them we have Skibbereen, a really good sculling club, as everyone knows. That Skibbereen crew looking fast as they come towards the last 50 meters, putting really strong. There's no doubt they'll be putting in a good time later on. They've really brought up that stroke rate, trying to get every stroke in the water, making sure that every blade is perfect, as we can see them putting across the finish line. Next up we have the Coastal Club of Kilmac Simon. Look, we're really lucky to have more Coastal Club representation here at the Irish Rowing Championship, so well done to them as they pull into their last 50 metres. This is a flat water course, so they're not too used to it, but they're still dealing with the conditions really well, so massive well done to them as they just approach the finish line. Next up we have Cumann Raviot and the Closh and the Curba. Following them, their A crew rowing up on the River Corrib, doing really well as they bring up that stroke rate as well. This is a really good sculling school up in Galway, so no doubt they'll have a good chance of getting into the semi-finals later on with a brilliant time. Following them, we have Killorglin B. So we have Chloe O'Sullivan and Maria Murphy, the bow and the stroke last year they won the Junior 16 women's coxed quad, so definitely a lot of sculling experience in that double. Really, really strong scullers, no doubt. They'll know how to race. They have a slightly slower stroke rate, but that means they must be putting in more power into this boat. As you can see, their lovely Impacker yellow double as they pull in towards the last 100 meters, looking very strong. Definitely one of the lower stroke rates we've seen today, but I've no doubt they have massive amounts of power in that boat. As they just approach the finish line into their last couple of strokes, they look really strong. That they're sitting up nice and tall. That stroke woman has a nice technique. And that concludes the women's junior 18 double sculls, and we will see what 18 crews get through to the semi-finals later on.
And next up, coming down the course, is the men's junior 18 coxless quads. So there's 27 boats entered in this category, and over the next couple of minutes we're going to whittle that down to 18. So men's junior sculling going very well at the moment in Ireland, and we're about to see some of the best men's junior scullers race down the course in the next 20 minutes. So as I said, 27 entries. So it's going to be a hotly contested category to get into those heats later on at around 10 o'clock. So coming down the course now at about 250 metres to go, it is the Kappa Quinn quad. You have Michael McGrath and Billy Murphy there sitting in stern pair. So they are no stranger to some international competition. They're coming down into the finish. You can see the rate has been lifted, and that's what you need in a time trial. They've no boats around them. They have pulled away from the crew that was let off behind them, but they know they want heat. They want a lane in that heat, and more importantly, they want centre lanes in the final later. So I'd be keeping an eye on that quad for later on. And as they are storming down into the finish now, you can really see that rate has been lifted. You can see the navy colours of Kappa Quinn just coming into the line with about 10 strokes to go. These are coxless quads, so somebody in that boat is steering that boat as straight as they can down the course with their foot. Not an easy task when you're trying to rate about 35 coming into the finish, but they've done that excellently as they come down into the line. And following behind them with about 200 metres to go is the CRCC A crew. Those lovely turquoise and black colours racing down the course here in Inniscarra. As I said before, they're all the way from Galway. They'll row on the River Corrib. No stranger to the water in Inniscarra, of course. They've been here plenty of times before. Men's junior 18 quads. Same as Kappa Quinn, the rate has been lifted. They've been keeping an eye on the speed coaches, keeping an eye on the markers on the bank. Big yellow markers that say 1,500 metres, you're well inside the last 500. In fact, they've about 10 or 15 strokes to go here in the time trial of the men's junior 18 coxless quads. Plenty of shouts coming there from the crowd, and it's just important that all these crews really hammer it home for these time trials. You don't know where you're going to land. You think you might have had the race of your life and it mightn't have been enough, but they're doing excellently here. And coming down the course following them, what I'd say about 150 metres to go, is the Muckross crew, the bright canary yellow of Muckross. They're no stranger to Inniscarra, as I said before. I think it's looking like they're in a Philippi as well, so that boat's moving really, really nicely through the water. You can see it'll come up on the live stream now in a minute, but you can see the puddles they're pushing their puddles away from the boat. You can see their boat has been propelled down the course for the last 2,000 metres. So as they come into the line, that's Muckross, and that's going to finish out their time trial of the men's junior 18 quads. And I'd be encouraging everyone to keep an eye when the times come out later on for the men's junior 18 quads. Keep an eye, see who's going to be in that top 18 and who do we think is going to make an appearance in the final later on at 11:45. But for now, this is the time trial of the men's junior 18 quads.
So next up, racing down the course, we see Clostegh Nod B. They have a really strong crew at the moment with their juniors. They had a massive win in the junior 18 men's coxless pairs. So no doubt they'll be trying to get another great result in the quads as well. So that wine colour of the Clostegh Nod crew from Galway, followed down by Ban from Northern Ireland, the red one piece with the white sash. Really good scullers have been produced out of that club, so no doubt they'll be going for a massive time in this junior 18 men's cox's quad time trial. So it's Clostegh Nod looking really strong as they pull towards their last few strokes, followed by Ban, who are hot on their heels. So it's Clostegh Nod followed by Ban, as we can see the blue crew of Carrick on Shannon coming down towards the enclosure as well as they pass the 250 metre mark. So we can see coming through the finish line really close between Clostegh Nod and Ban. Good battle there, although Ban might have caught up to Clostegh Nod as they're let off in 50-second intervals, as they're let off one by one and into changing lanes. So Coming down towards the last 100 meters, we see Carrick just coming down, looking really strong in that blue boat. They're pushing on as much as they can. They've brought that stroke rate right up. They need to get every stroke in, and as every stroke counts, as we can see the boat from Clonmel B coming down towards us, looking strong as they come past the 250 meter mark. So apologies, that was New Ross. So New Ross coming down, pulling, as we have great support for the New Ross boat here. So New Ross have about 200 meters left to go. So New Ross pulling into the last 100 meters. On the screen we can see the Carrick crew just pulled through the line. They look absolutely wrecked. They've put everything into this. They need to make it through heats and then finals later on today to get that championship. As we can see on the screen, we can see that New Ross boat from County Wexford just coming through. As the bowman lies down, he's wrecked out of his mind. So this is a really hard course, 2,000 meters. Coming through the line, we have St. Michael's B. St. Michael's, a really famous club in this Junior 18 coxed quads event. So there's no doubt they'll be putting down a good time later on, as well as their A crew. Next we have Methodist B coming down. Methodist, also a really strong scudding crew. Last year made the final in the Junior 18 coxed quad. Narrowly missed out on the medal, but they will definitely be going for one this year, as Methodist have two crews in this quad category, but they have no doubt a really strong crew going forward, trying to get into the semi-finals and the final later on.
Right, I'd be keeping an eye on these next couple of boats. Some really big names making their way down the course now in the next couple of seconds. So, coming into the line with about maybe 250 to go, we're looking at Cork A. Cork, no stranger to the water here in Inniscarra. And the stroke man, Conall Gillard, will be heading to the Coupe later on in a couple of weeks. So a lot of pedigree in this boat. You can see really clean sculling going on here. There's no splashing going around. They're really making the most of these class conditions here on Saturday morning. It's just gone on 8 o'clock, 8:05, so fantastic conditions here for the men's Junior 18 coxless quads. So that's Cork A. You can see the traditional brown and white of Cork making their way into the line. You're talking about 5 or 7 strokes left to go, and the rate has been lifted again. They really want that best time they can get. Next up, we have St. Michael's A. Some really big names going on here. Jack Rafferty, who won the men's junior single yesterday, and Evan O'Byrne. Evan O'Byrne was off to Worlds last year, and he's off again this year. Some really fantastic sculling. You can see Blade, they're reaching out at the catch. Blades are being placed in, and they're letting the boat do its fair share of the work on the recovery. Some fantastic rowing there going on by St. Michael's, hoping they're going to get that fastest time they can when they look for a lane in the heats later on. And you wouldn't know, maybe we could be seeing them in the final. I'd be keeping an eye on them. Now next up we have Clonmel A. Rory Keeley there, he's off to Holmes as well in a couple of weeks time over in London. You can see the traditional white and blue of Clonmel making their way down the course. They've got about 10 or 15 strokes to go in their time trial of the men's Junior 18 coxless quads. No doubt they're going to be looking for a lane in the heats later on. It's going to be 2 to qualify from each heat. So they're going to have a go, see what they can do. And you never know what might come of it. These are time trials, anything can happen. It's happened before. Crews we think might make finals, next thing their name isn't on the list. So I'd be keeping an eye now on those last couple of crews. Some really hotly contested names coming down. And next up coming down, it is the Athlone crew, Athlone Boat Club up from the Midlands. They are the holders of this event from last year in a fantastic race in the final. I think anyone who was here last year will remember that race. We have Dara Collins sitting in the stroke seat. He's off to the Coupe this year as well. He'll be sweeping, but here he is sculling with 2 blades. In the men's Junior 18 coxless quads, you can see the green and red of Athlone. As I said before, they won the event last year. I think I'd be keeping an eye on them now for the heats later on. Just coming up to the line with about 5 strokes to go, you can see there on your screens, fantastic sculling conditions. Lovely timing there from the Athlone crew as they just come up to the line, and that'll finish out their time trial of the men's Junior 18 coxless quads.
Next up, charging down towards the finish line, we can see Blackrock College from County Dublin coming down as they've passed out that coastal crew from Kilmac Simon in the red and white. That crew from Blackrock College Dublin in the white and blue, just pushing down. You can see the stroke, just bowing his head a small bit. He looks like he's in pain. He's fought for this. They need to make sure they're in the top 18, and they're not letting go until they have it. So it's Blackrock College Dublin, followed by Kilmac Simon, the coastal crew in that quad, followed by Neptune, the Dublin crew, rowing up in Island Bridge. So it's Blackrock College Dublin just coming up towards the finish line. They look really strong on the screen at the moment as they are followed in by Kilmac Simon and Neptune not too far behind either. Then coming down next, we have Muckers A. Muckers A made the final last year as well, so there's no doubt they'll be trying to make it a little bit better to get into that podium. We have Ronan Fahy and Cian Scanlon, the both selected to be in the Coupe de la Jeunesse in Linz, Austria this summer. They also won the Junior 16 double sculls last year at Champs, so they have some amount of experience in that Muckers boat. So there's no doubt they'll be going for a massive time in this time trial. So trying to get into that top 18 boats to make sure they're in with a chance of getting that medal later on in the final. Coming down after them is Methodist A. As I said earlier, the crew from Belfast, really strong quad. We have Harry McCartney in that boat, went to the home internationals last year and medals. He's also going to the World Rowing Championships along with his crewmate Daniel Crozier. Harry will be in the world's quad, Daniel will be in the world's 4. Really strong rowers at the moment. We can see them coming down. There's no doubt they'll have a massive contention to get into that top 6 later on in the final, through the semi-final and into the final. So massively strong crew. They're also followed down by the Cork B crew. So Cork have 2 quads in this event. They have 8 really strong scullers, as those Cork crew are holding their own, doing really well. But we can see that Methodist crew pushing towards the line as they just finished up their last few strokes, looking really strong. That Cork B crew is then followed down by Lee Valley. We have Darragh O'Mahony in that boat, followed by Colin Creedon, both selected to represent Ireland in the Coupe de la Jeunesse this year. Massive congratulations to them. They also came second in the Junior 16 men's double last year, so there's no doubt they'll be putting in a massive time as they catch up to that Cork B crew coming in towards the finish line in their last few strokes, as we have only 4 quads left coming down the course.
And we are into the last 4 of the men's Junior 18 coxless quads. So storming down the course at me now is 2 commercial boats, Commercial B and Commercial A. All the way from Island Bridge in Dublin. They'll be no stranger to this water, I'm sure, at men's Junior 18 age category. They'll be used to steering some tricky courses up on Island Bridge. I'm sure they've also spent plenty of time out on Blessington Lakes there, getting used to some wide open water. You can see they're also steering some really straight courses down this course here in Inniscarra. As I said before, coxless quads. Somebody in this boat could be stroke, could be bow, could be somebody in the middle, steering this boat with their foot. Not an easy task, especially when you're trying to rate up in the mid-30s, trying to get your boat into a heat and potentially a final later on. But coming up to the line, it is Commercial. Commercial, as I said, all the way from Dublin. They know what they're doing. Some really clean rowing there coming from Commercial. You can see the white one pieces with that stripe of green and blue going through it. And that's the first Commercial crew just across the line. You can hear shouts from the crowd here, Commercial. They want at least one of these crews into some of the heats later on. Who knows? Maybe even 2. Could it be Commercial's day? Could they get 2 of their boats into heats later on? That second Commercial crew just across the line. And coming up behind them then, with about 150 metres to go, is the CRCC B crew, Colossus and Corba, all the way from the Corrib in County Galway. I mentioned their club colours there earlier, turquoise and black. It has to be one of my favourite one pieces, I have to say. Lovely colours. As we say, look up on that drone shot there, you can see the boys from the course, these lads steering a straight course all the way down. And their time trial of the men's junior 18 coxless quads. Some lovely rowing going on there. Nice chop in at the catch. And that's going to finish out their time trial. And our last boat of the men's junior 18 coxless quads is about 15-20 strokes from the end of their race. Killorglin, they're from Munster. They're here. They're really giving it their best shot. You can see, look, the rate is lifted there now. We're into the last 250 metres. Some lovely rowing out there, lovely chop in at the catch. Just if they can just keep their heads up now for the next five, 6 strokes, it's going to finish out their time trial of the men's junior 18 quads. I apologise, that's just Clonmel just making their way down, slightly out of sequence, but that's no bother to them. They are still flying it down the course. There, I'd say they're inside that last 250 metres now. You can see the rate has been lifted. And they're going to make their way down now in the next minute or so. They will cross the line. So as I said, 27 entries, men's junior 18 coxless quads, a lot of big names just made their way down the course there for the time trials. Heats will be later on between 10 to 10 and 10 o'clock. So there will be 18 crews. The 18 fastest times will have earned themselves a lane in the heats in a couple of hours' time. And then the grand final, 11:45, we will have the final 6 will race down the course for the men's junior 18 coxless quad. So I'll be tuning back in. Some of the best junior men's sculling in the country will be on display here later on. So that's Clonmel just making their way into the line there now with about 4 or 5 strokes to go. So men's junior 18 quads, that's them all safely home for their time trial. So again, 18 to qualify, come back at 10 o'clock and we'll have the first heats of the men's junior 18 coxless quads.
So approaching the course next we have the men's intermediate single scull. So these are we're going to have more time trials. There will be 28 entrances in this category, so really heavily contested. Again, 18 through to the semi-finals later on, so we will have to get rid of 10 scullers of this time trial. So massively competitive field here. As we can see, the first sculler making his way down past the 500 metre mark. We have Murphy of Lee. As he pushed us down, the really striking red colour of Lee Rowing Club rowing on the marina, so they're not too far away from here. I'm sure they have no problems rowing on these conditions, as the marina have slightly tidal conditions at times. These lovely flat waters would be no challenge to them at all. As we can see, Murphy of Lee just putting towards the 500 metre mark as he's through it, bringing that stroke rate up. He has only a few hundred metres left to go. He's starting his sprint. He needs to ensure he's in that top 18 later on. He does not want to be in that bottom 10. It's heartbreaking to be let out this early of the competition. So it is again 18 through to the semi-finals, and then there will be two qualifiers from each heat of 3 heats. Then it'll be 6 through to the final later on. As we can see, Murphy of Lee through with 200 metres left to go, as he is followed in by Moylan of New Ross, the blue colour of New Ross from County Wexford. But we can see on the screen Murphy of Lee looking really strong. He has only 100 metres left to go. The supporters are really, really helping him out. So we have the red and black of Lee Rowing Club. He's pushing it on. He's brought that stroke rate right up. You can tell he's excellent technique with that boat. So Murphy of Lee pushing it on. No doubt he'll put in an excellent time for later on, as he's followed in by Moylan of New Ross in that lovely blue colour of followed down then by Gillick of Neptune. So it's a three. It's going to be boat after boat in these time trials. They're let off in 50-second intervals up at the start, and they're in interchanging lanes. If there's a boat about to catch up to another in the same lane, which hopefully won't happen, they must get out of the way, as we don't want any incidents to occur. So we can see New Ross Moylan coming down towards the finish line, pushing on really strong, looking really, really comfortable in that time trial, as he's followed down by Gillick of Neptune, then followed by O'Donovan of University of Limerick, following him down the course, as these scullers are in interchanging lanes. So you can see O'Donovan of Limerick on the further side, closer to the north side of the river, as he comes down towards his last 100 metres. We can see Neptune Gillick just about to pass the finish line, as we can hear that hooter go off. These scullers know it's really important. They're against the clock. They're not necessarily against each other side by side, so it's really important they keep on the best time they can. So as we can see, the UL sculler followed in by Alex Gillick of Neptune, the brother of T. Gillick. He won the junior 18 scull 2 years ago in 2023 in those awful conditions, so no doubt he has some massive experience in sculling. So Alex Gillick of Neptune just coming towards the finish line in his last few strokes, looking really strong, as we can see a battle there between Clonmel Fleming and University of Galway Megan. So Megan of University of Galway, massive experience as well, has rowed in the Coupe, has rowed in the Worlds, has rowed in the Homes, he's done it all. So formerly at Lone, moved to University of Galway in his first year of college. So it's Megan of University of Galway. He has passed out the sculler from Clonmel Fleming, as we can see them coming towards their last 200 metres. This will really help them push each other on, as they see each other side by side. They know they need to keep pushing, trying to beat that sculler right next to them. But it looks like the sculler from University of Galway has just taken the better of the sculler from Clonmel, as he comes down towards his last 100 metres. Megan of University of Galway passing out Fleming of Clonmel. So Megan just coming in towards the last few 100 metres. He has done lots of rowing this year. He was in a pair trailing with Sean Morris, and he's pushing on towards his last few strokes, as he opens up a length upon Fleming of Clonmel, as they both push in towards the finish line.
And coming into the line now with about 20-25 strokes to go is Commercial Flynn. As I said, all the way from Island Bridge, not too far up the road. Men's intermediate sculls, they're just shy of the senior category. They've just managed to get their points right, and they'll be all vying for spots in the heats later on, with 18 to qualify. 18 boats will go through and get to race their second 2K race of the morning. 2,000 metres, 3 of them if you want to make a final, all in the space of a couple of hours. So fitness is going to be needed here, and no doubt all of these athletes will have that racing the men's intermediate single. So that is Commercial Flynn just coming up to the line, and behind him is Athlone Hannon. That lovely, it's looking like a blue boat. And then we've got the green and red blades of Athlone and the green and red one piece. You can see the rate has come up. I saw the sculler slipping earlier, getting ready to go out, have a good long warm up and be nice and ready to blister it down the course here for his time trial. Nice, flying the boat along, lovely puddles. You can see just being pushed away from the stern of the boat. Really in his own world here. Probably keeping an eye on the numbers on the speed coach in front of him. Time trials are about 1,900 metres, 1,900, just because of the flying starts, but trust me, that feels just as much as a 2 kilometre race as anything. So just crossing the line there, that is Athlone Hannon. And then Shannon Murray Just coming up behind him with about 15-20 strokes to go. Some gorgeous light blue colours of Shandon. They're making their way down. They row in the marina in Cork. Shandon, a popular, well-known place name in Cork. I was in Macroom there yesterday and I saw Shandon up on the wall in a nice painting, so it's good to know Shandon, very well-known name here in Cork, and Shandon Murray making his way down to the finish in the light blue colours of Shandon. And just coming in behind them now, this is what you want in a time trial. UCC Balf and Commercial McKnight. There's about a length, maybe a length and a half in it. The UCC sculler would have been let off first, so Commercial, by the looks of it, has gone through him, but this is going to be pushing both scullers on. You really want some fast times here in a time trial. Hard to do if you've no one to push off, but both scullers doing very, very well here. As I said, some fantastic conditions. You can see it up there in the shots in the drone. About a length now between UCC Balf and Commercial McKnight. Just coming up to the line. That'll be good for their times. Whether both scullers qualify or one, or who knows, maybe even neither, but that will have got them the very, very best time that they could have possibly produced here in the men's intermediate scull. And that's looking like UCD Ross Chew just making his way down into the finish with about 15-20 strokes to go. Not often you see a UCD sculler out. A lot of them, you got 8s, you got pairs, you got 4s. But look at this, they also have a men's intermediate sculler. Ross Chew making his way down the course. He's got about 10 strokes to go, maybe even less. He's going to try put UCD on the map here in the sculling men's intermediate single. So that's Ross Chew just down the course in the men's intermediate single, and that we're about halfway through now the men's inter single.
So next up we can see Sullivan of Ring, again another coastal rowing club making real a showing here at the Flatwater Championship. So Sullivan of Ring looking really strong. I know he's had some experience in both Flatwater and coastal, so there's no doubt he'll be able to deal with any conditions as he pulls in towards the last few hundred meters, but he's looking really strong up on that screen and on the finish. So as he just comes into his last couple of strokes, maybe 5 or 6 strokes left to go, he looks really strong in the black and yellow of the ring, as he is followed in by Skibbereen, Roycroft and Brady of Cork Boat Club. So Skibbereen, Roycroft putting in as the sculler from Ring has crossed the finish line. Roycroft of Skibbereen, a famous name up in Skibbereen, but as he pulls in towards his last few strokes, looking very, very strong. Coming up towards the 250 metre mark, we have Cork Boat Club Brady looking very technical. He's doing really well to push on. It's really important that they don't let this go. They have they are against the clock. They have no one side by side. It's quite difficult to row on your own. You have no one to push you down. You have no cocks. You have no teammates. The intermediate scull is quite a difficult event. So as we see Roycroft of Skibbereen pushing through the finish line, we can see Brady of Cork Boat Club just following down a couple of strokes afterwards as he comes towards his last few strokes, pushing it down, bringing that nice up nice and high as he comes through his last 2 or 3 strokes. Following him down, there's a bit of a gap, but we can see Shaw of Ban from Northern Ireland. He made the final of the Junior 18 single scull last year, so he's continued on sculling as we can see him coming down the last 300 metres, so he's doing really well. There's a bit of a gap between himself and the Cork Boat Club sculler, so if that means anything, he could be a little bit behind, but we'll have to see when the times come out later on. A reminder, these scullers are let out in 45 to 50 second intervals, so there's no knowing of how someone's done, but just trying to look at the gaps and trying to guess where people are, but it's very difficult at times. Now, following him down, we have Cumann Raviat and Clash and the Curba, a school who are mainly juniors, so it's interesting to see an intermediate sculler in this event, which means he's done his leaving cert, so massive well done to him if he's doing the leaving cert and rowing at champs. So we can see that sculler from Ban Shaw just about to cross the finish line when he's followed down by the sculler from Cumann Raviat and the Clash and the Curba rowing on the Corrib. So really windy course, so he's well able to keep straight on this course in the NRC in Inniscarra and County Cork. Then following him down, we have St. Michael's Owen Balfe. Owen Balfe has lots of experience rowing. He has He has titles in the junior double sculls last year, in the junior quad sculls the year before, and he's also represented Ireland in the Coupe de la Jeunesse, and he's also gone to the Worlds and Europeans in coastal rowing. Is there anything that Owen Balfe has not done? Following him down, we have Malone of Neptune. He's trying to catch up to Balfe. We can see Balfe is responding to that challenge, though. Owen Balfe of St. Michael's, he's not letting that challenge go. He's pushing it on, making sure he gets those last few strokes. They're crucial, trying to get them right into his last 2 or 3 strokes of this race as he just pushes on. He's not letting that sculler from Neptune catch up to him. He really wants this. The sculler from Neptune up in Island Bridge, Dublin, trying to catch up to Balfe, but as Balfe crosses the finish line, we focus on the 2 Neptune scullers following him down. We see Neptune Giles following down Neptune Malone as the Malone sculler from Neptune just crosses through the finish line, followed by his teammate Giles as he comes through the last 100 metres, just pushing it on. Again, it's really important. They're against the clock. They have to be in those top 18 spots. They do not want to be in those top 10. They don't want to be the bottom 10 dropped from the shots later on today. So we can see Giles of Neptune Rowing Club just passing down. He has his last few strokes. As we can see in the distance, we can see O'Donovan of Skibbereen and Tynan of Dublin University Boat Club.
And coming up in towards the line is Skibbereen O'Donovan. We're into the last 4 scullers here of the men's intermediate single time trials. And O'Donovan of Skibbereen, that is a familiar name, I'm sure, to everyone here, both on the international stage and here at the Irish Rowing Championships. So that's O'Donovan of Skibbereen. Now, he's not exactly like sailing this boy. We're looking at DUBC Tynan putting him under pressure, but that is exactly what you want in a time trial. Someone making you feel a little bit uncomfortable just to try squeeze that couple of extra seconds, and who knows, it could be the difference between a heat, it could be the difference between a final. But for now, these men are looking at making the heats later on. And just coming up behind him, we have Neptune O'Connor. This is last year's winner from the men's intermediate single. O'Connor, I'm sure we'll all remember his performance last year. So he's coming into the line now for Neptune, and we'll be keeping an eye on that later on. And with about 200 metres to go, our last sculler of the men's intermediate single is Commercial O'Donovan, another O'Donovan name, but this time he's coming from Commercial all the way from Island Bridge. You've got the white, green and blue of Commercial making his way down. You can see the pink of the croaker blades there, just really digging into the catch, placing the blade, pushing the boat away and letting the boat do its fair share of the work on the recovery. For anyone who isn't familiar with rowing, everyone actually spends half the race with their blades out of the water on the recovery. So it's all about efficiency, especially in a single scull. It's only you. You're the one making the calls. You're the one steering. You're the one moving the boat. So efficiency is key here. And Commercial O'Donovan is going to be the last single of the men's intermediate single scull here in the time trial. So we had 28 scullers entered in this category, and in a couple of moments' time, that will be whittled down to 18. The heats will take place here later on from 10:05 to 10:15, and then the grand final at 12:05. I was looking at the results there earlier. I'd be encouraging everyone to have a quick look. The results of the previous morning time trials of the women's junior 18 double and the men's junior 18 coxless quad are up online. The women's junior 18 double, we're looking at that Methodist and Skibbereen crew that were the 1 and 2 in that, so I'll be keeping an eye on them in the heats. Don't forget there's 18 places to qualify for heats, and Cappoquin and Methodist A seem to be the 1-2 for the men's junior 18 coxless quads. Again, that's only the 1-2. There was 18 boats to qualify from both of those women's junior 18 double and men's junior 18 quad time trials. So no doubt the men's intermediate scull time trial results will be out soon. So keep an eye on the link on the Rowing Ireland website, and that will have all official results for this morning's time trial.
Coming down the course, we have our final time trial of this morning's session. We have the women's junior 16 double sculls. So like the junior 18 double sculls, it's going to be a fairly tough battle. Lots of entries, 34 entries with only 18 to qualify. So these girls are going to have to doing some massive amount of work to be qualifying through to the semi-finals later on. So these women are J16. They're the youngest competitors of the whole championships weekend. They're going to be coming from junior 15, so they're not used to the 2,000 meter courses, but they're doing really well dealing with these conditions. First up, we have Athlone coming down, really looking strong. We can see the green and red of their boat just pushing down towards the last 500 metres. Athlone, of course, a really strong club within women's sculling, and no doubt they'll be producing some massive talent within the next couple of years. So we can see that Athlone boat just have a good gap over the boat who have been left off second. So Athlone Boat Club just really looking strong as they come towards the last 250 metres. We can see up on the big screen there those girls looking really strong as they pull down towards the finish line. So Athlone just finishing up their last few hundred metres. They're pushing on. They're followed by Carrick as they are crashing down the course. 250 metres left to go. Reminder, these girls all have about 45 to 50 seconds between them as they are led off the start of pontoons. So it's really tough course. 2,000 metres is a long way. It starts up at Rubes Bridge, up at the start pontoon, finishes up in the NRC. So we can see the Athlone crew as they just come up. They're nearly towards the finish line. We can hear the massive chants from the supporters. It's really important we keep these J16 girls in the sport. We want to keep women in sport, especially rowing, as this sport is growing. So as Athlone pushes in towards the finish line, they have a really strong time put down, I've no doubt, as they're followed in by Carrick, who've made good ground on Shannon, and there's also a big gap between Carrick and the crew after them, which means there's definitely a good time put down from that Carrick on Shannon crew. Following Carrick on Shannon, we have Closteg Nod B. Closteg Nod, usually more of a sweeping club, but we can see them in this double scull. They have slightly lower rate than the rest of the field. They look like they've lost a little bit of ground on that Carrick crew, but we'll have to see later on. Only 18 crews will go through to the heats later on today. So we can see that Carrick crew up on the screen looking really tired. They've put everything into this, but they might have to row twice more in the semi-finals and finals later on. We'll have to see how the times go. As we can see up on screen again, we can see Closteg Nod B. They're being chased down by Bantry, the West Cork club, a coastal club as well, a mix of coastal and flat water. So Bantry following that Closteg Nod B crew. Closteg Nod coming from County Galway, rowing up in the Corrib. So they'll be putting down hopefully a good time for the semi-finals later on. They're being chased by Bantry, so it's Cork versus Galway at the moment. So Closteg Nod, the Jez, coming towards the last 100 metres. They just have only about 10 to 15 strokes left as they're followed in by Bantry Rowing Club. Bantry putting in as much as they can into that boat. So it's as Closteg Nod pull through the finish line, they are finished now. We'll have to see. They have nothing left to do. They have to wait for the times afterwards. So Closteg Nod up on screen in that Filippi boat. So up on with about 250 metres left to go, we have Tralee coming down from County Kerry. So Tralee with about 250 metres left to go. Tralee really opening up their squad the last few years. So really good rowing from them, as we can see that stroke woman bringing up the pace. They know they have only about 200 metres left to go. The pain is nearly over. They need to bring that stroke rate up as much as they can to get that time. Oh, and we can see Tralee have caught a boat stopping crab. So unfortunately, we've had a technical difficulty with that Tralee boat, and it's going to cause some major issues with their timing. They're going to have to keep going. They have to get that oar back. They can't let it stop them. They have to keep going as much as they can, try and get that time down, but it looks like it might be too little too late for that Tralee boat, who've had a major technical issue. At least the boat is still standing. That stroke woman's going to try and row them over the line, but it looks like it might be a little bit too late, as the bow woman's oar has just gone in the air, as they're followed down by Shandon A and Cork. So Shandon and Cork, massive rivalry as they both row on the Marina in County Cork and Cork City. So it looks like Shandon have the better of that Cork crew, but the Cork crew catching up to Shandon as they did start afterwards. So Shandon and Cork, a massive rivalry. So as we can see, those two crews putting in the line, we can see Tralee with that technical difficulty. Oh, it's a nightmare, but unfortunately these things happen. So we can see those boats. Hopefully there's no incidents. So Tralee just being taken over by Shandon and Cork Boat Club. It seems they've all got off with no difficulties. So it's Shandon followed in by Cork, who were nearly caught, and Tralee, who've had that mishap, but unfortunately things happen. So next up we can see Sligo putting in towards the finish line, looking really strong.
That was Sligo just crossing the line there. The women's junior 16 double. You had Claire Walsh in the stroke seat. She got a bronze medal out in Ghent earlier this year, so I'd be keeping an eye on that double if I was later on for the final. And just coming up to the line now, we have New Ross all the way from Wexford. They're getting really rated up nice and high. Some lovely racing going on there from New Ross. Lovely lifting the rate really high. That's the brown and light blue of New Ross Boat Club just crossing the line there. And just coming up to the line now, we have Ported Down, one of the first clubs we've seen this morning from County Armagh. Ported Down, you can see those lovely yellow and green colours of Ported Down just making their way down the course. You can see the rate has come up slightly. They're into the last, I'd say, 15 strokes here of the women's junior 16 double time trials. More than likely, this will be these girls' first time racing here in Inniscarra at the Irish Rowing Championships. One of their first years racing the full 2 kilometres, 2,000 metres. It's a long haul, I can tell you. But every single one of these girls are doing excellently here as they make their way down the course in the time trial of the women's junior 16 double. So that is Ported Down just across the line. Next, I'd be looking coming down the course at Graiguenamanagh. They're a newish club on the scene, but I have to say they're doing very well here. Lovely, clean rowing, getting the blade out nice and cleanly at the finish and pressing the boat away from them. The lovely dark blue and white of Graiguenamanagh with the black bottoms on the one piece, and I have to say they're rowing very cleanly. Now, having made a little bit of ground on them, I'd be looking at Commercial there in the lane beside them, and then a little bit back to Shannon. Commercial have made a nice bit of ground there now on the other two crews. There's about maybe a length and a half between Graiguenamanagh and Commercial at the moment, but this is what you want in a time trial. A lot of crews have had no one around them, no one to push off, no one to raise that rate, but this is good here for these girls now. Graiguenamanagh just coming up to the line. That's going to be followed quite closely by Commercial. And then I'm looking back at the Shannon crew there who are making their way in. So a bit of overlap going on between Graiguenamanagh and Commercial, but that will no doubt really help their times in the women's junior 16 double time trial. So that is Commercial and Graiguenamanagh just across the line. And Shannon will soon, in about 3 or 4 strokes time, come up to the line, and that will finish out their time trial of the women's junior 16 double.
Coming down towards the enclosure, we have a massive rivalry between these two Neptune crews, Neptune B and Neptune A. So these two crews probably all in a quad together, but we can see there's two junior 16 crews, Neptune B and Neptune A. I'm sure their coach will be screaming on at them at the moment. They're both together. It's good to have people you know beside you to have that friendly rivalry to push you on. So we can see the two Neptune crews pulling in towards the finish line, their last 2 strokes. This is 2,000 metres. It's extremely hard for junior 16s as they're used to the 1Ks from their junior 15 years. So we have coming down, we have Neptune just through the finish line, their A and B crew. Following them down, we have Ban B from Northern Ireland. Really long distance for them to travel down to the Inniscarra for the Irish Rowing Championships. We can see the red one piece with the white sash. So they have they have a lot of work to do, but they only have about 100 meters left, so they're pushing in that Band B crew as they are coming down towards the finish line. We can see a good gap between themselves and the next crew, which only indicates they have pushed themselves on a lot. They've definitely given themselves every chance they can as they've just coming towards the finish line. Next up, we can see Kilmac Simon A, that coastal crew again, as I've said earlier on. The red one piece with the white oars. Very, very, very interesting. So we can see Kilmac Simon, followed by Methodist and Offaly in the background. So Methodist, they have overtaken that Offaly boat with a lot of clear water. Methodist charging up upon that Kilmac Simon boat. Will they catch them? We'll have to see. Kilmac Simon not letting that Methodist boat get the best of them as they approach the finish line. So Kilmac Simon are about to approach about 150 meters left to go, but that Methodist boat are cruising through. They look extremely strong as they are trying to get a spot in that top 18 for the semi-finals later on. That Methodist crew from Belfast in Northern Ireland, they've also travelled massive distances to be here today. So they said they're not doing this for nothing. They're coming down as much as they can, pushing on, giving it their all. They're not leaving anything in the tank, as we can see Kilmac Simon pushing it on to the last few strokes. The pain is almost over. They're looking to their left, looking to the right, making sure the finish line is in sight. As we can see the Methodist boat just following and hot in their heels as they're not stopping before the finish line. We can see that Offaly boat just coming down behind them in the grey and red of Offaly, just with about 200 meters left to go. They look quite tired. The conditions might have gotten the better of them, but it's really important they do not give up. They have to keep going. This is 2,000 meters, a really long course. The conditions here today, they look a bit flat. There's a slight headwind. It's nothing major though. The heat really is picking up, and it's quite hard for rowers to deal with, especially in this humidity. So hopefully the temperatures don't rack up too much today. On screen, you can see that Offaly boat finishing up, coming in towards the finish line. You can hear the honk of the hooter. It means they can say, thank God we're done. We don't have to do this again for another few hours, unless they're through to the semi-finals later on today. So we can see that Offaly boat up on screen, just taking their rest. They're done their 2K for now. We'll have to see and wait. Will they make it through to the semi-finals later on? Only 18 will make it through, and only 6 will make it through of that 18 to the final to possibly win a medal for first, second or third later on today.
And coming up to the line now, we have Shannon and Commercial. The pretty tight race here. Shannon would have been led off first, then followed by Commercial. But this, as I said, is exactly the type of racing you want to see in a time trial. Each one of these crews is really going to get the best possible time they'll be able to, because they are side by side. We're looking at bow ball to bow ball here. I know it's only a time trial, but this is excellent. These girls, they mightn't be delighted to see them beside them now, but it's really going to help them. So just out in front at the moment, it's Commercial, but Shannon are chasing them down. There's about maybe a length, 3/4 of a length in it. You can see the puddles being pushed away. Commercial really going for it here. The rate has lifted up. If they can just keep their heads up nice and tall for the last 5 strokes, they should be doing very, very well. So that's Commercial across the line, and Shannon are going to follow them very, very shortly. And just coming up to the line now, we have Shandon, the light blue of Shandon. They are from the marina in Cork. They're not very close by. I'm sure they're no strangers to plenty of regattas out here in Inniscar, or maybe even a training session you wouldn't know. So that's the light blue of Shandon, Shandon, just coming up to the line. Again, these are women's junior 16 doubles. This will be a lot of these girls' first year racing here at the Irish Rowing Championships. A lovely long swing there from that Shandon crew to really get that boat moving. Then we're looking to Atlunkert next. You can see the light blue and the gorgeous red stripe there of Atlunkert. A lovely high rate. That bow woman sitting up nice and tall, making sure she's got some really clean rowing going on, and they are doing very well. As I said, you spend half the race with your blades out of the water, so efficiency is key, even in the double sculls here, women junior 16 doubles, and that's Atlunkert just across the line. And look at this band crew coming in. I have to say they are looking very, very impressive for women's junior 16 double. Women's sculling in Ban is known. You've Hannah Scott there. She's from up the road in Ban, doing very, very well on the international circuit. But look at these junior 16 girls. This is their time trial in the women's junior 16 double. And judging by their technique and the movement of that boat, I'd be keeping an eye on them in the heat and final later. Looking very, very clean coming across the line. And now with about 15-20 strokes to go, it's the Kilmick Simon girls here in the women's junior 16 double. Another bright red one piece with a little stripe of white down the side, and they're looking very, very clean, I have to say. They were overtaken by that band crew, but nonetheless they look to be having an excellent time trial here in the women's junior 16 double. If they can just keep their heads up for the last 10 or 15 strokes, they should put down a very good time for them, and this will be their time trial in this women's junior 16 double. They're doing excellently here, just about to cross the line in about 5 strokes time. And coming in behind them, it's looking like Waterford, the navy and white of Waterford. Some lovely clean rowing there from Waterford, really pushing the boat away. Oh, they just thought that buzzer there was for them, but they've got about 7 strokes to go. That's going to cost them a couple of seconds, but that boat's up and moving nicely again now for the last 3 or 4 strokes. So that is Waterford safely across the line in the women's junior 16 double.
So coming down the course next, we have Kilorglin, and then followed down by Clostig Nod. So in the time trial order, Clostig Nod must have started first. So it means that Kilorglin crew has built up enough speed to pass out the Clostig Nod crew. So no doubt they'll be putting in some massive strokes, putting in some massive watts into this race. Again, it's 2,000 meters. It's hard for some. It's manageable for others. So dealing with these conditions is really important for this race. So we can see the Kilorglin boat from County Kerry just pushing down to the last maybe 10-15 strokes. They're pushing on really well. They look extremely strong. That Clostig Nod, the Jez crew, they look a bit tired compared to Kilorglin, but they're pushing on. They're then followed in by St. Michael's. St. Michael's, of course, a really strong sculling club, a really strong rowing club in general for that. So they're followed in. So it's Kilorglin has just passed the line. No doubt they put in a strong time for the semi-finals later on, followed in by Clostig Nod and St. Michael's. Will St. Michael's catch up to the Clostig Nod before they're at the finish line? At this point, I doubt it, but no doubt St. Michael's will put down a good time later on. So pushing up to the finish line, we have St. Michael's, as they just have 3 or 4 more strokes left to go, pushing on. They're the third last crew to come through the finish line, as we have 2 more left. We have some latecomers. We have Bantry in County Cork and Fermoy on the other side of County Cork. So these 2 Cork crews will be pushing each other on. They're the last 2 to come down the course. So although they might have been drawn somewhere else in the list, they're coming down now. So they're still in for the challenge. So we have Bantry and Fermoy almost level. We have maybe a boat length or 2 in it, but these 2 are fighting each other on. It's always good to have a crew next to you to kind of push you on, so you're not all alone, imagining or guessing how well you're doing. So we can see that Bantry boat just have about half a length on the Fermoy boat, but they're pushing each other on. They're giving each other pressure. They're looking to the left, looking to the right. They're making sure they have that crew in control as Bantry open up a full length upon the Fermoy boat. So Fermoy last year, they are actually the standing winners of the Junior 16 double sculls from last year. So we'll have to hope that they pull something out to try and retain their title. So we can see Bantry looking extremely strong against that Fermoy boat, but Fermoy have now regained half a length upon that Bantry boat, as they have only a few more strokes left to go before the finish line. So will Fermoy catch Bantry? They did not. It was Bantry with about half a length on Fermoy, and that concludes the time trials of the Junior 16 women's double sculls, and concludes the time trials from this morning's session.
that concludes this morning's time trials. Saturday morning time trials are over and done. The women's junior 18 double, the men's junior 18 coxless quad, the men's intersingle, and the women's junior 16 double, all safely down the track. So 18 of those boats from each of those categories will be selected to go through to the heats later on. There is a link on the Rowing Ireland website that has all the live results and the live updates from the time trials, and everyone will be put into lanes for their heats later on. So do keep an eye on that, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes with the first heat of the morning.
Commentary launch test 1 2. Commentary launch test 1 2.
Good morning once again from the tower here for day 2 of the 2025 Irish Rowing Championships. So I'd like to welcome everyone here on site at the National Rowing Centre, and those of you tuning in at home as well. We had a fantastic day of racing yesterday. Some amazing results that we saw. Skibbereen becoming the first club to have over 200 championships, with Jake taking the win in the lightweight single sculls, then coming back and taking the men's senior double sculls. So Skibbereen now on 201 championships overall, a huge achievement for the club. We also saw St. Michael's Jack Rafferty going one better than last year, taking the win in the men's junior scull, and the women's junior pair of Ada and Clodagh retaining their pairs title. And also tribesman Siobhan McCrone retaining the lightweight women's single scull title. Last time she won that was in 2015, so 10 years later she took the win in the lightweight women's single sculls. Methody as well, we saw them win their first championships in 20 years. A fantastic result there in the women's junior single scull. And also one of the highlights, UCC winning the women's intermediate 8 for the first time since 2021. So an amazing day of racing that we had yesterday. Back again, starting off with the time trials that we had. The draws have all been updated, so the heats are now available online for the next series of races starting in just under 10 minutes. We're starting with the women's novice quad, then into the women's junior 18 double, men's junior 18 quad, men's intermediate single, women's junior 16 double, women's intermediate pair, and the men's junior 16-8 to round off this morning's session before a break and coming back for those all-important finals. Agus, Bawathlin, Falcha, Kur, Riv, TG Cahar, Kug, and Unas, Rovik, to Nashunta, Tasulugang, Govil, Lult Fakna, TG Cahar, Ben Tatnaf, us on Regatta. And we hope everyone was tuning in last night to see the highlights that were played on TG Cahar. Great to have them partnering up with us here this weekend. And this evening's highlights will feature the morning of racing, as the highlight show is going to go out at 6:25 tonight on TG Cahar. And hopefully you'll be able to watch back over the weekend as well, just in case you haven't had enough rowing as it is. So just before we start into racing, we want to again thank our event sponsors, Falcha Ireland, our National Tourism Authority, who are supporting the growth and development of tourism in Ireland, helping us showcase our sport and our spectacular surroundings here in Inniscarra and Cork. Cork County Council, a huge supporter of sport and community. Cork County Council continues to champion events like this. As part of their commitment to sustainability, they provided water refill barrels throughout the venue, and we'd encourage you to refill your bottles and reduce single-use plastics. And we want to make sure that we remove any rubbish and leave the area as I found it, as part of the Leave No Trace Cuilcha campaign. So those water refill barrels are stationed just at the entrance to the rowing centre. It's ice cold water filtered. So it's perfect. So make sure you top up your water bottles and stay hydrated today. Photo Island Resort, a 5-star resort in Cork. Photo Island offers luxurious accommodation, world-class golf and spa facilities, and we're proud to welcome them as a partner for Irish rowing once again. And finally, Total Cleaning Supplies, an industry leader in professional cleaning solutions. They're supporting a safe, clean and efficient event environment for all our athletes and spectators. So thank you to the event sponsors, Falcha Ireland, Cork County Council, Photo Island Resort, and Total Cleaning Supplies. To our Rowing Ireland sponsors, Kinetica Sports, trusted name in sports nutrition, supporting athlete performance and recovery, and they're fueling our senior podium winners this weekend. Cuilcha, Ireland's national forestry company dedicated to biodiversity, outdoor recreation and sustainability, supporting a green future for sport. MG Motor, a proud Rowing Ireland vehicle partner, MG brings innovation and performance to the road. Powerhouse Sports, suppliers of high-performance rowing apparel trusted by athletes across Ireland. F4 Energy, a renewable energy provider, helping Rowing Ireland lead the way in environmental responsibility. Swift Racing, global leaders in boat design and technology, supporting both grassroots and elite level Irish rowing. And Rowfit, specialising in rowing equipment and services, particularly for Concept 2 rowing machines, oars and related accessories. They're the Irish agents for Swift racing boats and active tool devices. Rowfit also offers services like oar repair and servicing, and organises the virtual indoor rowing competitions. To our funding partners, Sport Ireland, the national body for sport in Ireland, supporting athlete development and growth of rowing across the country. Sport Northern Ireland, enabling participation and performance through funding and development in Northern Ireland. We thank them for their continued support. Irish Sports Federation, representing and advocating for sport at national level, helping to drive collaboration and progress across all codes. We'd also thank John McMahon of Upshot, who partners with us here for the last number of years. We're really building out the live streaming service that we have, and great that John and his team are back, and all the action that are there with the big screens and the streaming service. And also thanks to Martin Gray of Gray Mobile Media Limited, who's provided the big screen here on site, making sure that no one misses a stroke. Like to thank Kinetica Sports, who are providing lean active protein to all of our senior podium winners, supporting recovery and performance as they step off the water. So for everyone here, as you explore the National Rowing Centre, be sure to visit the on-site vendors offering food, drink and merchandise to keep you fueled in between races. We're also delighted that there's a tuck shop here run by members of local clubs, perfect for grabbing a sweet treat, keep you cool as well. There are plenty of ice cream and ice cold drinks, and their number one sales technique, there is air conditioning up in the main canteen area of the rowing building. So if you do want to take a break from the heat and get the temperature down, pop up to the Green Blades shop. Our merchandise is also open with Irish Rowing Championship hoodies and t-shirts and merchandise as well, and they do tend to sell out quickly, so be sure to get in and get your shopping done early. And just a reminder, perfect rowing conditions this weekend. We want to remind everyone to stay hydrated, make use of the water refill stations, use sun protection throughout the day, and where possible stay in the shade and take advantage of the air conditioning where it is. And with temperatures running high, it's important that we all look after ourselves as well as enjoy the racing. So we mentioned earlier that all the live results, including the race draw and times, will be available on the Rowing Ireland website. Just check out the link that's there for the Irish Rowing Championships 2025. And finally, a huge thank you to all of our championship committee, volunteers, umpires, and all the club organisers. Your dedication is what makes this event happen. So thank you to the committee and volunteers for the time, energy and commitment to rowing in Ireland. So just under 5 minutes to go for the first heats of the day, and we're starting with the women's novice quads. 3-boat race here. Neptune does not start, so we have DULBCB, Queens and UCD. 2 crews to qualify out of the 3 in Heat 1, and then in Heat 2 of the women's novice quad we have University Galway A, Trinity A, University Galway B and Clonmel. 3 of the 4 crews to qualify to give us a 5-boat final, and then we'll have the heats of the crews that raced in the women's junior 18 double coming back on the water, with 2 crews to qualify out of the heats with 6 boats in each of those heats, and then we'll go straight into the men's junior 18 quads. So back shortly, first race of the day, women's novice, Heat 1, women's novice coxed quad. So to take a second to introduce the commentary team that we have. Yesterday out on the water we had Jerry Murphy bringing us all of the action in the catamaran. We're joined today by Alan Ludlow. He's just on his way up to the start now and pick up our first races. Yesterday as well we had Jenny O'Sullivan, Brian O'Callaghan and myself, Brian Richardson and Brian Cliff as well, giving out the commentary from the finish tower up here in the balcony. And today I'm joined again by Brian O'Callaghan and Ella Clark, who did the commentary there in the first few races for the time trials. They're back to bring us through the heats as well. And we're just looking for that first shot of the crew in the women's novice quad to get underway, and we'll check in with Alan. And we have our camera on board as well, so hopefully we'll get some great side-by-side shots of the crews as they're racing down. So just 3 crews racing in the first heat, and they are just away on screen, you can see. So in lane 2 we have DULBC B, so Trinity in lane 2, Queens in lane 3, UCD in lane 4, and also just coming through the start, it's the Queens crew centre the course who are showing a little bit of a lead coming off the start. And again, 2 crews to qualify out of the 3 here, with Neptune does not start, so originally was going to be 4 crews, 3 crews there, and you can see Queen's already up to about half a length, 3/4 of a length ahead on the inside. The UCD crew still overlapping with them, and the Trinity crew just back in 3rd place as well, so they're going to come through the first 200 metres. And they're moving on again, the Queen's crew really moving up into lead now. So for the first time today, we're going to head up to our man on the water and check in with Alan.
Thanks very much, yes, and good morning from the best seat in the house. It's Alan Ludlow here with Owen, the finest launch driver in St. Michael's. And as we watch this first heat of the women's novice quad, it is DULBC, Queen's University, UCD, and there was meant to be a Neptune crew in this, but there was some issues with coxed weigh-in, and that has meant that Neptune do not take the start. So off the start, we see a very strong Queen's performance here so far. They have put the distance between themselves and UCD. Trinity rating much lower. So coming straight off the start, we had Queen's University taking a commanding lead. We have a few launch issues here, so as they move away from us here, they're pushing on to 500 meters. So we're going to have to leave it off here. We're going to have to actually see what you can do from the tower. We'll be back to you ASAP.
Thank you, Alan. So in the middle we have Queen's University Belfast have such a commanding lead over the rest of the crowd. We have a 3-boat race here at the moment. So it's DULBCB, Queen's and UCD, and Queen's have a commanding lead over the UCD crew at the moment, who are in 2nd place. So it's Queen's from UCD from the Trinity B crew. So the Queen's crew from Northern Ireland, Belfast, doing really well. They are pushing on. This is their first year of rowing. These women have started rowing within the last 9 months in September 2024. So they're doing really well. This is their first time at the Irish Championships regatta. So they started rowing 9 months ago. So we can see there's four women in each boat. They all have 2 oars each, so it's a sculling event. They are in a boat with a coxswain who is steering the boats, making sure that there's no steering issues, no issues, that the rowers can only focus on their technique, their power, and their coordination. So still in the middle, it's the Queen's boat in the middle in lane 3, who have a commanding lead over the UCD boat and the DULBCB boat behind them. So just past the 1,000 metre mark, we can see they're halfway through their race. This is 2,000 metres, and in these conditions it's quite challenging. It's very challenging, especially for people who aren't used to them, but they're definitely making do with what they're able. So we can see on the screen at the moment, really nice long angle from that camera. We can see Roos Bridge in the background leading us over to Coachford. So nice overhead shot of the Queen's boat, looking really, really good. You could barely tell they're even novice. They're doing really well. Nice coordination. That coxswain is definitely telling them that you're in the lead. You have it. It is 2 boats to qualify, so only 1 will be dropped. So if they know they're in the top 2, which is fairly certain for UCD and Queen's at the moment, unless there's any major mishaps, they are in those qualifying spots. The Trinity B crew are in a lot of trouble at the moment, but we never know what might happen. With the Senior 4 yesterday, there was a mishap, and anything can change, as we have seen. But at the moment, the Trinity B crew seem to be out of it, but we'll have to see later on. So it's Queen's with about 2 lengths over the UCD novice boat, but at the moment they're coxswains have the ability to tell them you are in the qualifying spot, just take it handy, don't do anything that might cause a mishap in the boat. Nice and long, coordination, strength, everything, just to get this boat down the line. They'll have to go through a final later on too to get a pot. So it's still moving on. Queen still have a commanding lead over the UCD boat, but the UCD boat definitely aren't out of it yet. But if they want to be in contention of first place in this heat, just for the better lane in the final, they will have to put pressure on that Queen's boat. Even though UCD are in the qualifying spot, they will have to race for lanes. So the inner lanes in the middle, lane 3 and 4, they are more comfortable lanes to be in, as the wash won't be as bad from the umpires. So the middle lanes will be occupied by the fastest crews through the heats. So it's still Queens, followed by UCD with the Trinity boat further back behind. They seem to have been lost by the camera, so they're further back. So Queens still have a huge commanding lead over that UCD crew, but they're still not too far out of it. So really nice shot there of all three crews. You can see the Trinity of the black and pink in the background. You can see the Queens of the white and the navy and green, and you can see the light blue of the UCD boat. So Queens still pushing on. They have that control over the UCD boat. You can see them all together. You can see the lovely pink croaker oars of the UCD boat. They're using those nice oars. They are easier for coordination and for the novices. So the Queen's boat on your right and the UCD boat on the left, the Trinity DULBC in the middle, just struggling to keep up with the camera, but they're doing their best. So that Queen's boat, definitely the coxswain will be happy, as we can see them coming towards the enclosure. They're past 500 metres. They can start their sprints. As Queens approach the 500 metre mark, they're almost there. It's a really tough course. 2,000 metres is not an easy challenge. So it's still Queens from UCD. Queens still have the lead, but UCD not out of it yet. They'll want to get that good lane later on, but if they want to get that good lane, they'll have to put pressure on now. So it's still Queens from UCD from DULBCB. So we can see that shot of the Queen's crew. They've brought their stroke rate down lower. Their cox has definitely told them, take it a little bit easy. We have this. We're in commanding lead. We have control of this race. So it's Queens from UCD from DULBCB. So we have Queens who are just approaching 250 metres. They're trailing those two Dublin clubs, those clubs from UCD and Trinity, rival clubs, normally have the colours boat race in March of every year, but it looks like UCD have a massive command over that DULBC crew, but at the B crew, so they still have to race their A crew. So coming up towards the line, we have our Queen's University Belfast Novice Cox Squad. The first heat, we're about to finish up, as we have the leaders of the first heat approaching the line with only 5 or 6 more strokes left to go. They look very comfortable, and they will 100% be in contention for that new cup later on, as the pot for the championship of the Women's Novice Cox Squad will be on later on today. So we see our Queen's crew cross the line, followed by UCD. We have our 2 qualifying spots, and we see, unluckily, our Trinity B crew, as they have about 100 metres left to go, pushing on. They're a little bit further back afield, but they are the B crew, so they're just pushing on, making sure they're not giving up. The coxes are not letting them go. They have to finish. They still look very good, though. Their technique looks good. The conditions are tiring them out a little bit more than the other crews, perhaps, but they are definitely pushing on. They're not giving up. They don't give up for anyone, as that Trinity crew have about 5 more strokes left to go, pushing on. It's a really tough course, especially for the novice crews who aren't used to the conditions in the rowing, as they just push in to conclude the first heat of the Women's Novice Cox Squads.
And next up we have Heat 2 of the women's novice coxed quad. So, 4-boat race. In lane 2, University of Galway A. Lane 3, DULBC A. Lane 4, University of Galway B. And lane 5, Clonmel. So there are 3 boats to qualify from this race, and just as the drone begins to make its way back up to the start, we will soon be getting shots of them coming off the stake boats. So these are women's novice coxed quads. A lot of these women will be rowing for a year or less. They're also in coxed quads, so that means they have a cox sitting in the bow or stern of the boat, making the calls, encouraging them the whole way down the course, trying to keep the cool heads and let them know where they are in the pack. If there's anyone in front or behind they need to be worried about, need to be putting pressure on, anything like that, the coxes will be keeping them informed. They are also, because they're a quad, that means they are sculling, so they all have 2 oars each, making their way down the course. So it's going to be novice quads. Anything can happen. It always does. Novice quads, you never know what might happen. So we're just meeting them up here now with the drone, and it looks like the crew in lane 3, DULBCA, seem to have a bit of a lead on this one. Then I'd be looking at lane 1, University of Galway A. It's looking like, judging off the shots, it's looking like about a length in it. So DULBC leading this one out, followed by University of Galway, then a little bit back to University of Galway B, and a little bit back again to Clonmel. But up at the front, we're looking at DULBC Trinity. They row out of Island Bridge. They're used to some winding courses. I'm sure them coxes will be well used to some tricky courses. But here they are in Inniscarra, straight down the 2-kilometre course. It's looking like bow on stern now between Trinity and University of Galway. As I said before, novice quads, anything can happen. They're rowing less than a year. So DULBC, the Trinity girls, just trying to break that elastic band now between their stern, and University of Galway's bow. It's looking like they've just about crept clear water out on them. I'd say they're nearly at the I'd say they're just gone through the 1K mark, about halfway to go, just coming up to it, should I say. So it's looking like the girls from Trinity, all the way from Island Bridge, seem to be leading this one out. You can see there the 4 boats making their way down the course, followed by that umpire's launch. Lovely conditions here for novice rowing as well. Water isn't too choppy or anything like that, so some lovely clean rowing going on here now from all 4 crews. But we're going to turn our attention back to Trinity again. They have the black and pink and white of DULBC, and I have to say, University of Galway, they're still there. There is a bit of clear water now between Trinity and Galway, but I have to say, Galway are still just trying to put a bit of pressure on them. Their cox will be telling them, this is novice quads, anything can happen. Just keep the pressure on, keep putting them there. Trinity are going to need to have a good day at the office to beat Galway. But having said that, this is only the heats. It's 3 to qualify. Trinity will be looking at the lanes here for the final. Then I'd be possibly looking at that University of Galway crew then for the 3rd place finish. So 3 to qualify here. Final is later on, just before 12 o'clock at 5 to 12. So I'm sure all these girls looking to earn themselves a lane in the final, a nice lane depending on conditions, but also looking to conserve some energy because they have another 2-kilometre race in about 2 hours' time, just over 2 hours' time. But going back up now onto the course, they're gone through the 1-kilometre mark, and it is still the girls from Trinity. You can see there with the drone shot, whether you're here in the regatta enclosure or watching online on the live stream, they've got some lovely technique. No one's panicking in the boat, it looks like. Rates about maybe 28, 30, but not even 30, I'd say, a bit lower. They're conserving energy, but they're tipping the boat along nicely. You can see the puddles of all 4 crews there, just lovely puddles, pushing the boat away the whole way down the course. No need to be worrying at this stage. They're, I'd say, about 750 metres to go now as they start to head down towards the regatta enclosure. You can see that lovely black and pink of DULBC as you're standing here in the enclosure. So it looks like DULBC have just crept out a little bit more clear water on University of Galway, and then a bit more clear water back to University of Galway B there in lane 4. So if it looks like, now with 750 metres to go, anything could change, but at the moment it's looking like we're going to have 2 Galway crews in the final of the women's novice coxed quads. So they're just coming in now with about maybe 600 meters to go. They're going to be coming up to the 500 meter mark, or the 1500 meter mark in a couple of strokes. So when they see this, the coxes should be letting them know, girls, you were very nearly there. Just let's keep the cool heads and let's bring this one into the finish. So here, Trinity, the ladies from Island Bridge seem to really be extending that lead over University of Galway A there on the far shore. I'm sure crews will be thinking, look, we're safely into this final now. Let's conserve a bit of energy and see what we can do later on in the final. University College Cork won this event last year, but don't have an entry this year, so there is definitely an opening there later on in the final. But you can see here now from this lovely drone shot, Trinity, DULBC, really extending their lead house. Some classic rowing, lovely shots there of the background of Inniscarra, lovely green hills, and some lovely weather here today. I'm sure those ladies out on the water will definitely know there's a little bit of heat creeping in now. It is about 9:30, 20 to 10, so starting to warm up. But let's turn our attention back to these women's novice quads. They're coming into the finish now. We're talking about 250 meters to go, maybe about 300. And it is the girls from DULBC which are leading this one out. You can see their rate has come down lovely and low there now. They're just conserving energy. Let's just look at our lovely technique as we arrive into the finish here of our heat of the women's novice coxed quads. Then turning our attention back to University of Galway A, there on the far side of the regatta enclosure, just to the left of your screen, you can see their bow there. Also having taken the rate down a little bit just to conserve a bit of energy. The field is quite spread out now here at the moment, women's novice quads. Sometimes that can happen, but who knows what the final will be like in just over 2 hours' time. And then turning our attention to University of Galway B, who are just back there in the third place. So it's looking like that's going to be your 1, 2, 3 as we come into the last 150 metres. Again, field is quite spread out, but there's no denying it that the DULBC crew, Trinity, all the way from Island Bridge in Dublin, will win this heat. It'll be interesting to see what they can do in the final later on. So women's novice rowing, they're rowing less than a year, and they're able to come down here now to their national championships in Inniscarra and put on a lovely display of rowing in the heats. So that is the black, pink and white of DULBC Trinity ladies just coming into the line, and they will finish out their heat of the women's novice coxed quads now in about 5 or 6 strokes. They will be followed shortly by University of Galway A, all the way from the Corrib in County Galway. They are going to cross the line again at a nice low rate as second in this heat of the women's novice quads. And they're going to be joined by their other novice crew. They're from lane 4. And then with a couple of strokes to go, then Clonmel will cross the line in 4th place and unfortunately won't qualify for the final later on. So again, women's novice rowing, you never know, anything could happen. So I'd be tuning into that final later on at 11:55, and you will see a grand display of rowing from all crews later on. So from this heat, it was DULBC in first, University of Galway A second, and University of Galway B third for the second heat of the women's novice coxed quads, and that is Clonmel just coming into the line. They were the only crew who were not from university racing here, this women's novice coxed quad. So great to see some other clubs racing here as well. So that's going to finish out the women's novice coxed quad second heat.
Okay, so next up we have the first heat of the women's junior 18 double sculls. There will be 18 boats racing in this category. These 18 crews had to qualify through the time trials this morning. So in the first heat we have in lane 1 Cumán Ravíocht to Closh na Curba A, in lane 2 Waterford, lane 3 Methodist, lane 4 Athlone, lane 5 Shannon A, and lane 6 Lee Valley. Now these heats are made up of a matrix, so the fastest two crews are put in the middle, and then it'll be the next in lane 2 and 5, and then the slowest through to this certain heat in lane 1 and 6. So you can see the lovely chevron shape in the middle as these crews all come down towards their final sprint. They're all past the 500 meter mark, but no doubt the crews from Methodist and Athlone, really strong crews, both have massive international pedigree. Athlone last year, the reigning champions. Methodist, the boat with Sophia Young, yesterday's junior 18 single scull winner. But at the moment, it's looking like Methodist have that edge above the Athlone boat. It's only a length in it, but it's 2 boats to qualify from this heat, so unfortunately 4 will be dropped. So it's looking like the 2 crews in lane 3 and 4, Methodist and Athlone, have the edge over the rest of the field. So Methodist with Sophia Young stroking that boat, followed by Athlone with Sarah Rocket and Anna O'Grady. But it looks like Methodist have that length and a half over Athlone. They're not letting it go. They have to make sure they get a good time for the middle lanes later on. Those middle lanes are essential for good times as they are less affected by the wash and the waves. So Methodist on focus on the camera at the moment with the navy and white blades, really strong in that Stampley boat, followed by the girls from Athlone, and then Waterford trailing behind. But it looks like Waterford are a little bit too much under pressure to make it to the final later on. It's only 2 to go through, so we'll have to see what happens. But it looks like it's Athlone and Methodist who are in the lead. Methodist about to finish off the semi-final as they pull in. So it's Methodist 1, followed by Athlone in 2, and unluckily Waterford pulling into 3rd place as they narrowly miss out on that qualifying spot. So they're followed by Waterford, Shannon A, Lee Valley, and Cumanra Victor Closh na Curba. So as we finish up that time trial, heat, we can see the Lee Valley boat just pulling in towards the heat. The girls are used to the conditions, but unfortunately it wasn't to be today. So that concludes the first heat of the women's junior 18 double sculls.
And coming hot on their heels is the second heat of the women's junior 18 double. In lane 1, Muckross C, lane 2, Sligo A, lane 3, Skibbereen, lane 4, Castleconnell A, lane 5, Garda, and lane 6, Muckross B. So as the drone just makes their way up, they're definitely through the 1 kilometre mark. They're just, I'd say, about 750 metres to go. Again, these are women's junior 18 women's junior 18 double sculls, a very hotly contested category. And I'd be looking at the crew from Skibbereen out in lane 3. They seem to be leading this one out, 2 to qualify. So this is going to be a tight race. Then I'd be looking over at Castleconnell A with McNamara there in that boat. She's heading to the coupe later on. Fowler from Skibbereen, she's also heading to the coupe. And Aoife Hendy there also in that Skibbereen boat. She got 2nd place finish in that women's junior 18 scull yesterday. So is she looking to improve that in the double today? Is she looking to go one better later on in the final? But in this heat of the women's junior 18 double, at the moment they're approaching 500 metres to go. It's looking like Skibbereen in 1, then I'd be looking at Castleconnell in 2. Then out there on the far side, maybe Sligo A in 3, close behind them then Garda I'd be putting as number 4. But coming up to the line, you can see here they're just gone through 500 metres. They're maybe thinking, should I be conserving some energy? This is a heat. If we're safely in 2nd, could we take it down? But I'd say now that they're being put under a little bit of pressure by Castleconnell, and Sligo also keeping Castleconnell good and honest there in this 4th and final 500 metres of this 2nd heat. So with about 400 metres to go, it looks like Skibbereen seem to be leading this one out. The white and red of Skibbereen, absolutely no stranger to success in that club there in West Cork. And this is their junior 18 women's double, powering their way down. Also looking at Castleconnell, also a lot of red going on in this race here. And Castleconnell A seem to be holding on to that 2nd place, holding off the Sligo and Garda surge. But they've got about 250 metres to go as they come into the closing stages. You can see there up on screen, it's Fowler and Hendy of Skibbereen seem to be leading this one out. Rate has come down slightly. They know they've got a final later on at 11:15 if all goes to plan here. So they're just trying to breeze this one in here. They've, I'd say, got 2 to 3 boat lengths of clear water making this one in. Then we're looking back at Castleconnell A. They look like they're going to take that second place finish. Not without pressure from Sligo and Garda there in the slightly outer lanes for the 3rd and 4th place. But by the looks of it, with about 10 strokes to go, it's Skibbereen taking it into the line, and they're going to qualify for the final later on. And it's looking like Castleconnell also going to qualify for that final later on. Some big international names in this race, but good race going on there between Sligo and Garda for the 3rd, 4th place position, just to see can they put some pressure on Castleconnell. But I think that surge might have been a little too late, because Skibbereen have just crossed the line in first, and that's going to be followed by Castleconnell. Looking like Sligo going to come across in third, and that'll be followed by Garda. And then we're going back to the 2 Muckross crews, Muckross B and Muckross C. So that's going to finish out the second heat of the women's junior 18 double, and we'll have the next heat on its way down very shortly.
On screen we can see the stake boats. This is where the rowers doing the heats they will be taking off from, so they have to line up in those stake boats to make sure there's no problems getting onto the stake boats. So there will be a person sitting in the heat just holding onto the boats, making sure that they're all straight, making sure that all boats take off without any issues. So on the screen we can see the results from the women's novice coxed quads from earlier on. You can see DULBCA with a commanding lead over the rest of the field in the second heat. So moving on to the third heat of the women's junior 18 double sculls. We have in lane 1 Neptune B, lane 2 Calorglan A, lane 3 Muckross A, lane 4 Lee, lane 5 Neptune A, and lane 6 Commercial A, who have been scratched. So it's a 5 boat race for 2 to get through to the final later on. So in the 2 middle lanes, as you can see Lee's leading it out, followed by Muckross. Muckross have done very well to get 3 crews into the top 18 today. They're just being a little bit beaten by Lee, who have a half a length on that Muckross crew. In lane 2 as well, Calorglan not out of it yet either. It's a 3 boat race for 2 qualifying spots. So it's between Lee, Muckross and Calorglan. They're your 0, 1, 2 and 3. But Lee, that striking red colour from the Marina in Cork City, still pushing it on. They're doing really well, just not letting that Muckross crew catch up to them. They're still competing for lanes even though they're in the top 2. That Muckross crew in the canary yellow doing really well. So it's Muckross and Lee, the red versus the yellows, followed by the blues of Calorglan, who are just a length behind. They're going to have to start working if they want to make it through to that final. They're under a bit of pressure as they come towards the last 250 metres. So Lee and Muckross, really hard challenge between them, but it looks like Lee have that upper hand. So Lee followed by Muckross, followed by Calorglan, Neptune closest to us, and then the other Neptune crew on the far side. So the 2 Neptune crews look like they'll be out of it, and Calorglan might be a little bit too unlucky this time. So it's Lee followed by Muckross, really close between them. And we will go to the sprint at the end, but Lee have the upper hand. So it's Lee followed by Muckross, who are just narrowly beating Calorglan to knock them out of this, followed by the 2 Neptune crews. This is a very close heat, but it looks like coming towards the finish line, it's going to be Lee who have the upper hand against Muckross with about half a length. So our 2 qualifying spots will go to Lee and Muckross, with the 2 Neptune crews and Calorglan knocked out, which concludes the semi-finals of our Junior 18 Double Sculls heats.
Next up, coming hot on their heels, is the first heat of the men's junior 18 coxless quad. In lane 1, we have Blackrock. Lane 2, Commercial A. Lane 3, Cappoquin, lane 4 Muckross A, lane 5 Neptune, and lane 6 C or CCB. So they are well into this race. We're talking about 750 metres to go, and it's looking like the crew from lane 3 Cappoquin, they seem to be leading this one out. Then I'd be looking over at Muckross A there for that second spot, and you could throw a blanket across there, those 3rd, 4th and 5th place, looking at Commercial A, Neptune and C or CCB. And actually I'm going to include Blackrock in that, very close there. But up at the front, we're going to look at our front runners. We're looking at Cappoquin, Michael McGrath and Billy Murphy there, international athletes, no stranger to a fast race down the course. And that Muckross boat, you have Fahy and Scannell there, also heading to the Coupe later on this year. But coming down to the line with about, I'm going to say 500 to go, is Cappoquin and Muckross, the navy and the yellow. They are racing this one out here. Again, this is only heats. I'd be really looking at this final later on at 11:45. Some of the best men's junior sculling this island has to offer. And coming down to the line with about 300 to go, we're looking at Cappoquin. Some really clean sculling. I'm going to say that rate has come down a little bit. Still nice and high. Still chipping that boat along very, very nicely. But they're just thinking, will we conserve energy, or will we just make sure we're going to go for the middle lane here in the final if we can nab it? But they are doing very, very well. Then looking over across at Muckross A, also rowing extremely well. Lovely clean catch. And the canary yellow, it's very, very hard to miss coming down here. Little bit of pressure there coming from the far side of Cappoquin as we look at Commercial A. Little bit of pressure there on Muckross, but up at the front without any doubt, I'm going to say it's Cappoquin in this first heat of the men's junior 18 coxed squads. Let me tell you, there's a lot more people standing in front of me now. The crowds are starting to gather. This is only the heats. What's it going to be like for the finals? But here we go. It's Cappoquin coming down to the line, looking very smooth. The rate has come down. Bit of pressure there from Commercial on Muckross. See, can they just try time it right for the second place? But I think it's just too little, too late. And as they come down to the line, the finisher is just about to sound that horn. Cappoquin have crossed the line just ahead of Muckross, and then about a length and a quarter back to Commercial. And then we're going to be followed by Blackrock, Neptune and C or CCB across the line then in a couple of strokes. So that is your first heat of the men's junior 18 coxless quads, and we'll have the second heat coming down very quick.
So as we wait for the second heat of the men's junior 18 coxed squad to come down, we can see the third heat getting ready to go on the screens. We can see that lovely shot up at the stake boat. That stake boat was actually taken from the London 2012 Olympics. So a really cool fun fact for you there. So really good conditions for everyone racing down. There's a slight tailwind and the nice warm conditions. It's just under 20 degrees at the moment. It's going to be a hot one today, but at the moment it's still ranching up a small bit. So we can see the next crew's coming down. They're past the 1K. They've halfway done, halfway to go. And we can see in the middle lanes, as expected, the chevron, the lovely chevron shape, but really making a showing. We have in lane number 3, St. Michael's A. So in lane 1 we have New Ross, lane 2 Cork A, lane 3 Methodist A, lane 4 Clonmel A, lane 5 CRCC A, and lane 6 Commercial B. So apologies, it is apologies, mixed up the order there. So it's in lane 1 it's New Ross, lane 2 Cork A, lane 3 Methodist A, lane 4 Clonmel A, lane 5 CRCC A, and lane 6 Commercial B. So leading out the moment it's Methodist A with a commanding lead over the rest of the crowd. Again, as said earlier, they have some international pedigree in this boat. For example, we have Harry McCartney, who has represented Ireland in the home internationals, also going to the World Championships in the men's quad, along with with Daniel Crozier, who went to the Europeans this year, and also will be going to the Worlds in the men's 4. So Methodist leading it out, but they're being followed by the crew from Clonmel, who have Rory Keeley in that boat, selected to represent Ireland at the home internationals this year on the junior men's sculling team. He is the brother of Donncha Keeley, who won a gold medal in the World Championships last year in the men's lightweight doubles, so some massive pedigree in that family for rowing. But they are being beaten by Methodist, who are just leading out that Clonmel crew. So it is Methodist from Clonmel. They are 1 and 2, the 2 qualifying spots. The Clonmel have about half a length off of Methodist, but they still have contact. They're putting pressure on as they reach 250 metres left to go. It's really tough. This is hard conditions. They're not the easiest, but Clonmel still doing well to keep up to that Methodist boat. The Clonmel in their nice and blue and white A-Links boat. They're really showing off the rest of the crowd. The rest of the crowd have to do some work if they want to put on some pressure. But we can see the Cork Boat Club crew putting pressure on Neptune. So Neptune and Cork are fighting for that 3rd spot, but unfortunately we need to be in the 1st and 2nd to qualify through. So it's Methodist from Clonmel, from Cork, from Neptune. So we can see on the board the upshot of Methodist, really close upshot. They have nice slick rowing, but they're being followed by Clonmel, who are up on their heels. Clonmel are overrating that Methodist crew, but it's going to come down to the wire in this final finish. But these crews neck and neck at the moment. It's Methodist from Clonmel. These will be the 2 qualifying spots. The rest of the field will have left it too late. As they are about to cross the finish line, we have the rest of the crews. So it's Methodist followed by Clonmel, then Neptune and Cork Boat Club. As the rest of the crews follow the leaders, we move on to the 3rd heat of the men's coxed quads.
And next up, we have the 3rd heat of the men's junior 18 coxless quad. It's actually a 7-boat race, this one. So in lane 1, we have Athlone. Lane 2, Methodist B. Lane 3, St. Michael's A. Lane 4, Lee Valley. Lane 5, Killorglin. Lane 6, Muckross B. And lane 7, St. Michael's B. So there was a dead heat going on there in the time trials. So the regatta committee decided there we'll go with lane 7, St. Michael's B. And as they're just gone through the 1 kilometre mark, it looks like the crew, I'm going to say from St. Michael's, seem to be leading this one out. And then it's pretty close then with Lee Valley, and I'd be looking over at Killorglin there, also in lane 5 for the 1, 2, 3. Again, 2 to qualify here in this 3rd heat of the men's junior 18 coxless quads. So they're just gone through that 1 kilometre mark. That means they're halfway down the course in their heat of this men's quad. And I'm looking at St. Michael's, very strong crew. We have Jack Rafferty and Evan O'Byrne, no stranger to international competition, and I'm sure this 2 kilometre course will prove them no bother. So again, a reminder, all these quads went through time trials this morning. So this is their second 2 kilometre race of the morning, and it is only 10 o'clock. And if they manage to finish first or second here, they're going into a final later on, and that will be their third 2 kilometre race of the morning. But going back to this race, that lovely drone shot there, we are looking at St. Michael's. They seem to be leading this one out, followed closely by Lee Valley. We're talking maybe a quarter of a length of Clearwater back to Lee Valley, and then I'm looking over at Methodist. They're out on the far side, closest to the camera. That's your 1, 2, 3, but St. Michael's, they seem to be leading this one out. Big names in that boat again. They're no stranger here down in Escara for the Irish Rowing Championships. So they are just coming up to the 500 metre mark Their legs going to be burning, lungs are going to be screaming, but that's no bother to these. As you can see, St. Michael's have taken down the rate a little bit there now. They know they've got another one of these races hopefully coming in a couple of hours' time, so just going to try control this race. They can see all of their opponents. If anyone decides to make a move, they plan on being in control and being able to respond. Then we're looking at Lee Valley, look like they're going to hold on to that second place if all goes to plan. And then we're looking over closest to the camera, I'm looking at Killorglin. Excuse me, I called them Methodist earlier. It's looking like Killorglin. So St. Michael's A, they seem to be leading this one out. You can see the blue and gold of St. Michael's. Lovely low rate. Jack Rafferty setting there in the stroke seat. Won the junior sculls yesterday, so let's see what we can do in the quads today. They come into the final 250 metres. St. Michael's just look like we're in control of this race and we're not going to let anyone touch us. So as they come down to the final 200 metres, I'd be looking at Lee Valley then for the second place. Not forgetting about Killorglin here near to the regatta enclosure, seem to be putting on a bit of a push. And then Methodist there on the far side from the enclosure. That seems to be your 1, 2, 3, 4. Then across to Athlone. Then I'd be looking at the Muckross B and St. Michael's B there as well. But coming up to the line, in control of this race, is the St. Michael's A crew. As I said earlier, the final later on is at 11:45, so I'd be keeping an eye on them for that race. Then we're looking at Lee Valley coming in second. They're rating slightly higher. Good race for third and fourth going on there between Killorglin and Methodist. This will more than likely be the end of their Junior 18 coxed quad campaign for this championships. But coming up to the line, it is St. Michael's A. They have crossed the line there in first, and that's looking like it's going to be followed by Lee Valley. That's Killorglin there and going to grab that third place finish, followed by Methodist. And then it looks like that crew from St. Michael's and Muckross then are going to cross the line, and Athlone are across as well. So that's going to be our third and final heat of the men's junior 18 coxless quads. So we'll have to check up on official results, but it looked like from here was Cappoquin, Muckross A, Methodist A, Clonmel A, St. Michael's A and Lee Valley into the final of the men's junior 18 coxless quads.
So we can see on screen the results of the second heat of the men's junior 18 cox's quad. We see Cappoquin putting down an absolute stormer of a time at 6:51.6 seconds. So it'll be Cappoquin and Muckross A through from that heat. Really well done to them. It was a hard battle between those six boats. These conditions are difficult to deal with, but these crews are not letting it stop them. As we can see, the camera with a long shot. You can see Roof's Bridge in the background of the next heat. So the next category we have is the first heat of the men's intermediate single sculls. These crews had to go through time trials to get through to the top 18. So there will be some amazing racing in these three heats. So in the first heat we have in lane 1 Neptune Giles, lane 2 Commercial Flynn, lane 3 University of Galway Megan, lane 4 Neptune O'Connor, lane 5 Ring Sullivan, and lane 6 Lee Murphy. And at the moment in lane 4, Neptune O'Connor, last year's reigning champion, in the lead, doing really well. He's pushing it on. We can see that lovely chevron shape of the boats. We can see the boats in the middle and the closest to us, and the boats on the outside further away. So that lovely triangle shape as O'Connor of Neptune pulls away from the rest of the crowd. He pulls ahead of second place Megan of University of Galway, as I said earlier, with lots of international experience. Zach Megan, he rode for the Worlds, the Homes, the Coupe. He's done everything. So at the moment, our 1-2 is Neptune and University of Galway. Closely followed in by third place, we have Commercial Flynn and Sullivan of Ring. battling it out for that third spot. Unfortunately, only 2 places are available for the final in the men's intermediate single scull, and it's still O'Connor of Neptune leading it out as they come past the 500 meter mark. They'll be starting their sprints. Apologies, they'll be coming up to the 500 meter mark soon, but they'll be in the hardest part of their race, the lactic acid in the legs, it's really burning, but they have to keep going. They want to put in the best time possible to get into the good lanes and to get through to the final later on. The fastest times will get through to the middle lanes, as there will be no interference with any wash or any umpires, and the slower boats that make it through to the final will be in lanes 1 and 6, the outside lanes. So as they come towards the 500 meter mark, it's still O'Connor of Neptune leading, followed by Megan of the University of Galway, and Ring Sullivan and Commercial Flynn trailing behind in third and fourth. But still, it's the 2-boat race between O'Sullivan and Megan of Galway and Neptune. But at the moment, O'Connor of Neptune really in control of this race. He has full control of Megan of University of Galway, even though they're both in qualifying spots. That camera shot shows they look level, but you can see the distance between them. You can see at the moment the ring sculler fighting the Cork Boat Club sculler for that third spot, but unfortunately third will not do in this heat. So you can see that long shot there of Neptune. He has full dominant control. He has about four lengths over the sculler from University of Galway, so he's brought his stroke rate right down. It's a really comfortable thought knowing you have this much control in that race. So it's O'Connor of Neptune, followed by University of Galway Megan, who has also brought his stroke rate right down. Those two know they're in 2 qualifying spots, and it's up to Brady. It's up to Commercial Flynn and Sullivan of Ring to bring that rate up and challenge them. But unfortunately, as they pass the 250 meter mark, there's not much more they can do. They have to just bite the bullet, just try and push as much as they can, see if they can make up that water. But unfortunately, they with their sprinting, it might make up too little too late, as O'Connor of Neptune, he comes towards the 250 meter mark. He is pushing it on. You can see he's taking nice longer but slower strokes. He's pushing on stronger. However, you can see Megan of University of Galway behind him, a couple of strokes behind, who has also slowed his pace. But the Commercial and Ring scullers are speeding up. They're bringing their stroke rate right up. They are almost dead level, Ring and Commercial. But unfortunately, it might have been left too little too late. As we close up on O'Connor of Neptune, looking very strong. You can see his iconic hat, really really important to him as part of his race, clearly. So it's O'Connor of Neptune, followed by Megan of University of Galway. Looks like Sullivan of Ring has just creeped into third place, but third place will not do in this race. So O'Connor of Neptune still leading it out with maybe about 5 strokes left to go as he pulls through, followed by Megan of University of Galway. They are the 1 and 2. They will be going through to the final later on of the men's intermediate single sculls. Unfortunately, we have Sullivan of Ring and Flynn of Commercial, who have just narrowly missed out on that final, but did really well to get to the semi-finals. We also have Giles of Neptune and Murphy of Lee to finish out the semi-final, but that is the first heat.
So second heat is already halfway down the course, and we're going to head straight up to Alan, who hopefully will be able to keep up with the speed of the men's intermediate scull Heat 2.
Thanks, Sarah. Yes, so it's all action here, and it's Gillick out the front for Neptune at the moment, closely followed by Commercial, McKnight and Ross Chew from UCD. So it's the centre lane 2, 3 and 4 that are having all the action here. Slightly off the back there is Gillick again from Neptune, Athlone and Ban. So the real action for those 2 qualifying spots is up the front. Neptune Gillick looks comfortable at the minute, in control, striding away as they head towards 1500. Big battle here, I would say, for between UCD and Commercial. That'll be where the action will be for this race. Gillick looking very comfortable. Gillick last year's champion, of course. Gillick, who only qualified second actually in the time trial. Megan from University of Galway had 8 seconds over Gillick in the time trial. let's see how that plays out in the final. Gillick looking very comfortable, probably in control. If anything, at this stage, I would say Commercial McKnight is probably vying for that second place. Looking across there and seeing Ross Chew from UCD, I'd say the Commercial Sculler probably has enough in the tank to secure that second place. Out in front, as I said, Gillick from Neptune. Bit of a distance then back to the other scullers as we look back down the course. The other three scullers, great battle among the other three scullers. That's Shaw from Ban, Gillick again from Neptune, and Hannon from Athlone. But they are well out the back now, and there is a distance between themselves and the other three scullers. So at the moment, as they lead out through 1500, it is Gillick as they push away from us and into the view of the enclosure. Gillick in the centre lane, having got second in the qualifier from Megan. Looking very in control now as he winds down that rate. The other two are going to have to battle. I see the UCD sculler now looking over his left shoulder to that Commercial sculler McKnight, and he is going to have to lift, and he's going to have to lift now. So this is where the real battle is, that battle for second place and that second spot that'll bring them through to the final. Gillick looks very comfortable, as we saw yesterday. One bad stroke among 200 or 250 strokes can ruin your entire race, but not looking like that so far. Gillick, he's put in years of effort, months of hard work to get him to where he is today, and he is leading this heat home, this semi-final of the men's intermediate single scull. As they push away from us, I would say that UCD are starting to put a bit of a challenge. It's going to be the real deal now with that fight for second spot. As we hand it back over to the tower, as they move away from us, it's Gillick in charge, and a real battle for second place between Commercial McKnight and UCD Ross Chow. Over to the tower.
Thank you very much, Alan. And coming into the enclosure is the second heat of the men's intermediate single, and it's looking like Gillick from Neptune seems to be leading this one out. You can see his rate has dropped a little bit, but let's look at this fight for second place. There's only two to qualify in this heat. It's UCD Ross Chew and Commercial McKnight. I'm gonna give the edge to Commercial McKnight. So far, he has led UCD Chew, but a little bit of a challenge coming from UCD there. But I think Commercial may have just edged out. I'm gonna say a length there in the last 10 to 15 strokes. But up at the front, we're going back to Gillick of Neptune. He has really taken that rate down, and he is gliding it into the finish here. He's just got clear water on the Commercial sculler, and all going to plan in the next 5 strokes. He's going to cross the line, and he's going to win his heat of the men's intermediate single. And that's going to be followed by Commercial McKnight. He was going to cross the line in second. They're going to be your 1-2 who go forward to the final, and then you're looking at UCD Ross Chew. And a little bit back then to our other Neptune Gillick sculler, followed by Ban there on the far side and Hannon. And they will cross the line in a couple of strokes. And that will be your second heat of the men's intermediate single. So as I said, the final later on is at 12:05. I'd be watching that one if I were you, whether you're on the live stream or down here in the regatta enclosure. Men's intermediate single. That's your second heat, all safely down the course. And we'll go back up the course in a couple of minutes to this third and final heat of the men's intermediate single.
So next we move on to the third heat of the men's intermediate single sculls. In lane 1 we have Commercial O'Donovan, lane 2 Cork Brady, lane 3 UL O'Donovan, lane 4 DUBC Tynan, lane 5 New Ross Moylan, and lane 6 Neptune Malone. Over to you, Alan.
Yeah, thanks, Tara. And the form book has been thrown out the window here because as they pass us here in the middle of the course, I see Brady from Cork in lane 2. He would have had one of the slower qualifying times, but he is 2 lengths up on the DUBC Tynan sculler from Trinity. And then it's across to Malone of Neptune, who was the 18th qualifier, would you believe, qualified by 1.6 seconds. big distance now between the course as it spreads away from us. But as they push on, I see the UL Sculler now pushing back into third spot. So there again looks like a battle for that second spot. But again, we're probably early days here, middle of the course. But out in front is Brady from Cork, as you can see there. If you're looking at this on screen, it's the right hand side of screen in that lane too. Commercial Sculler slightly off the back. Commercial Sculler O'Donovan. So we have also UL O'Donovan now is putting a push on Tynan. So lane 3 and 4, they would have had the better qualifying times. UL O'Donovan in lane 3 and Trinity's Tynan in lane 4. So they are battling neck and neck together now through the middle of the course for that second spot. But out in front, again, Brady from Cork would have been kind of well down to get the 2 lane, would have been kind of well down the order. Certainly not one of the quickest 6 scullers, but is belying all that today because he has gone out of the traps hard and he is leading this from the front. As I look there, Tynan has put a push on the UL Sculler, so O'Donovan from UL in that third spot is going to have to react now. Tynan from Trinity, I see little bit laboured, little bit hunched over. Certainly the UL Sculler is sculling a bit prettier, and maybe he's putting an inch of stroke through. This is a real battle. He could be putting an inch or two up against that Trinity Sculler. I think this is going to be a huge battle for that second spot. They've gone through at about 500 left, and as they approach the tower, you can see on the right hand side of your screen, or the furthest away from the enclosure, it's Brady from Cork who's doing all the hard work. He's led from the off and he seems to be holding that down. Now he is looking fatigued. He's taken down the race. Whether that is a matter of strategy or a matter of fatigue, God only knows, but we'll find out soon enough. They're pushing away from us now. UL have to react to Tynan for that second spot. Only 2 spots in the final. Moving up on the outside is Malone, the 18th qualifier from Neptune, but I think it's too little too late for that. Tynan still holds that lead. We're going to hand this over to the tower, but as they move away from us, it's Cork in the lead. Tynan from Trinity and O'Donovan from UL. 2 to go through. Over to the tower.
Thank you, Alan. So we have Brady of Cork doing really well in that lane 2. He was not the fastest qualifier through this heat, but definitely he's the fastest coming through the enclosure, followed by Tynan of DUBC Trinity. That looks like O'Donovan from UL is under a lot of pressure. He was on the fastest through to this heat, but unfortunately it does not look like it's going his way. So Brady of Cork, followed by Tynan of DUBC, followed by O'Donovan of UL. Has UL left it too late? It looks like he has. They only have 100 metres left to go. Brady of Cork Boat Club being sent to stage. He's looking pretty good. He has control over this race, but he cannot give up. So Brady of Cork Boat Club, followed by Tynan of DUBC, followed by O'Donovan of UL as they approach the finish line. It's going to be really close, but it looks like Brady of Cork securing that first spot, followed by Tynan of DUBC and O'Donovan of UL narrowly missing out on that qualifying spot. So upsetting to be one of the fastest qualifiers through and not making it through to the final. Unfortunately, that happens. So we see the rest of the scullers, Commercial, New Ross and Neptune making their way in. So that concludes the third heat of the men's intermediate single sculls. As we await official results, our qualifiers at the moment look like University of Galway Meagan, Neptune O'Connor, Neptune Gillick, Commercial McKnight, Cork Brady and DUBC Tynan.
Just after leaving the stake boats is the first heat of the women's Junior 16 double scull. In lane 1, Art Lunkert. In lane 2, Neptune A. Lane 3, Ban A. Lane 4, Carrick. Lane 5, Athlone. And lane 6, Commercial B. So from where I'm standing, they look like they're just gone through the 500 metre mark. Still a good bit to go. Again, these are women's junior 16 doubles. This is more than likely a lot of these girls' first time racing here at the Irish Rowing Championships over the 2 kilometre course. There is no doubt about it. It is a long haul down 2 kilometres. And this will be these young girls' second 2 kilometre race of the morning. And it is only about 10:30. And if all goes to plan, they might have another one when the final is coming up later on in the morning, and we're looking at 12:15 for the women's junior 16 double final. So stay tuned over the next 10 to 15 minutes, and we'll see who's going to be lining up on those stake boats at 12:15 for the final of the women's junior 16 double. But we're going to come back here now to the heats. And as I was saying, young girls, this is a lot of their first times probably racing here at the Irish Rowing Championships. And they're just coming up to the 1 kilometre mark. I'm going to possibly give the edge to Ban, I'd say. But now as we start to progress down the course, just approaching the 1k mark, we're just going to hand off now to Alan up in the cat on the water. Over to you, Alan.
Yeah, thanks, Tower. And it's 9:50 gone, or probably about 900 for the athletes on the water. And it's Ban in lane 3 in this women's junior 16 double scull. The 34 squad started out at the time trial at 8:30 this morning with the final at 12:15. 3 heats, 2,000 metres is a lot to ask of anybody, let alone junior 16s, but the real deal has come through. This band crew had a storming time trial, and they are streets ahead. They have, I would say, 4 lengths, if not more, over the next rivals of Carrick, Athlone and Neptune. So those 3 with Commercial slightly further off the back and at Lunkard, but the real battle is for that second spot. Carrick pushing through. They're gone through 1,000 metres, and it is Ban rowing very sweet, very together, and they're in control. Call from the Neptune double scull there to up the rate, and they are pushing through 1,000 metres. Do they go defensive? Do they throw their plan out the window in order to secure that second spot? Bow looks in the Neptune boat, looks across, sees that Carrick crew, sees that Athlone crew, and they are neck and neck as they push on. We're just beside the Atlunkard crew now, who are a few lengths off and a few lengths behind that Commercial B crew. So as we pick it up there is about 7:50 to go, and that band crew are cruising. They are cruising into the final. They are looking very strong and very together. They don't have to react. It's a real battle here for that second spot. So we focus on the race for second. That is 3 boats and 1 to qualify out of those 3. So barring any disaster for Ban, and it's hard to see it because they are rowing so sweetly, they are going to storm their way into the final here at 12:15 today. But it's Neptune and Carrick and Athlone that are battling for that second spot. They are looking across. Bow in the Carrick boat looks left, looked right. She is the best position. She can see she's had a bit of a head throw there. Fatigue is starting to set in. The Athlone Bow, she looks across there. She's very hunched over. The fatigue is really setting in. Like, this is their second race. They've got nearly 3,500 metres rowed this morning before people have even got up and had their breakfast. But amazing stuff from these junior 16s in this double scull. The band crew, so much in charge. Can't wait to see them in the final, and hopefully someone can put it up to them, because they are streets ahead in this semi-final. But the serious battle between Neptune, Carrick and Athlone, everybody's looking at each other. It's so hard not to. So many coaches say, keep your head in the boat. Keep your head in the boat, just row your own race. But they are distracted every which way, because they know the stakes that are on the line. Pushing through now with about 300 to go for the band crew. They are so much in control. They are streets ahead. But one of these 3 crews in second, third and fourth are going through, and it's hard to say of anything at the minute. In the centre lane there, number 4 in lane 4, the Carrick crew, but right on their shoulder is the Athlone crew, and then further away from the enclosure side is the Neptune crew. This one is going to go all the way to the wire. Further back then we have that Commercial crew, and then back to Atlunkard. But it's all action here now. The best seat in the house. Myself and Anouk, we are loving this racing. So beautiful sunny conditions. little bit of a breeze picking up, but back to this battle for that second spot. Ban in command, so much in control now. It is beautiful to watch this Junior 16 scullers. If they're like this when they're Junior 16, what will they be J18 and senior? Fantastic sculling there. We're going to let this one go to the tower, but as they move away from us, it's Ban with a commanding lead. But that real battle for that second spot between Carrick, Athlone and Neptune. Over to you, Tower.
Thank you very much, Alan. And we're into the first heat of the women's junior 16 double. And out leading this one out from the start in a commanding lead is Ban in lane 3. And there are no questions about that. But let me tell you where there's a lot of questions, and that's going for the second, third and fourth place finish. We have Athlone in lane 5, Carrick in lane 4, and Neptune A in lane 2. You could throw a blanket across them. They're very, very close together. I couldn't even tell you who I'm going to give the edge to. They are literally in a line. And let me remind you, there is 2 qualifying places for this final. And right now it's looking like Ban is going to come across him first. But who could come in second, I couldn't tell you. So again, Ban in a commanding lead. They've taken the rate down and they know they're okay. A lot of shouts coming from the crowd from Ban, so they're good. But let's look to our second qualifying spot. It is Neptune A, it is Carrick, and it is Athlone. One of those boats is going to make it through to the final. Let me remind you, Athlone, they won this event last year and there was no touching them. And here they are. Let's see, can they make a final, or are Carrick or are Neptune going to upset them? From the angle I'm at, I'm looking over at Neptune there on the far side. I'm going to give them the slight edge, but here we go. It's about 15-20 strokes. This is only the heats. What are the finals going to be like? And up to the line, here comes Ban. They're going to cross the line in first place with a commanding lead. But second place, let's look at that. Who's it going to go to? From my angle, it's looking like Neptune, but I couldn't tell you. Here comes Athlone up to the finish line. This is getting close. They're looking left. They're looking right. Where's the finish line? I think maybe Carrick have dropped back slightly. So here we go. It is Athlone. It is Neptune A. They're coming up to the line. The crowd is going wild. This is going to be a close one. I couldn't call that, to be honest. We're going to have to wait for official results. Maybe by a bow ball to Athlone, but we're really going to have to wait for the official results on that one. And that is only the first heat of the women's junior 16 double. What are the rest going to be like, and what is the final going to be like? Ban won that one with a commanding lead, and we'll just wait till the official results pop up on our screen here for our second place finish. So again, 2 to qualify out of that heat. So let's see how they're coming down. The second heat is well on its way.
So hot in their heels, we have the second heat of the women's junior 16 double sculls. In lane 1 we have Commercial A, lane 2 New Ross, lane 3 Methodist, lane 4 Killorglin, lane 5 Cork, and lane 6 Shandon B. At the moment we can see the water just getting ready for the rest of the cruise, but we can see in lane 3 that boat from Methodist. We've seen this morning a very clear pattern of Methodist scullers really dominating this crew and the field, and we can see it again today. Now Methodist are charging ahead. They have a good lead over the crew from Killorglin. Killorglin last year won the Junior 16 quads, so Killorglin are very skilled in Junior 16 sculling, but it looks like they're being overshadowed by Methodist. Methodist have the lead over that Killorglin boat. They are the 1 and 2, the 2 qualifying spots. So it's Methodist from Killorglin, from New Ross. New Ross are in third spot. They're putting pressure on the rest of the field, but it looks like they are a little bit behind. They need to put the pressure on if they want to qualify. So it's Methodist from Killorglin, from New Ross. New Ross look like they have a little bit of work to do. They only have about 300 metres left. They have to put that pressure on if they want to have any chance of qualifying. So it's Methodist at the moment. That girl from Methodist looks really strong. She's telling her partner to slow it down a small bit, bring the rate down, apologies. They need to conserve their energy for the final that they no doubt have later on. So there's Methodist from Killorglin. These girls are only J16. This is their second 2K of the day, and they've only been here for a few hours. These girls travelled down from Belfast, so they've done so much effort just to be here today. So they're doing so well to be first in the second heat of the Junior 16 women's double sculls. So it's Methodist from Killorglin, from New Ross. So Methodist in the lead. They have a final spot secured at the moment, but anything can change. So it's Methodist from Killorglin, from New Ross. New Ross are slipping back. It's looking a little bit easier to tell than the last heat. So Methodist are still in the lead, but Killorglin are putting pressure on. They are fighting for those lanes. They want those middle lanes in the final so they can have clear water. But it's looking like Methodist have that lead. They are inching towards the finish line. They look very comfortable as Methodist have brought down that stroke rate. They can't waste any energy. They need to save all their energy for the final later on. They want to get those medals in J16. As we see Methodist pull through, followed by Killorglin, we have our two qualifiers, Methodist and Killorglin, where we see New Ross just slowly coming up towards the finish line. As they cross, they are unfortunately out, as we see the rest of the crews coming up towards us, and that concludes the second heat of the Women's Junior 16 double sculls.
Was another quick heat in the second heat, the Women's Junior 16 double. Just to let you know, in that first heat, it was Ban that crossed the line in first, and it was Athlone who got the second place finish and are into the final. So, next up, we have the third heat of the Women's Junior 16 double scull. Fermoy, lane 1. St. Michael's, lane 2. Sligo, lane 3. Waterford, lane 4. Banby, lane 5. And Shannon, lane 6. And we're going to go straight up to our man on the water. Over to you, Alan.
Thanks, and we've just seen a huge push from Sligo in the middle of the course here as they approach 1,000 metres. As they approach us from about 700 on, Waterford in lane 4, they were in command, total command, until Sligo put that push through. Now, as they passed us with 9:50, Sligo were rowing through them, but Waterford have stepped it up again. And again, here we see St. Michael's, Sligo and Waterford, three boats vying for one spot. So these are two spots. These are very well matched crews. As I look across there, the Band B crew still rowing very well. Shannon then and Fermoy. So that is your top three. There's three in the front, three out the back. So the ones out the back, unfortunately, at the moment, and they're going to have to react. And maybe there's with 1,000 metres left, they won't have it in them. Band B, Shannon A, and Fermoy. But up the front, there's a real blanket across three crews, and that is Sligo, Waterford, and St. Michael's. St. Michael's on the right side as you're looking at your screens now. St. Michael's rowing really well, but the big battle, and maybe St. Michael's are the silent enemy here, because the real battle does seem to be between Waterford and Sligo, closer to the enclosure side in lane 3 and lane 4. As I said, Sligo were rowing through. They took about 4 strokes at the 1,000 metres and they rowed right through Waterford, but Waterford reacted. So did they throw their own game plan out the window to react to Sligo? But it does look like Waterford have a slight lead over Sligo right beside them. St. Michael's, again, maybe have just slipped into third, but there's a huge battle here between these three crews. We're going to follow this to about 1,600 metres gone, but there is a distance between the course. We look back further and we see Band B still holding a commanding lead over Shannon, who are now being closed on. We're right beside the Fermoy crew, rowing really well, but they just don't have the power and pace that the three crews up the front do. That is Sligo and Waterford. I would say Waterford over Sligo over St. Michael's, but again, St. Michael's, they have kind of held that silent third position out the far side from the enclosure on the right hand side of your screen. They've never really been in the mix, but they've never been out of the mix, and a big strong finish from them could see them overhaul these other two crews who are very focused on each other. The bow in Sligo looks across to see the Waterford bow, who is slightly hunched over. Sligo maybe rowing a little bit taller, but again, these guys are pushing on for now their second 2k race of the morning with one more to go, but everybody wants that one more because the chance of being 1 in 6 to take that final course coming up at 12:15 today. 34 crews down to 18, and now soon to be down to 6. They are through 1,500 metres, and I would say St. Michael's still aren't out of this. They're all rowing a little bit tired at the moment. If anything, St. Michael's probably have just that slightly crisper, cleaner through the water, but will they have the power behind it? Waterford very powerful. As I said, they held that lead and they fought off that Sligo attack. I'm going to hand this over to the tower, but as we look at this here, another amazing race in the Junior 16 women's double as they push away from us. It is any one from 3 for these two qualifying spots. Sligo, Waterford or St. Michael's. Tower, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Alan. And we're into the third heat of the women's junior 16 double. And here we go. You could throw a blanket across these front three. It is St. Michael's, it is Sligo, it is Waterford, and they are coming up to the line. Waterford, I think, might be. I was going to say Waterford are in first, but here comes a surge for St. Michael's. It's about a quarter of a length between St. Michael's and Sligo. Again, 2 qualifying spots, and we have 3 boats that we could throw a blanket across. Really big surge coming there from St. Michael's. Waterford has led those 3 boats now for the last maybe 500 metres. Bit of a surge coming from Sligo. Going quick look across from the bow woman, Claire Walsh and Sheena Clark. Claire Walsh got a bronze out in Ghent. Let's see, can she bring that through with a sprint? But it's looking like St. Michael's are responding again. I'm going to give a bow ball to St. Michael's for that second place spot. Waterford's still holding on to that first place, but let me tell you, there's about a half a length between first and third here, and we only have 2 qualifying spots for the final. You could throw a blanket across these 2. St. Michael's, Sligo, Waterford, racing it out. Waterford were leading last time I had a look. Here comes St. Michael's. I'm going to say half a canvas between St. Michael's and Sligo for our second qualifying spot. Waterford just about holding on to that first place spot, but St. Michael's are on a surge. Sligo desperately trying to respond, but I don't know if they're going to do it. Little bit of steering going on there from St. Michael's. But I think Waterford might just hold on to that first place finish. This is going to be close coming up to the line. We're going to get the camera. It's looking like Waterford in first, St. Michael's second, and Sligo about half a length back in third. And then coming up to the line again, looks like we have that band crew. And that's then going to be followed by Shannon out there on the far side. And Fermoy will also cross the line. Shannon on the near side, and Fermoy will also cross the line then, and that will finish out the third heat of the women's junior 16 double. They're only the heats, ladies and gentlemen. What will the finals be like? Finals will take place later on at 12:15. It's going to be a hotly contested one. I'll be looking at that again. Only junior 16 doubles. Let's see what they have.
So moving on to our next event, we have 2 heats of the women's intermediate coxed pairs. So this is a sweeping event. So we have in lane 1 Fermoy, lane 2 Shannon, lane 3 Cork A, lane 4 University of Galway A, and lane 5 Closta Ignat. So these girls, they're all sweeping. So they have 1 oar in each hand, 2 boats, 2 oars for 2 people. So it's a really different form of rowing that we've seen all morning, but it's going to be an interesting one. So at the moment, it is in lane a race between Fermoy and University of Galway. Those 2 boats are leading it out. You could throw a blanket across them. They are neck and neck as they come past the 1,000 meters. But it is 3 to qualify out of these heats, so it is first, second, and third to come through to the final later on. So we have Fermoy and University of Galway joined with another crew to go through to the final later on. It's looking like in lane 3, Cork. So are in that spot. So it's Fermoy followed by University of Galway followed by Cork. University of Galway look like they have a little bit of steering issues, but they're back on track as they're leading. So it's Fermoy and University of Galway still neck and neck, followed by Cork A. Shannon and Closta Ignat still out of it at the moment. Closta Ignat, of course, are a school, so they could be slightly younger than the rest of the crews, but are still too old for junior. So it might be a bit of a challenge for these rowers, but still good to get the experience in intermediate. So in this intermediate coxed pair, it's still University of Galway and Fermoy leading it out, still neck and neck. It might have to come down to the wire, but at least it's 3 to qualify, and Cork A are in that third spot, and there's a good jump back to Shannon and Fermoy. But in those 3 spots, it is definitely Fermoy and University of Galway, followed by Cork Boat Club. But it's going to come down to the wire between this Fermoy and University of Galway crew for that first spot, as we see University of Galway still with some steering issues, but their sheer power is bringing them into first place. We can see the results of the second heat of the women's junior 16 double sculls, the results on the screen. But back to the race, we see University of Galway in their last 250 metres, closely followed by Fermoy, who have dropped back a little bit, but at least it's 3 to qualify through this heat of the women's intermediate coxed pairs. These pairs are very hard to row. It's very technical, arguably the hardest boat to row in the entire boat classes, but these girls are doing it really well. We have University of Galway still in first place. They've brought that stroke rate right down. They're followed by Fermoy. I can see that in the Fermoy boat, the stroke, Anya O'Mahony. As I said yesterday, she went to the World Championships last year, but she's trying out sweeping in the women's pair. So we've seen her in both sculling and sweeping events this weekend, so well done to her. But we see at the moment still University of Galway as they come up towards their last few strokes. University of Galway still leading, followed by Fermoy and Cork Boat Club. These are the three spots who are probably going to qualify. We'll have to wait to get to the line, but those are three leaders. So we see Galway pushing through the line, followed by Fermoy, who would just come up to it, and Cork Boat Club not too far behind by a length. We see Shannon and Clostig Nod, who have unfortunately haven't been able to make the final. But that concludes the first heat of the women's intermediate coxed pairs.
And next up, coming hot on their heels, is the second heat of the women's intermediate pair. In lane 1, DULBC, lane 2, UCD, lane 3, Neptune, lane 4, Cork B, and lane 5, UL. 5-boat race, 3 boats to qualify here in these heats of the women's intermediate pair. As Brian was saying, an extremely hard boat to row. One oar each, and one unlucky person, or lucky depending on what way you look at it, has to steer the boat with their foot. So not an easy task. But as they come in, these races are flying down on us. We're looking at 250 metres to go. I'd be looking out there on the far side, looking over at DULBC, the girls from Trinity. Then I'd be looking at UL here in lane 5, followed by Cork. That seems to be the 1, 2, 3 from where I'm standing. Again, these are heats, and as we can see now here up on the drone, yes, it's looking like DULBC out there on the far side. Little bit of steering, bit of a crosswind. Pretty hard to row a pair in a crosswind with these intermediate pairs. That will be no difficulty to them as they come into the final 250 metres. The rate has come down a bit now in that DULBC Trinity women's pair. And then I'd be looking over to the far side there from UL and Cork B seem to be the 1, 2, 3. Having said that, Neptune not too far off the pace now, and then a little bit back to the UCD pair. But there's no doubt about it, the DULBC Trinity women's pair seem to be leading this one out. The bow woman in that UL pair, Gaffney of UL, she's off to the homes over in Eton Dorney in a couple of weeks' time to represent her country. So that will be an excellent experience for her. And by the looks of it, that UL pair is going to qualify for the final later on. So here we are. We're looking. This is the money shot. This is what you want to be looking at. Who's ahead, where their puddles are, and what's their line like. And we can see it all here. Look at this. DULBC, Trinity women, lovely pink and black and white. You can see it on their blades and you can see it on their one piece. They've got a lovely low rate. They're just going to conserve the energy now. They're looking like they're going to make that final later on. So hopefully all should be all good for them. And then looking back again to that second place, we're looking at UL and maybe 3/4 of a length back to Cork B. Then that looks like your 1, 2, 3 so far as we come up into the finish. The Trinity ladies there have about another 10 strokes to go before they cross the line with ease, and they'll be into their final. Still a good little bit of a race going on there between UL and Cork B. Neptune still just trying to put Cork under pressure, but I think Cork might just grab that 3rd place qualifying spot. So that's going to be our second heat of the women's intermediate pair that are just down the course. So it was DULBC, then followed by UL, then followed by Cork for the 1, 2, 3. And then Neptune and UCD are all just crossed the line, and that's the second heat of the women's intermediate pair safely home.
So next up we move on to the men's junior 16 coxed 8s. This is a big event, so we'll be moving on to this event now. So in lane 1 we have Blackrock, lane 2 St. Joseph's B, lane 3 Enniskillen, lane 4 Skibbereen, lane 5 Clostig Nod, and this is a 5-boat race, and we'll be moving over to you, Alan.
Thanks, Tara. Yes, so as they pass through 500 metres, it is Enniskillen over Skibbereen. Enniskillen just overtook Skibbereen at 500 metres. Now, these guys are storming through Junior 16 Men's 8. It's such a sight, because as we look across, we have Enniskillen over Skibbereen. St. Blackrock then holding a length over the Bish, and it's further back then to Coláiste. This is absolute neck and neck racing up the front. Enniskillen and Skibbereen, these guys are hammering lumps out of each other as they approach 750 metres. Really smooth, really well drilled. Skibbereen let it out, and they looked the faster boat off the start, but as I said, at the 500 mark, Enniskillen Wood just drove through them. Oh, bit of water splash there from the Skibbereen crew, the Skibbereen four-man, but further back, they're kind of putting a better length into Blackrock, who have a length over the St. Joseph's B, and further back then, Coláiste could be out of it at this stage. It's early days. They pass 1,000 metres, and at 1,000 metres you're looking at Enniskillen in the centre in that yellow empacker, moving that boat beautifully through the water. Further back then, probably there's a length and a half. Oh, issue there with Skibbereen. Skibbereen four-man came off his seat. He was the guy that splashed earlier on. Hopefully he can retain it. He is back in action, but he looks like he came off his seat. That threw them. That could have cost them a couple of metres. Blackrock beside us here now on the right-hand side of the screen, moving very well. They're holding that third spot. It's top three to go through, but this is hammer and thongs coming through here. There is absolutely a battle at the front of this race. Enniskillen holding that centre lane in that beautiful yellow empacker. They're moving so well, not one mistake there, and in 1,250 metres. Skibbereen still holding on to that second spot. Blackrock moving that boat really well in that third spot. Now, the real battle is, as we look back further, Coláiste well off the back at this stage, but the battle here is for that third spot, and St. Joseph's right beside us now in that fourth spot. They're going to have to react, and they're going to have to react now. They're going to have to take that up, because their battle is with Blackrock. So as you look at your screens now, furthest away from the enclosure on the right hand side of your screens, we see Blackrock. Oh, Blackrock stroke man just getting a little messy here. Has that cost him a little bit? But the real battle, because that battle between Blackrock and St. Joseph's is happening, the other boats are being caught up on. Now, whether this is a strategy, whether this is a plan, is it Enniskillen's plan just to ease off, just to save that bit of energy? They know top three go through. They are taking it nice and easy. I think they've taken down that rate. Looking back there, Skibbereen probably have relaxed a bit, and I think at this stage, is it too early for Blackrock to react? They put in a big push, and that push has paid dividends, because they've probably taken a length or half a length from that St. Joseph's B crew. The Bish in that unenviable fourth spot, because that is the one that's going to miss out further back to Coláiste. But as they move away from us and move towards the finish line, it's a very, very controlled Enniskillen crew over even more controlled Skibbereen crew and Blackrock. Blackrock still fighting, but I reckon they have enough to take them home. Tara, you're going to call this one home.
Thank you, Alan. So at the moment, it's still Enniskillen leading out from Skibbereen, from Blackrock. The Bish and the Jez, Coláiste and St. Joseph's, they look like they're out of it so far, but you never know what might happen yesterday. We saw in the senior fours yesterday, anything can happen. So Enniskillen leading it out, followed by Skibbereen and Blackrock College Dublin. As Alan said, they know there is only three to qualify, so if they know they're comfortably in the top three, they can take the foot off the pedal, but they need to make sure they're in that qualifying spot. So we can see Enniskillen in that lovely Empacker 8, the bright yellow. They're followed by Skibbereen in the white and red, and Blackrock in the white and blue. This is a really, really cool image at the moment, so we're looking really good. So you can see that bright big E on the Enniskillen on their backs, so they know they're in the lead. So it's Enniskillen followed by Skibbereen, who have half a length up on Enniskillen, followed by Blackrock. St. Joseph's, they look like they're out of it so far. They have a lot of work to do. It might be too late. Coláiste back too far as well, but Enniskillen undoubtedly in charge of this race. They are boss of this first heat of the men's junior 16-8. So it's Enniskillen coming up towards the line, followed by Skibbereen and Blackrock College Dublin. So coming up towards the line. Enniskillen, they are just easing off, but they are definitely going to be the first through, followed by Skibbereen, and then behind them is Blackrock College Dublin. So they are 1, 2 and 3, followed by St. Joseph's, who narrowly missed out, unfortunately will not be making the final later on, and Colossaig now pulling up towards the finish line. That concludes the first heat of our men's junior 16/8s.
And next up, our last race before we start the finals for the morning session, we have the second heat of the men's junior 16/8s. In lane 1, Bish C. In lane 2, Bish A. In lane 3, Galway. Lane 4, Shannon. And in lane 5, Prez from Cork. So this race is just coming up to the 1,000-metre mark, and we're now going to pass it out to Alan, our man out in the water. Over to you, Alan.
Beautiful conditions out here now. We're sitting about the 900-metre mark, looking across. Fabulous to see St. Joseph's putting 3/8 on the water. But as we look out there at the minute, I see the Galway crew closely followed by St. Joseph's A, and the real battle there for that third spot. Prez Cork putting in the mix there on the enclosure side, on the left-hand side of your screen as you're looking at from drone footage. They're coming up to the 1,000 metres, and it's Galway holding a very slight lead, half-length lead over St. Joseph's. St. Joseph's A crew, St. Joseph's B crew there in a big battle with Prez, and slightly further off the back the St. Joseph's C crew, but a big battle now pushing through. There is a canvas in the up at the front. Oh, sorry, the Shannon crew are battling there for that third spot. That's Shannon and Prez Cork, with right beside us here the St. Joseph's C crew. So we'll catch up on this race as they approach up to these 1,000 metres. But it's Galway who has led that first 1,000 metres. St. Joseph's very much in control. Again, it's a game of strategy. Do you play offence? Do you play defence? Every crew and every cox will have their plan. Does that go out the window when you come under pressure? Now the Galway and St. Joseph's A crew looking very comfortable. They're through the 1,000 metres with Galway slightly ahead of that St. Joseph's A crew, and we look back and that Shannon crew are battling Prez Cork for that third spot. Slightly further back, a great show here right beside us for the St. Joseph's C crew, and it's a real battle of that for that third qualifying spot. So at the moment, Galway looking comfortable, little splashy, I'd say. St. Joseph's J16s there, the A crew are looking slightly cleaner through the water, even though they're just holding that second spot. But again, the real battle, third and fourth spot, as on the left-hand side of your screen, on the enclosure side, is Presentation Cork furthest to the left, and right beside them is Shannon. They are neck and neck, as I can see it here. So one of those two will not go through, but up the front and pulling away slightly. Sheer class here from St. Joseph's A and Galway, but credit to St. Joseph's to put 3 junior 16/8s on the water for the championships. What a result! Fair play to coaches, staff, parents, everybody there to have some great rowers, and we're beside the C crew, and they are moving that boat very, very well. But back up at the front of the race seems to have settled down a lot, with Galway and St. Joseph's A crew knowing that they can go through again. They're really just fighting for lane position, whether it's worthwhile putting in a dig, expending that energy, but there's 3 boats to go through. So the real battle here is over on the enclosure side, or on the left hand side of your screen if you're looking at some drone footage as they come towards. It is Presentation Cork who hold a canvas over Shannon. So there's a real battle there for that third spot. Let's just focus in. The bowman on the Shannon crew looks across, and he can see that they are down a canvas. So the cox is going to have to react. He's going to have to draw all the might as they go through 1,500, all the might out of these Shannon lads to secure that spot. Again, this could cost them. One of these teams in the final are going to feel the fatigue of this 2K race, because they are going absolutely hammer at it. So looking across there, I would say Prez have pulled out 1/4 or 1/3 of a length. I'm all over the place here. 1/3 of a length over Shannon. Again, the real focus is on that third and fourth spot, because one of those crews is going to mix out. Galway and Galway and St. Joseph's A very comfortably in front. It's going to make a great final because they are absolute class. But the real battle here, and I would say Prez in that third spot at the moment could hold on because they came through the Shannon crew. Shannon had a lead over them and Prez have gone through, and I'd say they're gone up to half a length. As we hand it back over to the tower now, it is the two crews out in front, Galway and St. Joseph's A, but the real battle for that third spot between Shannon and Prez Cork. Over to you, Tower.
Much, Alan, and we are into the second heat of the men's junior 16-8s, and up at the front we have Bishay and Galway locked together for that first and second position. Having said that though, now if I were them I'd be conserving energy. They have a big final later on. It's 3 to qualify. We're going to look back to that third, fourth place position, and it looks like Prez have broken free of Shannon. They were locked together there for a while coming through the 1k, but it looks like excuse me, Prez have just broken through. And up at the front, it looks like Galway have just pushed through Bish A with a slightly lower rate. They know, look, we're into the final. Let's just see what we can hold on to now for our race later on. But coming up to the line, the men's junior 16-8s, it is Galway looking like they're going to cross the line just ahead of Bish A. And that's going to be followed by what I think is looking like Prez. And that's going to be your 1, 2, 3 through to the final later on. And that's going to be followed then by Shannon and Bish C. And that's going to finish out our heats for this morning's racing. As I was saying, men's junior 16-8, big final later on, 12:45. A lot of these lads, it's their first time racing here at the Irish Rowing Championships. Who knows, we might see them next year in the big men's junior 18-8s. But for this weekend, let's focus on their junior 16 race at 12:45. So from the other race, we had Skibbereen, Enniskillen and Blackrock through to the final. And from this race, we have Bish, Galway and Prez. So again, official results available on the Rowing Ireland website, so I'd be keeping an eye on them if I were you. And we'll be back shortly for the first finals of this Saturday morning here at the Irish Rowing Championships.
So we're back for the finals of this morning. Coming through the time trials from earlier in the heats, we're now going to a series of championship finals. We're going to start off, and just on the stake boats you can see the women's junior 18 double sculls, followed quickly after by straight final of the men's novice coxed quad, final then of the women's senior coxed quad, which we're going to do Oscuelga, and then we have the men's junior 18 quad final, women's novice quad, men's interscull, women's junior 16 double, men's senior pair, women's interpair, and the men's junior 16-8 to close out this morning's session before the lunchtime break. So an absolutely packed schedule there, with 10 races to come down. 2 of those non-championship in the junior 16, women's junior 16 double, and the men's junior 16-8. Non-championship events, but racing over the 2,000 metres. And our first championship of today will be the women's junior 18 double 6-boat race. And it's a 6-boat race between, in lane 1, Castleconnell A, lane 2, Lee, lane 3, Methodist, lane 4, Skibbereen, lane 5, Athlone, and lane 6, Muckross. And we're underway, so our first championship final of Saturday, day 2 of the 2025 Irish Rowing Championships is underway. This is the final of the women's junior 18 double sculls. In lane 1, Castleconnell. In lane 2, we have Lee, lane 3, Methodist, lane 4, Skibbereen, lane 5, Athlone, and lane 6, Muckross. And of course they came through the time trials earlier on, then into the heats. So this is their third race of today over 2,000 metres. Really tough qualifying. So all 6 crews have done really well to get into the final. But the question is now, who's going to take the championship trophy for the women's junior 18 double? Leading it out at the moment, it looks like on screen in lane 4, the crew from Skibbereen. Just about a lead over the crew from Methodist. They were the 1 and 2 as they settle into the race pace, and will be up shortly in view of Alan, and we'll pick them up so you can see with the overhead shots there. Lane 4, it's Skibbereen leading it out at the moment. Inside them, Methodist would overlap these 1 and 2. And the crew from Athlone and Muckross as well staying in touch. So all 4 crews, there's very little between them, but no doubt about who's leading it out. Centre of the course doing the running, it's Skibbereen and Methodist in the final of the women's junior 18 double.
And at 450 metres gone as they approach us, it's Skibbereen that hold the lead over Methodist, over Athlone and Muckross, with Lee and Castleconnell on the right side of the screen. Further battling to stay in it now. At 500 metres they go through. Skibbereen, of course, who qualified in second place in the time trial. They were 13 seconds down in that second place Methody crew. So on paper, a huge difference. But that Methody crew now, as I say that, they have gone from a length down to half a length down. So the two of Skibbereen and Methodist in the centre of that course as a result of that time trial and heats are pushing away and starting to put a little bit of distance between Athlone over on the enclosure side, who are battling it out with Muckross for that second spot. But this is what it's all about, the Junior 18 Women's Double Sculls Championship of Ireland. 34 competitors started out, and here we are down to the last 6, the finest of the finest, the cream of the crop. And it's Methodist College still down about 3/4 of a length on that Skibbereen crew, rowing really, really well. 700 metres in, big battle for that third spot, and any one of these 4 they are not out of it yet. That is Skibbereen and Methodist up the front. Athlone Muckross on the enclosure side doing battle. And then we have another serious battle between Castleconnell and Lee in lane 1 and 2. But up the front and well spread out. It's nearly 3 pairs of doubles that are here. But I would say that Skibbereen are now putting a bit of a stretch into Methodist College. Methodist College, who were dominant in that time trial. As I said, 13 seconds over Skibbereen. By rights, that is a couple of distances, but it's neck and neck as they battle here. And well, when I say neck and neck, those two are starting to move. But then as I say that, I look across and I see Muckross starting to put half a length into Athlone on the enclosure side. So Muckross in lane 6 on the very outside. So they would have been one of the third place finishers. They are now in third place in the final. There is a pot at the end of this rainbow, and at the moment Skibbereen are looking very strong. So we're pushing up to as we come up to 1,000 metres, I look around me and try and get my bearings because I'm so focused on the race. But Skibbereen have a length over Methodist College. That's lane 3 and 4, right in the centre. The umpire is right up with the action and he's checking out the Athlone Muckross side. So Muckross have Muckross have sneakily moved up into third spot and have probably half, if not 3/4 of a length over Athlone. And one thing I'd be anxious about is that Skibbereen and Methodist College are so focused on each other they don't see the push from Muckross. Now we've hit 1,000 metres, and going through 1,000, Skibbereen are moving very, very well and maybe even in control of this race. The Methodist College crew rowing very, very well. There's nothing really between these two doubles. The only thing that's between them is that one length of water that Skibbereen are holding over Methodist. I look back, Muckross have done a bit of a push and they've gone to 3/4 of a length to take that third spot over Athlone. And then further back, right beside us here, we have Castleconnell, who have half a length over Lee. But at the sharp end of it, and charging towards a Championship of Ireland is the battle between Methodist College and Skibbereen. Methodist College, they do need to react now. They were so dominant in the time trial that you would wonder how Skibbereen are, have they just gone too early? But as we've seen before too many times, that time trial form gets thrown out the window and anyone can win in a 2,000 metre race. So some fantastic energy and skill still being thrown as these guys put into their third 2K of the day. So of the morning. God, it's enough to even think about doing one is hard enough. But as they push away from us, Skibbereen, I would say, are still dominant, and probably at this stage they could be controlling the race. They are able to react to any Methodist College attack. Looking across, Muckross still hold that length over Athlone, and further back Castleconnell over Lee, but at the sharp end it is still Skibbereen and for at the 500 metre mark it was anyone's guess between Skibbereen and Methodist College, but Skibbereen have put the hammer down. Skibbereen renowned for their sculling, of course, renowned across both categories, but they are in control of this race. It belies the 13 seconds that they finished second to the Methodist College in the time trial, but there's still a lot of water to go. Looking at form, looking at technique, Skip very tidy. Methodist College, there's a little bit of a headwind now that wasn't there this morning. Is this playing in to the Skibbereen power, to the Skibbereen strength, to the Skibbereen skill? And will this see them take a victory in the Championship of Ireland Women's Junior 18 double sculls? But as I say that, of course, commentators curse. It looks like Methodist College have put on a drive, and they're going to have to put on a drive as we approach the 500 metre mark with just 500 metres, 3/4 of the race gone. I would say Methodist College are starting to react, and they're starting to react just at the right time. You can lead this race as we've seen before. Glashignaw in the men's junior 18 eighths last year. You can lead this race for 1,980 metres and you can lose it at the end. You just have to get that bow ball over the line first, and at the moment Methodist College are doing a real fight back. This one is going to go down to the line. This is what you want in finals. This is the women's junior 18 double sculls battling it out for the Championship of Ireland. We're going to hand this over to the tower as they look at us, as we look at it now. It's Skibbereen who probably have a bit of a length over Methodist College, but it's a battle for the finish. Over to the tower.
Amazing race here in our first final of the day, the women's junior 18 double. A little bit of a steering correction from Skibbereen might have cost them some of the lead that they have opened up over Methodist, but they are rowing with an intent here, and every stroke that they're taking is a statement that that championship is theirs. They've one hand on the trophy as they come in the run into the finish, but we've seen Methodist change gear again in the last few hundred metres and get an overlap, eat into that 1 length lead, and now there's just about half a length separating the two crews. The question is, who's going to be able to get to the line? There's into their final sprint. They're winding up yet again, and both crews change gear. Look how far they've opened up against the chasing pack. Skibbereen and Methodist go yet again. Skibbereen at the moment holding on to the lead half a length. They've dominated from the start, but the Methody crew really on a charge here in lane 3, pushing all the way to the line. The rates come up again. Another response from Skibbereen. Where are they finding the gear changes that they're doing? They're moving over very close to the crew from Methodist now, but the focus is on the power, not on the steering. They wind for the line. They're continuing to charge and going again. They need to dig deep and finish strong as they come into the finish. It might be the Methody crew just winding up. We're down to the last few strokes. Finish lines inside on the surge. Photo finish. I'm not a betting man, so I'm not going to call it there. Both crews amazing to finish as close as they did. right on the surge. We're going to have to check and see the photo finish as they came in there. What an amazing finish. Let's give all the competitors in the juniors 18 doubles a round of applause. Amazing, tough qualifying. They went through the time trials, the heats, and to give us a race like that, absolutely outstanding for the women's junior 18 doubles. Photo finish there between Methodist and Skibbereen. Skibbereen doing all the running, holding lead the whole way down, and a really strong last 500, and particularly the last 200 for Methodist, getting them back into the mix. So we're just going to wait for the official result there. White flag from the umpire. So it's a waiting game, and as soon as we have the result, we'll have it up for you. That was the final of the women's junior 18 double. What a way to kick off the rest of the finals we have in this morning's session. So we'll be back shortly with that result. And the next race, the men's novice cock squad 6-boat race is already on the stake boats and will be underway shortly. And I promise you, as soon as I have the result of that photo finish, I'll let you know the results. So well done again, and congratulations to all the women's junior 18 double competitors. So while we catch our breath after the women's junior 18 double, our next race is underway. This is a straight final of the men's novice cock squad between all the universities. So it is UCD in lane 1, Queen's B in lane 2, University of Galway lane 3, UCC in lane 4, Trinity lane 5, and Queen's A in lane 6. So we've 2 crews from Queen's in the men's novice cock squad here. They're through the first few hundred metres. I doubt Alan's after making his way up just yet, but we'll check in with him shortly. These crews not having to go through time trials or anything, so it is just their first and only race in the coxed novice quads, not having to go through qualifying. And for those of you tuning in at home and not too familiar with the novice category, it is anyone that is in their first year rowing. So these guys would have started rowing maybe at the start of the term last semester in September, and they've done their first racing season. After this they'll move into club or intermediate, so they're all first year of rowing, and great to see the universities being represented here by 6 different crews. Leading at the moment, and nearest enclosure, it looks like it is the Queen's A crew, leading a little bit of clear water back to the second Queen's crew. So as we head up to Allen, it looks like it's a 1-2 for Queen's at the moment.
Certainly it is, and we look at the across as they come through the 500 metre mark, and it's Queen's A crew are leading this over the Queen's B crew. So Queen's B crew in the centre of the centre of the course over UG, University Galway, over UCD, and in the mix also is that Trinity boat, and further off the back we have the UCC crew well out the back now of this. So this is the 11th year of this race. 2014 this was inaugurated, as we will have to be careful because there is a huge distance between the crews here at even at the 500 metre mark. I'm not sure if there was a problem for the UCC crew, but there is a huge distance, so we may have to back out of this race early. Just we don't want to wash any crews out, so we want to give everybody a good shot at the title. So looking at as they move away at the moment now with about 700 gone, Queen's University A crew out in the lane 6, which looked like a close pass there on that other quad going the other direction, but that Queen's crew now seem to be out in front and out for a commanding lead over the field. Fighting for that second spot, Queen's, University of Galway and UCC. As I said, this has been a relatively recent addition to the rowing calendar, just in its 11th year. Unfortunately, no trophy has been awarded yet for this, but maybe some generous benefactor will see that right over the next few seasons. So Queen's A out on the enclosure side, or on the left-hand side as you're looking at your screens now, seem to be in dominant position. Great event here because it takes the steering out of it, puts the steering up to the cock, so these guys can really just focus on sculling technique and skill. Umpire now just clearing, just making sure he's got a full field of vision here, but the real battle if there is a battle, is for that second spot, because at the moment that Queen's University A crew, who are all the way out in lane 6, who kind of snuck up on us as we were looking at the centre of the course, seem to be in dominant form. They are sculling so well and so together. The battle there for that second place between University of Galway, between that Queen's University crew and the crew from UCD. That's the real battle for second spot. You go further back to University of Galway, who are in a real battle with Trinity College Dublin, or Dublin University Boat Club. So Queen's out in front, lane 6, the enclosure side, and they are dominant. There isn't really much to say about this. They are so far ahead. They really took control of that from the start, and they are belying their novice status because they are just moving that boat so well. There is a good battle here for that second spot, and UCD and that Queen's University B crew are having a great ding-dong battle. I mean, if you take that Queen's A crew out of it, this one is going all the way to the line, but that Queen's A crew are, as I said, belying their novice status because they are shifting that boat, and that's moving through the water. They have a distance over their competitors. That's Queen's University B and UCD fighting for that second spot further back to University of Galway. They probably have a length lead over Trinity College, and it is significantly back then to distance back to the UCC crew. Now we will probably have to bail out here because we don't want to wash out that UCC crew, so if you can call it from here as they move away from us, Queen's University A crew, just a dominant performance, rowing and sculling beautifully as they push away towards us. So we'll hand that over to the tower to call it home from here.
Cheers, Alan. This men's novice squad, we mentioned they didn't have to go through any qualifying. It's a straight final here, so they're grand and fresh. They haven't come through time trials or any of the heats. And you can see dominating at the moment that Queen's crew on the left-hand side of your screen in lane 6 nearest the enclosure. Clear water back to the chasing pack of the second Queen's crew, and right beside them on the inside, UCD. They are overlapping, probably just a half a length separating second and third. And again, clear water back to the other crews from University of Galway, Trinity, and the UCC crews back a couple of 100 metres. So I'm wondering, do they have any technical issues that's preventing them being up into the mix of the men's novice squad? Up on screen, the official result of the women's junior 18 double. It was Methodist just getting the win from Skibbereen, surging to the line in the last few 100 metres, and just on the surge, stroke by stroke, they were matching each other. But the Methody crew by 0.1 of a second taking the win in the women's junior 18 double. Congratulations to Methodist and to all the competitors in the women's junior 18 double. Meanwhile, back on the water, we're seeing such a dominant display from this Queen's crew. I mentioned that the crews are in their first year of rowing in the novice category, and the blade work is absolutely fantastic for a novice crew. Over on the left-hand side of your screen, they're going to be nearest the enclosure when they get the run into the finish, and they really have opened up more than 100 metres of clear water back to their crewmates in second. But it looks like the UCD crew putting on a big push here to pass out the Queen's crew. So as they run into the finish, the exciting finish for us might be for second and third. No doubt about the leaders here. The Queen's crew nearest to us, they're powering all the way to the line. In the men's novice coxed squad, little glance over the shoulder there for the bowman of the Queen's crew, just looking where's that finish line. They'll hear the encouragement that's coming from the bank as well, so lots for them to power onto the line. Really great blade work. Again, first year of rowing for the guys here in the novice category, and they're doing really well to cross the line and take the championship. It is Queen's A in the final of the men's novice coxed squad. UCD have dominated this event for the last few years, and Queens have taken it for the first time since 2019. They're back now as championship winners in the men's novice squad. Powerful display for them, taking the win ahead of the two crews. The second Queen's crew just getting in about a canvas ahead of UCD. They were the 1 and 2, so 1 and 2 for Queen's. And then we had the crew from UCD in third, a little bit further back then to the chasing pack of University of Galway and the UCC and Trinity crews as well, closing out the men's novice coxed squad.
Díomh go léir tá mé chun an rás seo a dhéanamh as Mhailga, Emily Níochi an seo ó Club Rábíocht a Capacáin. Anis tá na ná sinseoach cethir gan coxed a going, is rás ceannas díreach é seo, tá ceir mád sa rás seo i lána 2 tá ollscoil Coláiste Corcaigh, i lána 3 tá Skibbereen a going, i lána 4 tá bád Mascatha le ollscoil Limní agus Queens, agus i lána 5 tá bád Masca eile le Trolley agus Ross Vic Caroon. Vector Lona Hain le ollscoil Coláiste Corcaigh ag an tosig ach i lána 2 agus 3 há trid crua ar siúl chun an darát áilt ach níl si críoch na fós tá sé díreach tosathe. Níl lána 4 ró ada ón tús ach há ollscoil Coláiste Corcaigh beagnach ann, há si beagnach ag 300 méadar inis. Há trid mailteach ann. Beagnach ag 700 méadar níis, fós i tosaigh há ollscoil Corcaigh ach níl sé búta go fós, há Skibbereen díreach in acaló agus há si de trig go crua. Ach amháin ag lána a cethir sa bád Masca ollscoil Limní agus Queens, há sé beagnach ag trid don áit 3 agus 4 leis an bád Masca le Tralee agus Ross Caroon. An blian se cata bhuaigh an bád Masca ollscoil Limní agus Shannon i feithe cethir. Tá na conílacha ar aus in jobh, há si do creise donna crinú seo, ach níl sé déanamh ró éasca fós. Tá mé chun an rás seo a thras inis go dtí Richie.
So the women's senior quad there, our Grail Gore sending us off over the first few 100 metres for our friends tuning in from TG Cahir hopefully later on. So give me the mahagut for that. And in the women's senior quad, again, straight final here, similar to what we had in the men's novice quad. A 4-boat race here between UCC, Skibbereen, Queen's UL Composite and Tralee and New Ross Composite. Alan, you can see in the background, he might give us a wave. The commentary launch has broken down, so hopefully we'll get him back up and running again shortly. But meanwhile, we're able to follow the women's senior quad here and leading out. We're just looking there in lane 1. The crew from UCC, Clearwater, Skibbereen in second there on the left-hand side of your screen. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment, and the 2 composite crews, which will be nearest to us, Queen's UL and Tralee New Ross in 3rd and 4th at the moment. They'll be nearest the enclosure when they come down. More than halfway gone for the crews here. And we mentioned no time trials, no heat, so directly in, they'll be grand and fresh and ready for the fight here to try win the championship. The last championship winners in 2024 was that composite crew that we had from UL and Castleconnell, I think it was, and they Two composite crews in this as well between Queens and UL and Tralee and New Ross, but it is the crew from UCC absolutely dominating so far in the first half of the race. Coming into the second half now, clear water between all four crews. They're very well stretched out as they come into the enclosure. We were talking about the conditions yesterday. It was a very strong tailwind pushing the crews down. It's more of a headwind pushing the crews backwards here, but it helps sit up the boats for some of the coxed crews as well. Absolutely no issue for the UCC crew. They're really powerful rowing from them, and they're rowing with intent here. Every single stroke they're looking to get to that finish line, and they continue to pull away from the chasing pack of Skibbereen and the two composite crews as well. So down to about 700 to go. No doubt about the leaders. You can see we're just focusing in on them. This is the UCC crew, distinctive black and red colours with the skull on them as well, and on their blades. Their blade work is so good we're not getting a glimpse of it then, but we'll hopefully be able to see it when they finish rowing. Really powerful stuff from the women's quad. As they come into the last part of the race here, they continue to push away from the chasing pack. Skibbereen in second place ahead of the composite crews. And a really strong performance here from the women's novice quad. Last year winners UCC as well, so they're looking to go for two in a row and looking in full control at the moment here ahead of the crews from Skibbereen, just on the right hand side of your screen. So it looks like they're coming down to the last 250, and no doubt about the winners. They've led from the start, from the very first race that they've come down, and they are pushing away here. Really fantastic footage that we're seeing of the crew as they power towards the line and wind it up towards the finish. So coming towards the line, last few strokes for the UCC crew, really dominant display. Let's show our appreciation for the crews as they come in towards the finish in the women's senior coxed squad. Really powerful display. They ran away with the race from the very first few strokes and had full control as they came in down the course, dominating the chasing pack that was trying to get back into contention there. But a win for UCC. And it was actually the Shannon crew that were the winners last year. Apologies, but it was UCC taking the win there. The first time they've won this since they took the championship in 2021 and 2022. And the other crews just coming in to close out this final of the women's senior coxed 4. A fantastic display there from UCC, ahead of Skibbereen in second. And the two composite crews in third and fourth from Queens and UL and Tralee and New Ross. Next up, it's the hotly anticipated final of the men's junior 18 quad between Clonmel, St. Michael's, Cappoquin, Methodist, Muckross and Lee Valley. All these crews again going through the time trials heats and now down to the last 6 in the men's junior 18 quad. So we'll be back shortly. We'll see them up on the stake boats. Men's junior 18 quad, next championship final to be decided. We're underway for our next final. It is the final men's junior 18 coxed squad, a 6-boat race. We mentioned they came through the time trials. 26 crews narrowed down to 18 and now narrowed down to 6 crews racing in the men's junior 18 quad. In lane 1 we'll have Clonmel, lane 2 St. Michael's, lane 3 Cappoquin, lane 4 Methodist, lane 5 Muckross, and lane 6 Lee. Centre of the course, Cappoquin and Methodist won their heats, so that's why they're the centre lanes, and that's where they've seen the action so far as they come through the first few hundred metres. In lane 4 it looks like the crew from Methodist just about leading ahead of Cappoquin, but really on the surge, stroke for stroke, there's very little between the two crews. In third place at the moment, the St. Michael's crew in lane 2, overlapping by about half a length. They in turn have half a length over the crews from Muckross and Lee Valley, and then back in 6th place at the moment on the far side it's going to be Clonmel. So 3 lengths separate, or about 2.5 lengths separating first to 6th as they come through the first few hundred metres. And it's still in lane 3, the crew from Cappoquin now opening up about a canvas lead over the crew from Methodist. They're the 1 and 2, just a canvas separating them, but St. Michael's in a 3rd place. These 3 crews just starting to open up a little bit of clear water on the chasing pack. They've gone through about 500 metres now, so still it is the Cappoquin crew. We just saw a move from them in the last few hundred metres to pass out the Methody crew and move into, now it looks like about a third of a length, half a length, but the St. Michael's crew have gone with them, and St. Michael's are eating back into the second position that Methody have. They're the 1, 2 and 3 with Clearwater opening up to the crews then from Muckross, Lee Valley and Clonmel. At the moment, it's the crew from Lee Valley nearest to us. They're in 4th. They're just starting to get the better of the Muckross crew on this inside, and they're getting back into contention to try get in the mix for the race for 2nd and 3rd at the moment, overlapping with St. Michael's. The only crews further back then, it is the crew from Clonmel back in 6th, and Muckross as well. So we're just getting the shots there. You can see as they make their way down to the first few hundred metres. And still, it is the Cappoquin crew, but St. Michael's have come back, and it looks like St. Michael's now in 2nd place on the top of your screen there, ahead of the crew from Methody. All 3 crews, half a length separating them as they come through 700 metres. Clearwater then, a little bit of Clearwater being opened up, but that Lee Valley crew staying in contention and getting an overlap with the crew from Methodist. So they're in 4th, ahead then of the crews from Muckross and from Clonmel in 5th and 6th. But the St. Michael's crew on a push here now, and they have moved into 2nd, and they're challenging the lead. They're coming up to challenge Cappoquin. This is where St. Michael's are going in the men's junior 18 coxed quad. They've gone from 3rd into 2nd, and now it's between Cappoquin and St. Michael's to see who's going to dominate in the second half of the race. St. Michael's, top of the screen, look like they've just got the better of Cappoquin, but Cappoquin are starting to respond. These 2 crews, 3/4 of a length ahead of Methody, are early leaders off the start. Now back in 3rd place, a little bit of Clearwater breaking up to Lee Valley, who in turn have a length over Muckross and Clonmel on the far side in 6th place. The St. Michael's crew, some of the internationals we mentioned in the earlier race in part of this crew, and Jack Rafferty stroking it in the white hat there. Won the junior championship, single scull, bringing all that. 3 tough races yesterday, 2 rough tough races this morning, as all these quads would have had. And now the St. Michael's crew go again, and they've opened up half a length lead over the crew from Cappoquin. So it's St. Michael's from Cappoquin, Methodist still with that overlap in 3rd place. They're coming into less than halfway to go in the race of the final of the men's junior 18 coxed quad. St. Michael's half a length from Cappoquin, 1 length to Methody now. Methody need to raise it again if they're going to get back in the mix here and get back into contention along with Cappoquin and St. Michael's. Lee Valley overlapping in 4th place ahead of Muckross in 5th and Clonmel in 6th, but it's coming down now to a 2-horse race, it looks like, between St. Michael's and Cappoquin. Cappoquin doing all the running in the first half of the race, getting out to that lead, shaking off the challenge that came from Methodist, but in doing that, the St. Michael's crew were the one that responded, and the St. Michael's crew are the ones that now move into the lead. It's just half a length. Little glance over to the left from the St. Michael's crew to see where they are against the Methody crew. Half a length can change, as we know, in the run in towards the finish. They've just about 500 to go. Championship of Ireland. To be decided in the men's coxed quad. Last year's winner at Lone. Previous form, St. Michael's in 22 and 23. They're looking to take the championship back again to the 061 in Limerick. They push on again, and now it's 3/4 of a length. 3/4 of a length for St. Michael's over Methodist in second, or Cappoquin in second, Methodist in third. They're starting to stretch out as they come in for the finish. They've trained for this moment and gone through that tough racing, all these quads going through. This is the final test of willpower and endurance for the crews. We watch St. Michael's there up on screen. They go for the line. They'll hear the enclosure, and a little bit of clear water is the comfort they need coming into the finish. They power on again. Methody on a surge, challenging Cappoquin, but as we come in towards the line, St. Michael's, lane 2, top of your screen, and furthest from us as we're watching. They push on again, they're in control here, and Methody on a real big charge to come back into the mix for second place over the crew from Cappoquin, but St. Michael's timed it to perfection coming into the second half of the race. They moved at 1,000, took half a length, and they've powered onto the line here. Glance over the shoulder from the bowman of St. Michael's. Finish line's going to be in sight. Methody come up to challenge, and they're coming all the way to the line, but it's going to be St. Michael's, their third championship, 3/4 of a length. Back to Methody in second, half a length then to the crew from Cappoquin. They're the 1, 2, and 3. Amazing racing. These guys so tough going through the time trials, heats, and the final there as well. Lee Valley just coming in fourth place ahead of Muckross, and the Clonmel crew coming in to close out the men's junior 18 quad. A really fantastic race there. Well done to all the competitors going through those time trials, heats and final. A brilliant race there. Early lead from Methody. Saw Cappoquin come back and take it in the second 500. But at 1,000 metres, the St. Michael's crew lifted it again, and they moved out to that 1 length lead, just taking in the end by 3/4 of a length. The St. Michael's crew taking their third championship of the weekend after the men's junior scull and the women's pair. So 2 championships for St. Michael's strokeman there. So congratulations and well done. We'll catch our breath and we'll be back with our next race, which is going to be the final of the women's novice cox quad.
show from the band crew as they push on 1,000 metres. They have clear water over Methodist College, who look like they're putting a little bit of a squeeze on Athlone, and then it's further back to St Michael's, Waterford and Killorglin. Moving through 1,000 metres. Again, wind picks up slightly, which is always challenging, especially for these lighter junior 16 girls, but especially now when they have two 2Ks already down. They're into their 5th K of rowing, and it has to tell. Fatigue has to be a factor here, but they are eating up that band crew, eating up this course now. 900 to go, and they haven't changed their stroke, they haven't changed their rate, they haven't had to, because they haven't had to react from a challenge from Methodist or Athlone, who are battling each other, but they're just not as sharp, just not as precise, just not as together as this band crew, who are out there showing an exhibition of rowing at this stage now. They belie their J16 status, because one look over the right shoulder there from the bow in the band boat, just to gauge where she is, to see if there's any need for that push. There may not be. Now, there has been a push, though, from Methodist College in the lane beside them. There has to be some reaction at this stage if they want to make any impact. Of course, J16s are gunning for gold, silver and bronze, but everybody just wants that gold. These are racers, these are fighters, and right up there fighting for that third spot, second and third spot, Methodist and Athlone. St Michael's are still not out of it yet. Further back then to Waterford, and well back maybe out of it at this stage is the Killorglin crew, but great to get to the final from 34 boats down to 6. Still, Ban in so much control, and even getting better as they push on through the course. It's so much easier to row, so much better when you have this kind of a lead, and they have that lead, and they've earned that lead. They've earned that lead from about 400 metres as they passed us. They were rowing through and rowing strong, and they were gaining inch by inch, and now it's foot by foot, and then it's coming to metre by metre, because these girls, if there was any push or pressure put on them now, they'd be able to react and they'd be able to take this home. Methodist College have put a squeeze on Athlone, and they maybe have put them to the sword for that silver medal. I just feel there's Athlone and Methodist College are going to run out of water, because this band crew have controlled this all the way. So it's a well spread out field at the minute. St Michael's have unfortunately let go Athlone and have slipped back, so they are just out of medal contention at the minute, and then it's further back to Waterford and further back again to Killorglin. But as they move away from us and approach the last couple of 100 metres, it is band, and it is the band show, because they are absolute class, have been from the very start. This is a joy to watch Junior 16, and can't wait to see as these guys develop to J18 and into senior rowing, because there is some talent in this boat. Further back, as they move away from us, I'm going to hand it over to the tower, but in the top 3 spots for that bronze, silver and gold, you have Ban, sheer class, followed by Methodist College, followed by Athlone. It's over to the tower.
So the Ban women's junior 16 doubles must be following the playbook of Zach's Meehan, because they've gone out and absolutely dominated this race from the start. The Ban crew in the bow seat, Lila Hull, backed up by Faye Green in the stroke seat. They're leading it out from the start. They got out to Clearwater lead, and they've held that the whole way down the course as they come in with about 2:50 to go. In Methodist, it's the second place at the moment, right beside them, and St Michael's in the mix as well. But no doubt about the leaders here. Lane 3, it's Ban doing all the running off the start, and as Alan was saying, we'll be keeping an eye on this double when they move from junior 16 up to junior 18 over the next season or two. They're absolutely dominating the race here, having come through the time trials, the heats, and now into the final. They're putting on a show for us here as they come in towards the finish. Clearwater back to the chasing pack of Methodist and Athlone and St Michael's, and further back then to the crews from Waterford and Killorglin to close out the women's junior 16 double. No doubt about the winners though so far as they come in towards the finish. Ban Clearwater, they just need to power in towards the finish now and take those last few strokes. And we mentioned Lila Hull in the bow seat, Faye Green in the stroke seat for Ban as they come in. Last few strokes from them. Clearwater then back to Methodist in second place, ahead then of Athlone and St Michael's. So last few strokes, finish line is going to be inside the women's junior 16 double scull. It's heading north to the crew from Ban as they take the win. A really dominant display there. They take the win. So it's Ban taking the win ahead of Methodist, Athlone, St Michael's, Waterford, Killorglin. Really tough racing again for these crews going through the junior 16 doubles, going through the time trials, the heats, and now into the final. And we're straight back to the action. We've gone straight up to the next race, which is the final of the men's senior pair. And this is a straight final in the men's senior pair just going off the start. We're just catching our breath of the women's junior 16 doubles going to close out the last few strokes. So well done to all the competitors there. But we'll try get the details of the men's senior pair now between Cork, Cork A, UCD, Cork B and Commercial. They're the 1, 2, 3, 4 coming off of the start. You can see the footage there from the start as they make their way down. Alan, I don't think we'll get back up to pick this one, so we'll take it from the balcony here and hopefully have the drone footage soon to see how the race is panning out. Current holders of the Michael Phelan Trophy, it's Cork. They won in 2024 when they took that win in the 8 and the 4 in the pair as well. They did the triple last year. Now we'll see if they're going to maintain and hold on to that championship. 4 both straight final in the men's senior pair between Cork A, UCD, Cork B and Commercial. Commercial will be nearest to us, Cork A on the far side. And hopefully we'll get some overhead shots to see how the race is panning out at the moment. Again, a lot of experience and no strangers to the podium in each of the men's senior pairs that are racing here in this final. So the 4 boats you can see from the drone footage just catching up with them in there. At the moment it looks like the Cork B crew in lane 4 might have a slight advantage over the other crews just by maybe half a canvas. So it could be the Cork B crew ahead of UCD and the Cork A crew in third. The only crew a little bit further back now, the Commercial crew on the left hand side of your screen, but all 4 crews overlapping in the pair, so very little between them as they come through the first few 100 metres. So lane 3, Cork B, this crew just about half a length opening up ahead of UCD. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment, centre of the course, and the other 2 crews on the outside very much still in the mix here between Commercial and Cork A as they all overlapping coming through the first 500 metres. The UCD crew stroked from the bow side there. The other crews all stroked from the stroke side, just a little bit of a difference. We're now catching up with the camera there, so hopefully we can head up and Alan is in position to give us the latest on the men's senior pair final. Richie Callan, are you there? Over. Okay, can't hear you, so I'll come back and do it from here. So apologies there, having some mic issues with the catamaran launch and the commentary out on the course for the men's senior pair. So we'll pick it up here again. Over the first few 100 metres, it was the Cork B crew who got out to about half a length lead over UCD in the centre lanes. Then the chasing pack of Commercial and Cork A overlapping, and the only difference that we've seen in the last 150 metres is the crew from UCD now moving into the lead. So the UCD pair coming back on the early lead that was opened up by Cork. They're the 1 and 2, but the overlap between all 4 crews, so they're within striking distance. The Cork A crew and Commercial crew on the outside lanes, as you're watching it, will need to make a move now if they're going to make it into the mix along with UCD and Cork in for the final of the men's senior pair. Cork holders of the trophy currently, the Mick Phelan Trophy that was inaugurated in 1978, currently residing in the 021 for Cork, but we'll see now if they'll be able to hold off the challenge that's there from UCD in the final of the men's pair. They've come up with about halfway to go. We're just seeing the UCD crew go again, taking on the push that's coming from Cork. So all of the action in those 2 centre lanes between Cork and UCD in the final of the men's senior pair. These crews not having to go through heats or finals. It's a straight final for the crews, so I know they're in other boats and everything, but they would be nice and fresh just coming in today to race just this one race in the men's senior pair. So we'll see the Cork B crew. The Cork B crew of Finn and Tolan and Barry O'Flynn leading at the moment, but maybe coming under. They've just opened up about half a canvas over the crew from UCD, so the lead changing again between these two centre crews, and that's allowed them to open up clear water from the other Cork crew and from Commercial as well. So all the action centre of the course, we've seen the lead change a number of times. UCD had the lead in the last few 100 metres. It's gone back now to Cork, taking it just in the last few strokes, moving out to about a half a canvas. Cork go again. And can they hold on to the championship that they won last year in the men's senior pair? UCD will need to respond now to see, will they be able to get back into the mix here? And Cork Boat Club looks like they're taking it up again just in the last few strokes. They're coming in towards the finish line. About 250 metres to go. Cork Boat Club from UCD. The UCD crew are going to have to go now if they want to get back in contention, but the Cork crew have opened up about half a length lead. Little glance over from the UCD crew to see where they are. They know the push needs to go now, but the Cork crew have timed this to perfection if they can hold on to the line. They went in the last 500, taking back the lead that UCD had opened up in the men's senior pair, and now they power on yet again. Cork Boat Club looking to hold on to the championship that they have won in 2024. And they move out yet again. They're opening up clear water now. The UCD crew are spent force. They've done everything they could, but they're not able to maintain the lead that the Cork crew have. So Finn Tolan and Barry O'Flynn just coming in towards the line. They're opening up clear water, and the men's senior pair is going to be retained by Cork Boat Club. They hold on to 2 years in a row in the men's senior pair. Cork Boat Club ahead of UCD in second place, just coming in towards the line. Ahead then of the Commercial crew and the second Cork crew to close out the men's senior pair. A really great race there from Cork. Just taking it by the scruff of the neck in the last few 100 metres, shaking off the challenge that was there from UCD and taking the championship win in the men's senior pair. But in the middle of it, he said that...
I'm trying to cut him out because he's got all nice in his transmission.
Okay.
Until you say over. I know somebody transferred over to him, and I actually had a meeting when I was going to the office.
Okay.
So I'll put him back if you want him to do the last two races.
Yeah. There's only one race left anyway for the morning.
Sure, oh, that's different.
Yeah. Could Barry McWilliams please make his way to the podium, please, for the presentation? If Barry McWilliams is there, Chair of Rowing Ireland, if you can make your way to the podium. Thank you.
One, two, test, 1, 2.
So next up, it is the women's intermediate pair, our second last final of this morning's session, and we're going to head straight up and pick up the action in the women's intermediate pair final.
Thanks, Richie. And here we are at 400 metres. Umpire already very busy, calling out a couple of University of Galway and Trinity College for their steering. Women's intermediate pair, some real action here in the centre of the course with Dublin University Ladies Boat Club and holding out that early lead, only about 300 metres in it. UL, obviously, always a high standard there. They are putting a bit of a push on in lane 2. Cork on the on the far side in the enclosure, some very strange steering there from University of Galway, and they have corrected themselves, and they are costing themselves metre upon metre with that. On the outside we have Fermoy and Cork B, but holding a beautiful lead now as we approach 400 metres gone is the Dublin University Ladies Boat Club. They have a length and a half over the Fermoy crew, or excuse me, over the Cork crew, who have a length over the Cork crew. I've got that wrong. The Fermoy holding that third spot. They're under pressure from University of Galway, who seem to have got their steering back underway, and then University of Limerick are a length down, and further length down is Cork A. But streaking out in front at 520 metres gone is the Dublin University Ladies Boat Club. They are moving this so well. Again, the pair is a beautiful boat when it's rowed correctly. One of these crews or one of these rowers will be steering with their foot, so they've got the balance, keep in the middle of the lane. Your every move is amplified because you are responsible for 50% of that boat move. So leading out in front now, 600, 700 gone. Dublin University Boat Club, they are storming ahead, and they are controlling that lead over University of Galway in the centre, but obviously on the outside then Cork B are putting in a real stint. Fermoy putting a push on them. The battle really is for second place here, and here we have another race where there is just sheer dominance at this early stage, but I don't want to inflict the commentator's curse on everybody. The pair is one stroke away from all going wrong, but so far every stroke has been bang on the money for this Dublin University Ladies Boat Club crew, and they hold clear water, 4 lengths, 5 lengths, pushing on for a distance over the battling crews of Cork B and University of Galway, and slightly further back to Fermoy, slightly further back to UL. Cork A then holding it up, but it'd be a hell of a race if these Trinity girls weren't in it, but unfortunately for the rest of the crews, they are in it and they are dominating. So pushing up to coming up to 1,000 metres, still rowing so well, so together. Again, do they decide, do they do their normal push? They will have a strategy. Do they push through the 1,000 metres? Do they do a power 10? Do they need to? Do they save that energy to react to what is bound to be a push from the rest of these crews, because nobody wants to leave this one behind them? University of Galway in lane 3, Fermoy, Cork, they're the battlers. UL further back and further back again to that Cork A crew in lane 1, but out in front, and has been out in front and showing from the start. And 1,000 metres down, 1,000 metres to glory, we have Dublin University Ladies Boat Club in lane 4 holding that commanding lead, and I would say they have settled down into that lead now. Their rate seems to have dropped. University of Galway had big steering issues at the start, and maybe that threw them off slightly, because they have now put a big push in. They look like a powerful crew, they look like a strong crew who row well, and as I say that, they are eating up that distance. It was maybe 4 lengths, it's down to about 3 lengths. Tough to tell from here whether they're playing the game of just reacting to University of Galway, but I wouldn't, if I was in that Trinity Ladies Boat Club crew, I'd be getting a little nervous and maybe putting a squeeze on, because University of Galway are eating up that distance. Now, with 700 metres, is it too little too late? As I look across then for the rest of the crew, Fermoy doing very well, holding that half-length lead over Cork B, over length lead over UL, and it's further back, another length back to the Cork A. Much lighter crew of the Cork A, but the strong girls of Trinity Boat Club are really pushing on through now. They've kind of, from that dodgy little point where it went back to about 3 lengths, Trinity ladies have advanced that. I would say they've squeezed that length, and they've got back in control of this race. There was a huge push there from University of Galway that made me sweat a bit. I thought DULBC were going to be under pressure, but they have reacted, and reacted well, as we push up now towards 1,500 metres. So only 500, 600 metres from home, 600 metres from glory, 600 metres from another sweep title for DULBC. It's there for the taking. Can Galway stick their oar in and make it difficult for them? University of Galway, they do have to react. They have to react now. They're in comfortable second place, but second place is no good. Second place, none of these guys are here for second place. They're here for championship glory. They're here for the Championship of Ireland. They're here for the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. That's what they want. It's University of Galway trying to put a squeeze back on Dublin University, the Trinity Ladies Boat Club. Further on back then to Fermoy. Fermoy have had a real good race here, but it's just not as strong. They're smaller, lighter girls than the University of Galway and the Trinity Ladies crew. This Trinity crew are really dominating this race, and they have put clear water now at this stage. University of Galway are going to run out of water. They're not going to have enough left to close that gap. Barring incident or accident, this one is going north. This one is going to Island Bridge on the wrong side, as the Neptune man would say, on the wrong side of the Liffey. But this one is going to Dublin University Ladies Boat Club. They are dominant now. Unlikely they'll be caught, but who knows? They have a nice clear water distance as they push away from us. Dublin University Boat Club over University of Galway, over from Moy. There's the top 3 spots, and it's over to the tower.
Another exciting finish coming into view in the women's intermediate pair. The current winners, University of Galway. Looks like that championship now might be heading the way of Trinity. The Trinity winners of Heat 2 earlier on this morning, now dominating the race in Clearwater lead. And they're going for 2 for the crew for Trinity, because the bow and stroke of this Trinity pair were also the winners of the women's senior 4 yesterday. Maria Mequites Garcia Poggio in the bow seat and Adelaide Telsrow in the stroke seat. Won the women's 4 yesterday, now dominating in the women's intermediate pair, and look like with Clearwater they're in full control as they power towards the finish. Really nice rowing from them to take the lead coming through the first few 100 metres, and they really haven't taken the foot off of the gas since then. They've powered all the way down towards the finish, and they continue to move away from the chasing pack that's there. The Atlunkert Cup is what's on offer for the women's intermediate coxed pair that's inaugurated in 2013, and it'll be heading the way of Trinity, and they're going for 2 for 2, having won this pair having won the 4s race yesterday. Little glance over the shoulder for Maria as she knows the finish line is in sight. They're down to their last few strokes, and the championship is going to be heading the way of Trinity ladies for the women's intermediate pair. Last few strokes as they come in. Real battle then on between the chasing pack, but really none of them was in contention at the finish line was coming up. So it's going to be Trinity taking the double, winning the women's senior 4, and now this pair taking the women's intermediate pair as well. The chasing pack coming in to close out the race. Huge congratulations to the 2 crews there. And it was the University of Galway crew maybe in second place ahead of Fermoy, and the remaining crews just coming in to close out the women's intermediate pair. So huge congratulations from Maria in the bow seat, Adelaide in the stroke seat. Winners of the women's intermediate pair, Championship of Ireland, Trinity. So if any of the winners from this morning's session want to go and collect and have the presentations, they can make their way over during the lunchtime break. We have one more race to close out, and it is the final of the men's junior 16-8. Just on screen, we've seen the official result there. The men's senior pair was Cork, retaining their championship from 2024, taking it again now this year. Cork from UCD with Commercial, and the second Cork crew in 4th place. We have this men's junior 16-8. They came through heats earlier on, so we started out with 10 crews, narrowed down now to the top 6 between Skibbereen, St. Joseph's, Enniskillen, Galway, Blackrock and Presentation Cork. So they're the crews, and hopefully we will be able to see the race underway shortly, and it'll close out the first half of today. We'll have our lunchtime break, and then coming back this afternoon with the men's junior 16 double scull time trial and the men's club scull time trials. So more time trials getting us underway just before 2 o'clock. After those time trials, then we get back into the heats for the men's inter-pair, women's club 8. Big entries in the women's club 8. Great to see 3 heats on the women's club 8, giving us a 6-boat final later on. The men's junior 18-8, always a great race. We have 8 crews going to be narrowed down, so rather cruelly in the heats we're going to lose 1 from each of the men's junior 18-8s. And then we have the women's intermediate single heats, the heats of the men's junior 16 double, men's club single, before moving into our finals to round off the day. So great day of racing ahead of us. But before we do that, we have the next race to get through. The men's junior 16-8 winners of the first heat were Enniskillen ahead of Skibbereen and Blackrock. They're the 1, 2 and 3 qualifying from heat 1. And in the second heat, it was Galway ahead of St. Joseph's in presentation. So they're the other 3 crews that are lining up for the men's junior 16-8. So we'll be back shortly with that final to close out this morning's programme.
So next up we have the final of the men's junior 16-8s. You can see them on the stake boat. If you look at the screen, you can see there's a bit of a problem getting the boats on the start. Lane 4. In 4, Galway Rowing Club having a bit of issues getting onto the stake boat, but that's okay. It'll cause a bit of delay, but that's alright. These lads, it'll be their first time racing an 8 in the championship, some of them, so they're just getting experience with getting into that stake boat. There's no problems. So this will cause a bit of delay, but we'll try and get off as fast as we can. So as you can see on screen, we're going to take the opportunity, seeing these 6 8s lined up to take what it looks like for boats to take off from the start. It's so, the pressure is unbelievable up there. This is the final of the men's junior 16 8s. So off they go, and they're off. So massive applause from the crowd. So in lane 1 we have Skibbereen, lane 2 St. Joseph's A, lane 3 Enniskillen, lane 4 Galway, lane 5 Blackrock, and lane 6 Pres Cork. So they're off the blocks, and Alan is ready to give the commentary on this one.
Serious bit of action here, and a seriously fast start from Blackrock over there in lane 5, but they've been swallowed up. Enniskillen and Galway and the Jazz St. Joseph's here in lane 2. This is an amazing like junior 16 rowing, men's 8 sweep rowing at its finest. Bit of trouble getting crews on the start. That Galway crew had a bit of hassle getting on the start, but they are well underway and they are eating up this course. Charging down now, 300 metres in, and it is the Enniskillen crew holding a lead over Jez, holding a lead over Galway, not too far back, nothing a canvas to Blackrock, a length back to Pres, and then Skibbereen right beside us here doing really, really well. But Galway in lane 3, they are out to a canvas lead over the Jez, over St. Joseph's here in lane 2 on the right hand side of the screen as you look at it. Oh, some fantastic rowing. This is the best of the best. This is men's junior 16-8. They have qualified, and ideally the top qualifiers, Enniskillen, Galway, Blackrock and St. Joseph's A crew are in those centre lanes. They have flashed through 500 metres, and it is still a lead held by that Enniskillen crew over St. Joseph's, over Galway. So really, really tight racing. All crews are still together. If anything, I'd say there is probably three and a half lengths back to Pres between the leaders and Pres Cork that have just gone through the 500. Skibbereen right beside us, moving well and motoring well, and they are pushing Galway for third spot, as are Blackrock on the enclosure side, pushing Galway for that third spot. So a big fight there as Enniskillen push out to half a length over St. Joseph's now. 600 metres gone. Oh, everything is moving so quick. There is real power, real strength. These guys don't look junior 16. They look like real men. They are forcing these boats through the water. Oh, savage stuff from Enniskillen. Enniskillen have held that lead. They overtook Blackrock with a big rocket start, but they were swallowed up by about 300 metres. And Enniskillen have moved into that lead. I won't say it's commanding because half a length is nothing in rowing. That could be eaten up. One bad stroke among 8, one bad steer from the Cox, but that is still half a length between Enniskillen and St. Joseph's A crew. They have a length now. There is a length and a half back to Skibbereen. Here's Skibbereen in lane 1, who have come right back into third spot. They were well down, but they have moved very well through the as they approach 2,000 metres. Maybe there, I can hear their Cox. She is giving it loads, and they have taken that third spot. Now, as we approach 1,000 metres, who will put on a push? Will they react? Will they have their own plan? Looking at the Jez Cox, he's buried deep in that boat, and he is urging his squad on. There is still that half a length as they're through 1,000 metres with 9:50 to go. Enniskillen still hold that lead. Top 3 spots, medals for 1, 2 and 3 here, but every one of these boys out here certainly want to take home that gold, and that half length is still holding. Half length is still held by Enniskillen over St. Joseph's. Now, what will happen? Will the Bish go for a big push? They're going to have to do something to swallow up that lead. They have put clear water between themselves and the rest of the field. Huge battle in the rest of the field there, as Black Rock are ahead of Galway, are ahead of Skibbereen, and it's further back to Pres Cork, but right up at the business end, and only a couple of lengths in it. But there's still that half a length, if even maybe a little more. Enniskillen pushing out to 3/4 of a length over the Jez. As I said, they're eating up this lake here. Absolute power, absolute strength, not a bad stroke. Huge power in the middle of that Enniskillen boat. Some massive junior 16s out there giving it their all, really putting that power. But the Jez have certainly made the Bish has made a reaction. The St. Joseph's A crew are really putting the power on. They've got it back to half a length. I thought it was 3/4 at one stage there, but the Bish have really put that power down. They've really put that hammer on, and they are coming back, and this is where you need to come back. If you're going to come back, there's no point in leading the race and failing at the end. St. Joseph's A crew, they've put a good distance between themselves and the rest, but Skibbereen are reacting in third spot. Are Enniskillen just toying with St. Joseph's here to keep them away? But I think St. Joseph's are coming back. They're certainly putting a push on as we approach the last 500 metres. This is the business end of it. This is where everything comes to fruition, and it's still half a length. Can they squeeze back? Can St. Joseph squeeze back that half a length over Enniskillen? Oh, this is so tight at the front of this race. Big battle for third spot, and I'd say Skibbereen have put Black Rock to the sword in relation to that third spot, but the real battle is up the front. And as we hand over to the tower coming in, this one is going to go all the way, because St. Joseph's A are going to put a big push as they move away from us. It's half a length Enniskillen have over St. Joseph's over to the tower.
Thank you, Alan. So at the moment, it's still Enniskillen leading over St. Joseph's, the Bish of Galway, and Skibbereen in third place. This is a really famous rivalry in the 8s between Enniskillen and St. Joseph's. Now, Enniskillen are just having some small side steering issues, but they're okay for now. St. Joseph's have now regained contact on the Enniskillen crew. St. Joseph's bringing themselves back. They're overrating. Look at that. You can see the brilliant camera shot of those two crews, the two yellow M-Packers. They're doing the best they can. They want to win this. They're both hungry for the win in this Junior 16-8. It's still Enniskillen leading it out from St. Joseph's. St. Joseph's are not out of it yet. They have half a length on that Enniskillen crew. Enniskillen still leading it out. It's really close at the moment, but Enniskillen have pulled away from St. Joseph's. Enniskillen with almost a length above the St. Joseph's crew as they pull towards their last few strokes. The coxsmen from Enniskillen, they're screaming. They are not letting this go. Enniskillen have to win this. They do not want to let St. Joseph's catch up to them. They are coming up to the finish line. Enniskillen followed by St. Joseph's. Skibbereen in third place, being hunted down by Black Rock of College Dublin, but it looks like Enniskillen have taken the win, followed by St. Joseph's of Dublin. The crash in the water, the absolute slaps of the water by the Enniskillen crew, they are delighted. They wanted it so bad, and they have done it. They're followed in by St. Joseph's and Skibbereen in third place. You can see the lads, they're celebrating. They've worked so hard for this, and they have done it. They have won the Junior 16 Men's 8. So massive congratulations to
Volunteers and umpires for the afternoon session report to the slips at 1. All volunteers and umpires for the afternoon session report to the slips at 1.
So massive congratulations to the Enniskillen crew. We will now be taking a break about 50 minutes before our next two heats and time trials. So after our break, we will be taking on with the men's Junior 16 double sculls and the men's Club 2 single sculls. Just a reminder that the Finish Line Cafe is open inside the NRC, where we're selling snacks, ice cream and also air conditioning as well with fans. Make sure everyone drinks some water and keep out of the shade, and we'll see you later on. Thank you.
1-2.
brilliant time. As we can see on the shot from the camera, the boats lining up at the start. You can see them going off one by one. It's really important they keep this nice pace, this nice starting pace, that we just don't go off with any delay. So coming down towards the enclosure, we can see the boat from Kilmac Simon in that blue and white double. We can see that boat with the red one pieces coming down. Their blades are firing into the water. They have about 250 meters left to go, and they're not giving up for anyone. So that Kilmac Simon boat, they're pushing on. There's no one around them. There's big gaps behind them, big gaps in front of them, but it means that they are pulling away from the boat after them. The boat from Atlunkard B and Coddignod, they're pushing on behind them. So well done to Kilmac Simon, they're pushing on. Following down, we see the Coddignod boat. They have obviously passed out the Atlunkard boat in, so it goes Kilmac Simon, Atlunkard, Coddignod, but Coddignod is the next boat to come down to the enclosure, so they've passed it Atlunkard. We can see Atlunkard in the distance, so it means Coddignod have made great distance on that Atlunkard boat. The Coddignod, the wine colour from their one piece, coming down past 250 meters into their last few strokes. It's really important that these doubles get into the final 18 boats so they can qualify to the semi-finals later on. So there's 39 boats in this category. Only 18 will go through to the semi-finals later on. Only 6 will go through from those semi-finals to the finals. So as we see Coddignod pulling towards the finish line, we see that Atlunkard boat who started before the Coddignod but coming down afterwards, so they have a lot of ground to make up. Following Atlunkard, we have New Ross. The colours we can see there, light blue coming from County Wexford. So New Ross and Atlunkard B coming down towards the enclosure. We can see those boats coming towards us. Following New Ross, we have Commercial B and Neptune A. Neptune A started before Commercial, but Commercial looked to have passed them out. Commercial making real ground on that Neptune crew. They both row up in Island Bridge in Dublin. It's a massive rivalry, but it looks like that Commercial crew has got the better of Neptune on the outside. They're on the far side of the lanes, so that Neptune crew falling back behind Commercial looking really strong. They are putting down that best time possible for the semi-finals later on. Reminder, only 18 will go through of this 39. So these are only J16 crews. They're not used to the 2,000 meter course. They might have come from J15, J14, and they're used to the 1,000 meters. So it's a massive long haul. So coming down towards us, we see Atlunkard and New Ross coming through the finish line. As we see the crews from Dublin, Commercial and Neptune, who are battling it out. But it looks like Commercial have got the better of Neptune. As we see the crew from Cappoquin B. Cappoquin had a major success in that quad earlier on, their J18s. No doubt they'll be doing even really well in the J16 doubles as well. So Cappoquin in the navy and white coming down towards us, crashing down. They're really bringing that rate up. They've brought that stroke rate up nice and high. They're not letting it go to anyone else. So they've no one besides them. They have no one to push them on. They have to just keep going. They cannot let it go, no matter how much it hurts. Behind them we have Muckris. We have Muckris A. Muckris as well had a really strong showing, coming 5th in the Junior 18 quad earlier on. So as well, really talented scullers coming out of Muckris. Last year Muckris were the winners of this event, the Junior 16 doubles. So now that
Coxed for the Trinity ladies.
So Muckris will be putting down a brilliant time as well, no doubt. So Muckris Rowing Club, the Canary Yellows in that double, coming down towards the finish line, storming down. After Muckris, we see St. Michael's. St. Michael's earlier on had a win in the junior 18 coxed quads. Brilliant sculling out of St. Michael's. They've been having a brilliant week so far, winning the single scull, the women's coxed pair, and now the men's coxed quad. So St. Michael's coming down as fast as they can. They're followed by Portadown, a new showing at this regatta in the last few years. So Portadown coming from Northern Ireland, County Armagh, as they come racing down the course. At the 500 metre mark, we can see Garda Boat Club, Garda Síochána Boat Club at the 500 metre mark. So they're really bringing that stroke rate up as they begin their sprint. So it's Garda, followed by Kilmac Simon B and Carrick, who are racing it out. They're next to each other. So those two boats pushing each other on. It's always good to have it's always good to have a boat next to you, so you can kind of compete with that boat next to you, bringing your rate up, bringing your stroke rate up, seeing, am I next to someone, where am I in comparison to the rest of these crews. Reminder that these crews were let off 45 to 50 seconds away from each other, so if a crew is catching up, we know they have around that much on that crew. So Garda Síochána Rowing Club coming towards the 200 metre mark. You can see that headwind slowly breezing across the river. It's a head crosswind, so it's quite difficult for this junior 16s to deal with, but they seem to be dealing with it excellently. They're followed down by Carrick on Shannon and Kilmac Simon.
So they're coming down fast and furious here in the men's junior 16 double time trial. We were mentioning earlier 39 crews need to be narrowed down to 18 into the heats to get us our 6 boat finals. And they're coming down the 2 lanes, as you can see, down all the way, racing over the 2,000 metres, and the official times will be given out. We're just looking there at 1:61 is the crew from Carrick. Powering on the blue and white colours. Finish line glance over the shoulder. Last few strokes for them. They just crossed the line there. So it's Carrick home safely. Ahead of them, Kilmac Simon were the crew. And we can see just behind them the crews then from Macross should be coming in for distance there. It's Kilmac Simon, the B crew, just coming towards the line. Last few strokes for the lads there in the men's junior 16 double. So Kilmac Simon, they have that unique bow number, as you can see, 160. So all of the crews racing with a unique bow number that helps us identify and put them off in sequence. Technically, we should see 161, 162, 163. So the Carrick crew did really well there, passing out Kilmac Simon. The next 2 crews coming down will be Muckross C and Muckross B. That's Muckross C up on screen. And they're down to the last few strokes. Finish line is in sight for them. Their time being added to all 39 times to find our fastest 18. Last few strokes, Muckross C crossing the line. Quickly followed, probably, by Muckross B, right behind them. Just coming in towards the finish as well. There's the footage you can see. There are blustery conditions. You can just tell with the water there that headwind, it's a little bit more blustery than we had earlier on this morning, but certainly nothing too worrying for the crews. Just watching Lee come across there. Great row from Lee if they've moved up 164. Crossing there. And we'll check who our next competitors are. After this time trial, we have another time trial in the men's club single where 40 crews are going to come down and be racing again to qualify into the fastest 18. And this new format of the time trials working well. We're getting good feedback from the crews and from people tuning in at home. It does level up the qualifications. Muckross B just crossing the line there. Well done, Muckross. They'll have to check and see. You can see Strokeman just turning stop on their timer there. They'll have a know of their own how they went and how they went against their training times as well. Hopefully they're in the mix to get into the heats. Crew there from Lee Valley, 166 Lee Valley. Johnny in the stroke seat and Martin in the bow seat there for Lee Valley. And 2 crews almost side by side coming down into view in the run in towards the finish. So we'll check on the number shortly and see who they are. So this is like an eye exam. 167 Methodist and 165 Closheg Noid. The 2 crews there. So Methodist must have had a good row to come all the way in and pass out the Closheg Noid crew. So well done there. About 10 or 12 crews yet to come down to close out the men's junior 16 double time trial. And hopefully we'll have these results as quickly as possible then to find out who are going to be back later on at The 10 to 4, they're coming back to race then in the heats to advance on to the final. At Lunkert, they're coming down. They're on screen now. Crew 168 in the men's junior 16. Coming in towards the enclosure, so they'll hear the encouragement, they'll hear the crowd that's coming in, and know that they've about 150 metres to go. So at Lunkert coming into view, followed by Bantry and Fermoy, the next two crews. And looking out onto the run into the finish, it does look like the Fermoy crew have come through the Bantry crew. So they'll be next to view in the run in towards the finish. At Lunkert just coming in to close out the Limerick Club, closing out the men's junior 16 double. Little glance over the shoulder. How many strokes have I left? You've got 2 or 3. Power all the way to the line, and that's what they do. At Lunkert just crossing there. And the Fermoy crew powering in towards the finish here as well. They've passed out the Bantry crew, so they must be motoring fairly well. And the Atlunker crew just moving out of the way of the fast finishing Fermoy crew, who crossed there a few minutes ago. Bantry now coming in, crew 169. After which we have crews from Skibbereen and Workman's coming into view. That is the Bantry crew just crossing. Next up we have Skibbereen and Workman's Galway coming into the run into the finish. Skibbereen A173 again must be going very well, because it looks like they've got the better of the Galway crew, who went off ahead of them nearest to us. So Skibbereen on the far side, Galway nearest to us in the yellow boat. Then we have Workman's just behind them as well. So I think there should be only about 3 more crews coming down after this. In the distance we can see them just coming in towards the finish, but up on screen, Skibbereen A, crew 173 just crossing the line. About a length of clear water back to Galway, 171. Workman's not too far behind them now. Workman's coming in to close out, and then after that we've 3 more crews, Offaly, Castleconnell and Athlone, and that'll close out. We're just looking there, the Workman's crew, legs in the water to try cool off straight away in the tough racing conditions in this heat. And out of the time trials they'll get our fastest 18 that are going to have to come back for the heats and then the final later on today. So hopefully the rowers are thinking 2 more races for them to get them into that final and in the mix for the win in the men's junior 16 double. 3 more crews to go, Offaly, Castleconnell and Athlone. Offaly crew on the right hand side of the screen, Castleconnell on the left hand side, down to the last few strokes again for them. 3 crews. Once we get through Offaly, Castleconnell, Athlone are in the background there, just coming in with about 200 to go. So there's the last stroke coming up for Offaly and Castleconnell. Just a little bit of clear water. Castleconnell crew eating back into the early start that the Offaly crew had. And our last crew to close out the men's junior 16 double scull, it's a crew from Athlone just coming in there. Finish line is that big boy that you can see up on the top. So they've got about 4 strokes left and they're just coming into the line now. So 38 crews in the junior 16 double, all completed now. We'll calculate who the fastest times are and we'll shortly have the 3 heats that'll be kicking off at 10 to 4. Short break now before we start the next time trial, which is the time trial for the men's club single sculls. A mere 40 scullers going to make our way down here to pick out the 18 fastest that will go into the heat. So we'll be back shortly with the runners for the men's club single scull.
So coming down fast, we see the first few entries of the men's club single scull. So first of all, we see St. Michael's Burke. He's leading out the pack, even though he was the third to be led off at the start. So it's Burke. We see the Galway sculler following him, and we see Heffernan of Shandon in third. These scullers were all let off in 50-second intervals, yet they're all very close. So it's very good to see the scullers bunched up. They have each other to kind of compete against. They can look to their left and their right. They have someone to look at. Now we're focusing in on that St. Michael's sculler Burke. He looks really strong at the moment. There's no doubt he'll be putting a good time to make that top 18 later on. He took a look to his left. He's making sure there's no one putting any pressure on him as he comes towards the last few strokes of his race. The end is in sight for Burke of St. Michael's as he pulls towards the finish line. He's about 2 lengths over that Shandon sculler who's taken over Galway. So Shandon, Heffernan looking really strong as well, and Galway, the Galway sculler looking very strong, and that's the first 3 of the time trials of the men's club 2 single sculls. So the next few scullers coming down, we can see on the screen, we can see DUBC Trinity Roberts, race number 182. Giles of Neptune has been scratched, so we move straight on to DUBC Trinity. He looks really strong. He comes into his last few strokes, as he finishes up his race. So next we see Lynch of Lee Valley race the Junior 18 race yesterday. So David Lynch of Lee Valley looking really strong as he passes 200 metres. He has only a few hundred metres left to go. He wants to make it into the top 18 of this 40 cruises, the really competitive category, the men's club scull. Really heavily contested this year as always. So we can see Lee Valley David Lynch coming down in his last couple of strokes. He's almost at the finish line, looking really strong on that Felipe scull. Those red oars of Lee Valley, the home crew. On their way down, we can see the 2 green crews of Neptune and Carlo. Those two, we can see Neptune Farrell and Carlo Duke. Duke has been selected to represent Ireland in the home internationals this year, so definitely one to watch. So it is Neptune Farrell and Carlo Duke battling it out, but it looks like the sculler from Neptune has the lead at the moment. But Duke of Carlo is nearly caught up to him. A reminder, there's about 45 seconds between all the scullers. So Neptune followed by Carlo. Duke of Carlo definitely is overrating the Neptune sculler, so he looks really strong as they come to their last few strokes. The red boys are almost in sight, the red boys that indicate that their race is over. So it is Neptune followed by Carlo. The Carlo sculler is just trying to gain contact with Neptune as they approach the finish line. The honk of the hooter means the race is finished. On the way down, we see Duggan Skibbereen having an excellent regatta at this Champs 2025, winning the lightweight single scull for the men's and of course the men's senior double. So we see Duggan of Skibbereen charging down towards the finish line. He's brought his stroke rate down a little bit, but he's looking fairly strong. He has a good gap between himself and the next sculler, so Duggan looking extremely strong as he approaches the red boys, indicating the finish line. So low rate from the Skibbereen sculler. He's then followed in by Shannon Bin Nazer. Bin Nazer, he's brought his rate right up. He is being chased by the sculler Cork Gillard. Gillard this year, of course, has been selected to represent Ireland in the Coupe de la Jeunesse. He's had a few races this weekend and done fairly well. So again, a one to watch for the top 18 later on. So we're focusing in on Ben Nazer of Shannon, looking really strong. That nice long stroke as he goes through the finish line. Followed by Gillard of Cork, and we have a bit of a gap between Gillard and the next few scullers. That indicates that there was a good charge from Gillard in the last few hundred meters. There's a good gap between himself and the next sculler, but he is followed by UCC Kelly, who is then followed by Cork Boat Club McHugh. So it looks like McHugh of Cork Boat Club has actually overtaken Kelly of UCC. So that means he is about 45 seconds upon that sculler. He's doing really well. Definitely one to watch for the next few races. So we have McHugh of Cork Boat Club. And we have Kelly of UCC, who seems to be slowing. The conditions are definitely tiring, and he is followed by Kilmac Simon Crowley. So Kilmac Simon, as mentioned before, a coastal club making their debut at the Flatwater Championships this weekend. So dealing with these strong headwind conditions. Coming down towards the finish line, we have McHugh of Cork Bow Club making his last few strokes. Oh, we see UCC having some technical difficulties as he's passed out by Kilmac Simon. But Cork Bow Club, McHugh looking really strong. That nice strong finish on his on the screen. Charging down after him, we see Kilmac Simon Crowley and Horan of Killorglin. So huge support for Kilmac Simon this weekend. We can hear the crowd absolutely going for it, cheering for the Kilmac Simon crew. As we can see the Kilmac Simon sculler just finishing. He's followed by Killorglin and the other UCC sculler, Mannix. So Mannix of UCC looking extremely strong. He's coming from a coastal background as well. So he's well able to deal with these conditions. The conditions have picked up to a slight tailwind and with a bit of a crosswind, so they're not the most easy to deal with, but definitely nothing they can't handle. So as we approach halfway of our men's club sculls, we have Queen's University Belfast McKinley approaching the 500 meter mark, so he's looking really strong. He has a slightly slower stroke rate though, so it's McKinley of Queen's University Belfast charging down after us. On the screen we can see the finished scullers. They look tired. It is a really hard course, especially in this heat. Heat has been brought up to around 26 degrees Celsius, so it is really tough to deal with in the summer conditions. But on the screen we can see that Queen sculler McKinley looking really strong as he pushes down with only less than 200 meters to go. He is halfway. So he is halfway through all the scullers. So there's 20 out of 40. There is a huge gap between himself and the rest of the scullers. So it is really hard to keep going when you're all by yourself. But it is really important that you're against the clock. You do not stop. So he has to keep the foot on the pedal, as you never know who might get it through to the top 18. Only 18 will go through. You do not want to be 19th or 20th in this qualifiers. So as McKinley starts bringing himself up, he crosses through the finish line.
So our next rower in the men's club single coming in, it is Tralee Morris. Coming down, just last few strokes for him, the drone just capturing him coming through the finish line there. After this, the next crews that we should see should be Lee Valley, O'Mahony, Queens, Kimber and Commercial Light-Off. The Queen sculler Kimber there just center of your screen. You can see the other scullers in the background. So we're more than halfway through the 40 competitors in the men's club single time trial. Last time trial for today. We already have the draw for the men's junior 16 double from the time trial that we saw, and these times coming up soon. So Queen's Kimber just coming through the finish there. The draw for the men's junior 16 double is out. For those of you checking online, you can see who are in the heats now, the fastest 18. Just looking there at Kimber, Queens, gasping for breath. You can see just how hot those conditions are, as Brian was saying. Commercial Light-Off just coming through, crew 201. Just coming in towards the finish. And then we've another two crews coming in now in quick succession in alternate lanes, just coming in towards the finish. Galway, Leiden, bottom of the screen, nearest to us, just crossing. 202. Lee Valley, O'Mahony at the top. So that must have been a good row for Leiden of Galway. It looks like he might have taken a scalp or two on the way down. Thumbs up from him. So we check out our next few competitors coming in a little bit further back now, just picking up the next bunch. There's about 15 or 16 scullers still working their way down towards the course. Queen's Workman, bottom of the looks like bottom of the screen. Little glance over his shoulder there to find out where that finish line is. He's nearly there. About 100 meters to go. And then think it's Cork Diffley behind him, but we'll confirm when we get a little bit closer up there. Two of the scullers, Lee Valley O'Mahony and Queen's Kimber, both going to the Coupe later on this season. So Queen's Workman, last few strokes for him. Crew 205 just coming in. That finish line can't come quick enough for him as he powers on towards the end here. He's just holding off the chasing pack. So last few strokes coming up now for Queen's Workman. And Trinity Healy O'Connor. That was the sculler just behind the Queen's sculler, so Queen's passed him out. So Healy O'Connor, Trinity just crossing the line. And then coming into view, we should see Cork Diffley, Trinity Lawrence, there's the Cork Boat Club sculler, Diffley, crew 206, and behind him on the inside, think that might be Trinity, but finishing line there, it is in sight for Cork Diffley. Turning off the timer, see how that row went against how their normal pieces go. And again, all those times going into the mix, the 40 scullers will be reduced down to 18. Trinity crew just crossing there. 207, that's Lawrence from Trinity. And again, those of you watching at home, the stroke coaches or recording watches they have inside, so sometimes when you see races finish, they just head down to turn off the timer that's there so they get a good measure of how their race went. Kilmac-Simon Barry up on screen, making his way down. Good showing from him. We mentioned Kilmac-Simon, one of the coastal clubs competing here. Really nice rowing from Barry from Kilmac-Simon. Last few strokes, he's coming to wind it out. So we should have just about 10 more scullers now to close this out. Next there on screen, it's Skibbereen Birchall on the right-hand side of your screen. Inside on the left-hand side, it should be Waterford Hart, heading to the Home Internationals later on this season for Irish representation. So their crews 209 and 210, Skibbereen Birchall crossing the line, and then Waterford Hart will be just coming into view. Waterford just closing out. Down to about 8 scullers. The next up should be Lee O'Connell, Killorglin McHugh, Galway Moore, Cork O'Connor, Fermoy Coughlin, and then Cork O'Mahony and Trinity Kenny will close out the racing. Clonmel just coming into view, Clonmel Hickey, 211, went off after Waterford. And again, little glance over the shoulder just to see where their finish line is, get his bearings and knows that's the last few strokes, so he's pushing on. Taking it up, racing like he's in for my sprints here now. A Hickey of Clonmel takes the rate right the way up and winds up doing his best to get that fastest time, just crossing the line. That was Hickey of Clonmel. Lee O'Connell, Killorglin McHugh, Galway Moore, they should be the next scullers down in sequence. You see a lot of the scullers putting their feet into the water after they finish racing just to try cool down. So that's Lee O'Connell just coming in. 212 closes out his race. And footage there you can see of the crews racing to the line, and then the traffic pattern that we have, the race, they paddle all the way down past the buoys that you see at the top of the screen, and then come back in at the top, following the traffic pattern there. Killorglin McHugh just crossing, and it really is taking so much out of these crews in the heat. They'll all come in, check the times, they'll want to recover, get lots of water hydration back in so that they can see. They're going to be coming back and racing in the men's club single later on, starting at 4:05 today. And I mentioned the draw already in place for the men's junior 16 double. You can check that online. We have Enniskillen, Fermoy, St Michael's, Lee, Methodist, Castleconnell. In the second heat, Skibbereen, Athlone, Methodist, Workman's, Carrick and New Ross. And in Heat 3, it's Span, Commercial, Lee Valley A, Lee Valley B, and Cappoquin and Commercial. So lots of, they're the 18 crews that came through the men's junior 16 double. Up on screen, we can see Galway Moore, Cork O'Connor. They're the two scullers. Galway on the left-hand side in their distinctive colours. Cork on the right-hand side in the striped one-piece. And the Cork sculler must be flying it, because if he's back into the early lead that the Galway sculler had, he's come back on him. So maybe that 35-45 second advantage that they get, the Galway sculler should have gone off first, and Galway coming in, starting to wind up for the line. The last few strokes for the Galway sculler. That's Moore from Galway. And O'Connor from Cork. Just 3 or 4 more scullers due down now, unless anyone went out of sequence. We'll check up. So that's Galway up on screen. O'Connor from Cork went through as well, and we think it's Fermoy, Coughlin, and Cork O'Mahony and Trinity Kenny should be the next scullers coming through. And this will be the last few of this time trial for today. We already had the men's junior 16 double time trial. Those results are in. We'll shortly have the men's club single time trial. And on screen we can see Fermoy Coughlin, top of the screen there, coming into the run into the finish. And bottom of the screen then is Cork O'Mahony. They should be the last two coming in, just crossing the line. That's Fermoy Coughlin and Cork O'Mahony, I think it might be. And those tuning in at home, you get some footage of the beach area. There's launching here at the National Rowing Centre right in front of the building, but also down at the beach area there's a number of slips down there. So some of the crews and some of the clubs are based down there, launching in and out of there. Other crews, you'll see them come back, paddle up on the inside of the finish line through the traffic area there, and use the slips that are in front of us here at the rowing centre. So depending on where the club is set up for the weekend, that'll determine where they're launching from. So our two scullers there, they'll head on back down now. Cork O'Mahony and Fermoy Coughlin, it looked like. And just 1 or 2 more scullers coming in towards the finish, just one. And when this race closes out, we have a very short break before we have the men's intermediate pairs. So direct qualifying from the heats in the men's intermediate pairs. No time trials. We're going to have 3 heats with 2 crews to qualify from each of the heats and 1 into the final then. We're just watching the Trinity sculler up on screen. He's the last of our men's club single. Kenny from Trinity is going to come in. He's got about 250, 300 to go. The last of the competitors. At least he doesn't have to worry about anyone ahead of him or behind him. So he can row his own race in towards the finish here as we watch the drone footage showing his progress towards the finish line. So I mentioned we have those heats of the men's intermediate pair, 2 crews to qualify from each, after which we have another 3 heats, this time the Women's Club 8, and really strong entry there to see 3 heats in the Women's Club 8 race, so that's great to see. And then we'll be followed shortly afterwards by the Men's Junior 18 8, where we have 8 crews with 6 to qualify for the final. So 1 crew from each of the heats is going to get dropped, and it'll be interesting to see how the tactics go for those races in the Men's Junior 18 8. After that, we have heats of the Women's Intermediate Single. And then we have the Men's Junior 16 double heats coming out of the fastest 18 from the time trial before we round off the afternoon session with the heats of the Men's Club Single from this time trial. So all the times are in, 39 scullers times are there, and we're just waiting for Trinity Kenny to finish, and his time will be added in as well, and then the fastest 18 will be added and our draw will be updated. So this will close out the last time trial for today. Another series of time trials tomorrow will be kicking off at the time trial for the Men's Junior 16 single, the Women's Club single. In the afternoon, we have more time trials tomorrow afternoon for the Women's Junior 16 single, Men's Junior 18 double, and the Women's Junior 18 quad as well. So time trials kicking off each of our morning and evening sessions. And our last competitor, Kenny from Trinity, 218. He's just got a few strokes left as he comes in towards the finish in the Men's Club single. And that's the last competitor there. So that's the Men's Club single time trials completed. So we'll be calculating all of the times and ranking them. They'll be available shortly, and we should have the 18 scullers coming from the Men's Club single time trial into the heats, which will take place later on today. So we'll be back shortly after a short break with the Men's Intermediate Pair heats. So for those of you tuning in at home, we're here on site. Just a reminder, the men's club single, the time trial just finished and the heats have been populated. So the 18 fastest crews have been added. And just a reminder that when they come through the time trials into heats, the fastest crews are in lanes 3 and 4. So that would be UCC, Mannix, Trinity, Larynx, Tralee, Morris, Commercial, Lidoff, Galway, Leiden and Killorgan, Horan would be the 6 fastest, and then the other crews are on the outside lanes as well. All the times available, and they are the fastest 18. So our early morning program has been populated there for all of the heats, and out of that then we'll get some of our finalists later on. Next up it's going to be the men's intermediate pair, underway shortly, and we'll start with heat 1 between Commercial, Lee, Skibbereen, Shandon and UCC.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
So welcome back to the Irish Rowing Championships. We have underway, we have started the men's intermediate pairs. So we have Heat 1. In lane 1 we have Commercial B, lane 2 Lee, lane 3 Skibbereen A, lane 4 Shandon, and lane 5 UCC. So there's 5 boats in this race. There will be 2 to qualify. There will be 3 heats. These pairs are really hard to row, arguably the hardest boat class to row in rowing. So there's two men on each side. Or so there's one man on each side, one with a bow side oar, one with stroke side, and there's one man steering with his foot. So at the moment we can see that lovely chevron. We can see in the middle lane Skibbereen A making a clear showing, and we're in their first few strokes. They had a really good start. It's really important that when they come off the blocks they have a good start. Skibbereen A making a good showing, followed by Lee and Shandon also in it. Those 2 marina crews from Cork City just pushing each other on, so they can look to their left, they can look to their right, they can see what crews are next to them. You can see the Lee crew having some steering issues there that might affect their time in the end, but at the moment it's still Skibbereen A leading it out, followed by Shandon and back to Lee, who've dropped back by a couple of meters because of their steering. They're still having some issues going into the Commercial B lane, but the umpires are making some strict warnings, letting them know that they have to move into the lane, otherwise disqualification is a possibility. So Skibbereen A still leading it out at the moment. So really good racing from these crews, and we have Alan on the catamaran who's ready to take the next few hundred meters.
Yeah, we're just sitting here off the about 900 metres in, and we can see these crews charging towards us here. Skibbereen holding that lead over Shandon in lane 4. Skibbereen right in the centre. Lee also putting them under pressure with the other 2 crews, UCC and Commercial, who've lost the pace at the minute. But I would say there's 3 crews showing well, and they are the crews in the centre of the field: Skibbereen, Shandon, and Lee. We're, as I said, just at about 900 metres here, and as they come up to us, and we'll travel along with them now. You have Skibbereen with about a length over Shandon, who maybe have a length over Lee, but I'm selling Lee a bit short here. There is probably a length and a half between Lee and the Skibbereen A boat. Going back slightly then, UCC and Commercial B, 2 to go through here, 2 positions, so it could be anybody's here. There's certainly 3, probably 4 boats in it. Commercial are putting a push on now. They are really getting back into this race as they hit the 1,000 metres. These guys would have had a pre-arranged plan. We're going to go at 850, we're going to go at 1,000. They're going to put in a power 10, a power 20 and see how they react. And as I say that, I look across and I see in lane 4, Shandon have really put an aggressive push on to come right up with Skibbereen. And they are really putting a challenge on now as we crank up right beside these crews. Skibbereen have reacted, and they've had to react because they don't want to see that place slip away. Skibbereen were well in control now earlier on, and they're under a bit of pressure now from that Shandon crew once they put in the push. That's lane 3 and lane 4. Not out of it at all is Lee crew. Lee and Commercial seem quite close. I think Commercial have veered over slightly to the Lee side. I don't know if the umpire is going to call that. At the moment, UCC seem a little bit out of it, and all the action here is in the centre of the course. Skibbereen, Shandon, and Lee still in the mix. Things have settled down after that big push now from the Shandon crew, reacted to by the Skibbereen crew in lane 3 and lane 4. They're your two who are looking strongest so far, but as I said, only about 1,250 metres gone. I see the umpire giving a little shout. That could be the Commercial on right beside us here on the furthest away from the enclosure. But as we look now at about 1,300 gone, it's Shandon still holding that little lead Skibbereen holding that little lead over Shandon, but Lee still in the mix there. So 2 spots. There's going to be 3 unhappy boats at the end of this. Who will it be? Lee are in the mix. I see the stroke man of the Lee crew really leading into it, really dying now at this stage. He is putting a huge push on. Commercial have reacted, and they are inching ever closer to that Lee boat. Out in front, that Skibbereen crew, they do look like they're under control. They do look a little bit more under control than Shandon. Now, whether these two crews, it's men's intermediate pair, so these two crews are well experienced. They have enough nous about them, enough tactics about them to know when to react, who they have to react to, and if it's worth spending the energy. 14 crews in this. It's going to be whittled down to 6 for the big final at 5:10 later on today. We're coming up to 1,500, and Lee still hasn't changed. I would say those positions and those distances haven't changed now in the last up on 1,000 metres, and it is still Skibbereen holding off Shannon. Lee are the ones who have to make a move, and they're going to have to make a move pretty soon, and I think they are starting to make that move. Shandon again looking across, the stroke man of the Shandon crew looking across. He's gauging where Lee are, and as we come inside, about 400 to go. I'm going to hand this over now in the next minute, but it's Skibbereen who have led the whole way out. Shandon putting them under a bit of pressure, and this is going to be a barnstorming finish. If Lee can crank up another gear, they could find themselves taking that second qualifying spot. Tower, it's over to you.
Thank you, Alan. So it is still Skibbereen leading this first heat of the men's intermediate pairs. Cathal McCarthy and Dominic Casey, a really famous named pair in rowing Ireland. They set a course record in the junior event 2 years ago, and they're doing storm again here today. So this Skibbereen pair being challenged by Shandon on their left and Lee on their right. We can see Shandon just creeping up on that Skibbereen crew. It's important they need to race for these lanes as well as the places in the final, but it looks like Skibbereen still in control, followed by Shandon. Lee still under pressure as they drop back to about a length behind Shandon, so Lee will have to put on pressure in the last 200 metres if they want to be in that final later on today. Reminder, only 2 boats will go through. So Skibbereen looking safe. However, they are being challenged by that Shandon boat for first in this heat of the men's intermediate pairs. So Skibbereen followed by Shandon in that yellow Empacher boat, very striking, but followed by Lee in the background with Commercial and Closhag Nod further back behind. It's a 3-boat race for 2 places. Who would it be? Skibbereen with that massive pedigree, Dominic Casey in the bow of that boat, pushing forward, but Shandon not letting them go as they approach the final few metres. It looks like it's going to be Skibbereen followed by Shandon, with Lee narrowly missing out on that final spot in the final later on today. So it's Skibbereen followed by Shandon followed by Lee, and we see the other crews from Commercial and Closhag Nod following in behind them to conclude the first heat of the men's intermediate pairs.
Next up is the second heat of the men's intermediate pair between University of Galway University of Galway C, Commercial, University of Galway A, Neptune and UL. So up on screen you can see lanes 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, and in lane 2 and 3 all the running, it looks like the Commercial and University of Galway A crew, and on the nearest to the enclosure are going to be the UL crew. These three crews, Alan, look like they're well ahead of the chasing pack.
Beautiful rowing conditions now, and beautiful rowing as they come up past us. There is a big distance in the field now. The University of I've lost my bearings there for a second. Sorry, the Commercial crew and the Neptune crew kind of a bit off the back. UL and the University of Galway. University of Galway there leading that out with the Commercial crew. This field is very spread out here. Unfortunately, there's such a spread in the field that we're not going to be able to follow it, because we need to give the University of Galway C crew a fair shot at this. But as they went through there, it's the University of Galway crew holding a bit of a lead over the Commercial crew, but there's definitely a battle for that second spot. Neptune over on the enclosure side and the UL crew are trying to put in a bit of a battle, but as they move away from us now and towards 500 to go, what we're going to do is let this one go back to the tower. But it's University of Galway A crew holding that lead and looking very strong out in front.
Cheers, Alan. So Heat 2 coming into view, last 500 metres. Looking to see who, along with Skibbereen and Shandon from the previous heat, are going to advance on into the final of the men's intermediate double. Up on screen you can see the two crews in lanes 2 and 3. Commercial and University of Galway side by side. But this UL crew in nearest to the enclosure are doing a really nice few hundred and could get back into the mix as they approach 500 to go. Two crews to qualify. There's three in the mix at the moment. Clearwater back to the crews from Neptune and the second University of Galway crew for fourth and fifth. So the big question is, can the UL crew get back into the mix for the qualifying spots? They're racing on their own in the lane outside nearest to us, and then the crews from University of Galway and Commercial side by side. That'll push them on and hopefully get them to secure those two spots. So UL have everything to do here in the last few hundred metres. We're getting footage there now on screen. We can see the Commercial crews and University of Galway. Commercial on the right hand side of University of Galway. You can see UL, they really have taken the rate up here, but they might run out of water. There's about 300 metres to go, 250 to go. And UL are going to need an absolute stormer of a finish if they get back into the mix here for the final of the men's intermediate pair. The crew from Galway push on again. Commercial push on again, my apologies. Commercial have now opened up Clearwater, and the Galway crew are in second place. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment. Can UL pip the crew from Galway? Two university crews battling it out for the last slot, but no doubt about the leaders here. The Commercial crew in lane 2, powering in towards the finish. They're down to the last few strokes. They just by about half a length ahead of the crew. There's Commercial up on screen, about half a length ahead of the chasing. You can see the bow of the University of Galway crew surging towards the finish, but in control it's going to be the Commercial crew passing the finish line ahead of University of Galway. They're the 1 and 2. Moving on to the final along with Skibbereen and Shandon from the previous heat. UL doing their very best to get back into the mix there, but didn't get that third qualifying spot. The other crews just coming in then. Neptune coming in fourth ahead of the C crew from University of Galway. So that completes heat 2 of the men's intermediate pair. We'll be back shortly with the final heat. And again, two crews to qualify between University of Galway, Trinity, Queen's and UCD. So back shortly with heat 3 of the men's intermediate pair. So we have seen that Skibbereen, Shandon, Commercial and University of Galway A have been the crews to qualify from the 2 heats. We're now on to Heat 3. 4 crews here, all university crews. We've got University of Galway in lane 1, Trinity lane 2, Queen's in lane 3 and UCD in lane 4. Looks like the UCD crew on the left hand side as you're watching the pictures here. Nearest the enclosure, UCD look like they are leading this one out. The Trinity crew maybe in second place. Or ahead then of the crews from Queen's and University of Galway. So there's the overhead shot. You can see left hand side of your screen is a lane for UCD. And again, 2 crews looking to qualify. So UCD and Trinity. There's maybe a little bit of clear water between the 2 of them in first and second, but there's definitely clear water been back to third and fourth. So the crews from University of Galway and from Queen's have a lot to do, even though we've only gone through the first 800, 900 metres. That's a lot of work that they're going to have to put down to make up the leads of clear water that have been opened up by the leaders. UCD in lane 4 and Trinity in lane 2. So you can see the ripples on the water there. There is a slight breeze out there. It's not a strict headwind or tailwind, but it is just giving that little ripple effect there. It's certainly nothing that would worry any of the crews coming down, but they do make sure that they get clean rowing as they come in and get a good run in towards the finish. Get those blades out nice and cleanly and set themselves up for the next stroke. And the UCD crew. UCD, the only crew from UCD racing this men's intermediate pair. Had great success in the big boats yesterday. Now the focus is on the smaller boats. And they're doing really well here. So they've opened up that lead. Clear water back to Trinity. So these 2 looking good to qualify for the final. A little bit further back then to the University of Galway and Queen's crews in 4th and 5th. You can see just how much they've stretched out that clear water lead as they come into the second half of the race. UCD in the blue and yellow colours. You can see they've taken the rate down a little bit. They're in full control here. Even though they're on the outside lane, they can just keep an eye on the crews that are behind them over on the right hand side. They'll be able to see if they're in any danger of losing out on the qualifying spot with a clear water lead. That doesn't look likely to happen. Trinity, the nearest crew to them in the white colours, right beside them, but again there's clear water between them. Trinity coming under a bit of pressure for University of Galway, so that might turn into the race for the last qualifying spot. We're down with 2:50 to go, and it looks like Owen McGrath and Kieran Conway of UCD in the men's intermediate pair doing what needs to be done, securing that qualifying spot. Trinity just need to keep an eye on the challenge that's coming from the University of Galway. On the far lane outside there, great shots of all 3 crews as they come into the finish. You can see the effort being made by the University of Galway guys to get back into contention, but they've half a length of clear water that they need to make up. The UCD crew, really, look how relaxed they are. They're in full control as they come in towards the finish here. Securing that spot. Just need to keep an eye on the inside crew, make sure nothing dramatic happens, no matter how much we'd like to see some drama up on screen. The UCD crew, Owen McGrath in the bow seat, Kieran Conway in the stroke seat. They secure the qualifying spot ahead of Trinity, just held off University of Galway by a length. Good race for Galway in third place to come back and get an overlap with the crew from University of Galway. So that was great. So that concludes the men's intermediate pairs. We had Trinity and UCD from this race, Commercial from University of Galway from the previous race, and Skibbereen and Shandon. That gives us our 6 qualifiers. And we're just hearing some updates. I think there's a time violation or late for the start violation being awarded, a false start being awarded to someone in the Women's Club 8. 3 heats coming up. You can see they're on the stake posts there. So we'll be back very shortly with Heat 1 in the Women's Club 8. this one, so we'll hand over. Okay. So we're underway. Heat 1 of the Women's Club 8 between Castleconnell, UL, UCD A, Queens and UCD B. 2 crews to qualify in the heat here of the Women's Club 8. There was a a traffic violation and a false start awarded to one of the crews. Not sure who it was, but they're away cleanly, and hopefully that didn't upset anyone in their race preparation. So Alan's in position and the crews are making their way down. Once again, the running order here. Lane 1 on the far side to us on the enclosure, it's Castleconnell. Inside them, lane 2, UL. Lane 3, centre of the course, UCDA. Lane 4, it's going to be the Queen's crew, and in lane 5, it is the UCD B crew. So we're going to head up now and get the latest on the first heat of the Women's Club 8. Okay, sorry, seem to be having some technical issues with the launch again. So the Women's Club 8, just a reminder, it's Heat 1 between Castleconnell UL and UCD Queens and UCDB. And we're getting the footage here. Hopefully we get Alan back and get the updates that are there. But on screen we can see lane 3. It is UCDA, centre of the course. The blue and yellow crew look like they're leading it out. Inside them, it's the crew from UL. And Castleconnell are the crew nearest to us looking on screen, in the red and grey colours with the black there as well. So we can see lane 3, it is indeed UCD leading it out from Queens. UCD centre of the course, UL beside them. Just seeing the results there, the men's intermediate pair, the commercial win from University Galway A, those 2 crews qualifying for the final. Meanwhile, back in the action, it is the UCD crew. Centre of the course, the A crew leading it out at the moment from UL. 2 crews to qualify here, so looking good so far from them. But of course they're looking to find out who is going to put a bit of a marker down as well. So again, UCD centre of the course, UL nearest to them. They've opened up Clearwater ahead of Castleconnell back in third. They're the 1, 2 and 3. The second UCD crew on the left-hand side of your screen in fourth at the moment ahead of Queens. So 2 crews to qualify, and so far it's looking good for UCDA and the UL crew. They'll want to get out to an early lead, open up Clearwater, and then hopefully secure those 2 qualifying spots. You can see the scullers for the women's intermediate scull on the left-hand side, and they're making their way up. Just looking at the camera footage that we have here, Castleconnell on the left-hand side of your screen. Then in the green colours, it's UL, and then the UCD crew as well. There's about 3/4 of a length between UCD and UL, rowing side by side, so that's always helpful. They know they can push each other on and open up that clear water that they need, the cushion of comfort that they need to make sure that they can qualify for the finals. 2 more Club 8 heats coming right after this. And I'm sure they'll be looking at the times as well to see how the times compare before they advance on to the final later on today. UCD, no doubt about it, though, they've led from about 100 metres off of the start. Opened up 3/4 of a length lead, but the UL crew are very much staying in touch with them. They haven't let them get away. But the 2 crews side by side pushing each other on have allowed Clearwater to open up over the chasing pack of Castleconnell and the second UCD crew, and Queens as well now back in 3rd, 4th and 5th. They've a mountain to climb if they're going to get back into the qualifying spots. More than halfway gone in the first heat of the Women's Club 8. Still UCD from University of Limerick. They're the 1 and 2. Castleconnell on the far side. We can just see their blades on the left-hand side of the screen. UCD were winners of this event last year in 2024, so they're looking to maintain their championship win in this event. No time trials for these crews, just coming through the heats, and you can see just how much clear water has been opened up right now. UCD centre of the course in that yellow boat, the Empacker boat. Right beside them, the crew from UL. There's still overlap, I'd say. The UL crew haven't let clear water open up. It'll come a little bit more obvious just when they get in towards us, but the UL crew definitely maintaining contact with UCD, and these two crews well ahead of the chasing pack. From Castleconnell, Queens, and the second UCD crew. That's Castleconnell that you see top of your screen there. So it's looking good for UCD and for UL. We'll have to see how the crews from second and third, then we have the second UCD crew in Castleconnell, a little bit of a battle going on between them for third place. But the two qualifying spots in the first heat of the women's Club 8 looking very secure for UCD and UL. The UL crew putting on a push as they weren't coming to the run in towards the finish. There's about 250, 300 to go. Lower rate from the UCD crew in full control. They're cruising towards the finish line here to get that first qualifying spot. UL doing their best to maintain contact, not letting them pull away at all. And if anything, the UL crew, just in the last while, have made some inroads into the lead that the UCD crew had made. But have to say, the UCD crew just looking like they are steady state. They're not pushing all the way to the line. Look at the lead that they've opened up. There's no doubt about it. So they're conserving energy here for the final later on today. UCD cruise control they've gone into. Same with UL. They're both just powering on towards the finish here. The UL crew just eating into that lead, coming back. It's about 2/3 of a length that the UCD crew have over UL at the moment in the first heat of the Women's Club 8. And finish line is going to be in sight. They're just coming into the last few strokes. And then, as I said, there's a real battle for third place between Castleconnell and the second UCD crew. The Queen's crew some way back by Clearwater back into 5th place. So UCD and UL, they take the two qualifying spots, the first two spots in the first heat of the Women's Club 2-8. And then it might be the crew from Castleconnell on the far side just coming in. But oh, it's actually UCD on the surge. UCDB just coming in, taking that third spot ahead of Castleconnell, pushing them back into 4th. And it's going to be Queens to close out the first heat of the Women's Club 8. So our two qualifiers, UCD and UL. We'll be back shortly with Heat 2 of the Women's Club 8. So the results on screen for the third heat of the men's intermediate pair in UCD and Trinity, the two crews qualifying for the final there later on today at 5:10. We just saw then the first heat of the Women's Club 8 where UL and UCD taking the win by about 3/4 of a length ahead of UL. They were the 1 and 2. And the second heat is now underway. And again, two crews to qualify out of 5 here. We have in lane 1, which is the right-hand side of your screen as we're looking right now, we have University of Galway. Lane 2 is going to be DULBC, that's Trinity. Lane 3, it's Sligo, centre of the course. And then we have Cork in lane 4 and Neptune A in lane 5. So quite spread out. You can see the Sligo crew some way off the pace here. It looks like the crew from Neptune on the left-hand side of your screen. They're nearest to the enclosure. They are ahead of the crew inside them. So Neptune leading Cork in Heat 2. And then on the far side, it's University of Galway and Trinity side by side there. Very little between them. A little bit further back then to the crew from Cork and Sligo back in 5th place. So hopefully when they come into view, we'll see just what the differences are. But it looks to me like the crew from Trinity might have the better of the Galway crew. Just so we can see there now, it is the Trinity crew at the moment leading it out. Lane 2, the yellow boat on the right hand side of your screen. So it's Trinity leading it out. In 2nd place, it looks like the Neptune crew on the left hand side of your screen. They're the 1 and 2. But there's an overlap then back to the University of Galway crew in lane 1. These 3 crews, Clearwater to Sligo and Cork back in 4th and 5th. So it looks like it's going to be a 3-boat race for the 2 qualifying spots at the moment. Trinity doing all the running. They've just got about a length's lead, if that, 3/4 of a length over the crew from Neptune. They're the 1 and 2. Half a length men back to the crew from University of Galway. They're the 1, 2 and 3. They've gone through just the halfway mark, so down to the second half of the race here as they come in towards our viewing. So halfway gone, still Trinity leading it out. Looking to see who's going to advance onto the final along with UCD and UL from the previous race. So the Trinity crew, difficult racing for the crew from Neptune out on their own in lane 6, or lane 5 nearest to us. Not an easy feat to do. It's always good to have crews around you, see and be able to gauge where you are in the race, but I'm sure their cox is keeping them very well informed that they've an overlap with the leaders, and a very solid few hundred meters might get them back into the mix and to secure that qualifying spot. University of Galway, top of your screen there on the right hand side, they are in 3rd place at the moment, and in turn they're overlapping with the crew from Neptune, so they could get into the mix here. We're seeing the Trinity crew, and in the background the University of Galway crew, so 2 universities battling and pushing on here for the qualifying spots. Neptune hoping to break up that monopoly that the 2 university crews have on the leading 2 positions and qualifying spots in Heat 2 of the Women's Club 8. They're coming down with about 400 meters to go. Inside the last quarter of the race, still Trinity push on, so it's going to be all eyes on the other 2 crews from Galway and Neptune to see who's qualifying second. The Trinity crews start taking it up again. They're going for a big push, coming in with 400 to go. They're looking for Clearwater to shake off the challenges that might come from Neptune and from University of Galway. But no doubt about the leaders. Trinity from the start have pushed on. They're just about holding Clearwater back to the chasing pack. Neptune absolutely flying nearly to us now. Neptune looking like they've the better of the University Galway crew. Galway need to respond. Down to 100 metres to go. 2 crews to qualify. Trinity looking good. Neptune on the charge coming for the line. They take it up again. And they're eating into the lead that the Trinity crew have. But it's finish line in sight for Trinity to qualify. And the Neptune crew absolutely flying and motoring towards the line here. It's going to be the Trinity crew just about holding on. 1/3 of a length back to Neptune in 2nd place. Just under a length to take 2nd place. The University of Galway crew back in 3rd. So the 2 crews, you can see, congratulating each other there in each of their boats. Job done for Trinity and for Neptune, securing the spots along with UCD and UL. So Neptune again they'll be looking to break the university stranglehold on this race. Trinity and Neptune, job done. They've qualified in Heat 2 of the Women's Club 8. Next up, it's a 4-boat race for Heat 3 between UCD, St. Michael's, Queens and Neptune. So we're back shortly with Heat 3 of the Women's Club 8.
So we can see the official results of the first heat of the women's club 2-8 on the screen, with UCDBC putting down such a phenomenal time of 7:26. Even with their low rate, they put down that unbelievable time. So that's the first heat of the women's club 2-8. On their heels, though, we have the third and final heat of the women's club 2-8. 2 to qualify. In lane 1 is empty. Lane 2 we have UCDC. Lane 3 St Michael's. Lane 4 Queen's University Belfast A, and lane 5 Neptune B, with 6 an empty lane. It's a 4 boat race. Now it's worth mentioning the St Michael's crew, even though this is club, there is a great range of ages. We have Sinead, who is a world champion, racing in this 8 alongside the juniors in that St Michael's 8, so a lot of age range within that 8. So it'll be really interesting to see how this pans out. So very, very even start off at the moment. You can see on the screen, you can see the whole course down. It's 2,000 meters. It's not an easy course by any means. So you can see the catamaran just watching those 8s. They got off the blocks nice and straight. There was no steering issues so far. They have coxes in those 8s, so they've been making sure they're steering them. Those coxes have these things called cox boxes. They're microphones that can project the noise that they're shouting at their athletes down the boat, so they can make sure that they're listening to their orders. So starting off, we have in lane 3 Queen's University of Belfast making a strong showing, also followed by that St Michael's crew I mentioned a minute ago. So it's Queen's University of Belfast followed by St Michael's, and UCDC, their C crew, on the right side of the screen, coming in third, with Neptune B on the far side, dropped out a small bit, but it's only 500 meters gone. We'll have to see how it ends up. UCD have 3 crews in this category. That's 24 rowers. That's unbelievable representation from UCD. But at the moment, it's still Queen's University of Belfast with that lead. They have a half a boat length over that St Michael's crew in their blue 8. So it's Queen's University of Belfast followed by St Michael's. They're in the 2 qualifying positions. That crew from UCD have connection onto St Michael's, but they're not out of it yet. But they don't want to drop out any more than this. So it's still Queen's University of Belfast followed by St Michael's, UCD back a length, and then a little bit back to Neptune, who are at the moment out of it. But as we saw yesterday, anything can happen. So it's 2 boats to qualify out of these 4. So half will go through, half will be eliminated out of this heat of the Women's Club 2 coxed 8s. So as they approach around the halfway mark, they're done halfway, they have halfway to go, the legs are starting to burn, they can feel the heat that is burning down on top of them. So that Queen's boat have opened up nearly 3/4 of a length upon that of St Michael's boat, but the St Michael's are still hanging in. They have lost connection with that UCD boat, but they're still not out of it. But if UCD want to stay in contention of this final spot, they'll have to start charging. So they're past 1,000 meters. They're halfway through. These 8 are charging down the Queen's University of Belfast. They still haven't let go of that St Michael's crew. St Michael's are hot on the heels of Queen's. Brilliant representation from all these clubs. UCD still fighting back about a length behind St Michael's. They need to start going if they want to stay in contention. Neptune unfortunately have dropped behind, so they are behind in lane 4. So we can see on the screen, really good example of this coordinated rowing. Each side has 4 blades. So there's bow side to stroke side. They all have the traditional rigging, but sometimes boats can have certain riggings that they think they can make it go faster or suited to certain rowers. So we can see all 4 crews together. There really isn't too much in it, but Queen's University of Belfast still have that lead over St Michael's. St Michael's still trailing behind Queen's, but they haven't lost connection. Queen's still ahead of St Michael's, but St Michael's ahead of UCD. So UCD still fighting to try and get back into that second spot, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen unless we see some major turnarounds in the results. So St Michael's still challenging that Queen's boat. They haven't made it up to their bow ball, but they have connection with their stern. So there's about a canvas in it within. They have a canvas on that Queen's boat. University College Dublin still behind, but they're not too far gone yet. As they start coming into view in the enclosure, you can just see them if you have really good eyes. Queen's University of Belfast in the middle, along with St Michael's. They're the 2 leading crews, followed by UCD, who are on the far side, the Coatford side of the Lee Valley. So we see Queen's University Belfast still leading out St. Michael's. St. Michael's with that massive age range, as I was told by Richie. So it's Queen's followed by St. Michael's, UCD and Neptune. So Queen's used to rowing up in Belfast. St. Michael's used to rowing up in Limerick. We have great we've great diversity in where these eights come from. University College Dublin and Neptune all rowing up in the River Liffey in Dublin. So this 8 from Queen's looking really strong. They are controlling this race. They've brought down their stroke rate. They know they're in comfortable position to qualify through to the final. Only 2 crews go through, and it's looking like it's going to be Queen's and St. Michael's. St. Michael's are taking the hint from Queen's. They're both starting to slow a little bit, but St. Michael's don't have a lot to risk as UCD are hot on their heels. UCD still have a chance to get into the second spot, but they will have to hope for something extremely wrong to go in the first 2 boats. So it's still Queen's followed by St. Michael's. UCD's trailing behind, but they might have left it too late. So as they come towards the enclosure, they have about 300 metres left to go. Normally, boats would be going in their sprints at these stages, but the first 2 boats are take it easy. Their coxswains have told them to bring their stroke rate right down. They know they're comfortable in a qualifying position, so they just need to make sure they save that energy a little bit for the final later on. It's only two boats to go through to the final. It's looking like it's going to be Queen's and St. Michael's. UCD have dropped back a little bit, so it's Queen's followed by St. Michael's. UCD and Neptune have dropped back. UCD losing connection with St. Michael's the more they continue into the last 250. UCD will have to do a proper sprint finish to catch up to St. Michael's, but have they left it too late? The surge is on from the Queen's boat. St. Michael's have regained half a boat length on Queen's, but it's too late. Only a few more strokes left in this race as they approach the finish line. Those red boys of the finish line are so visible on the camera. They're looking around for them. We have the Queen's boat just coming into the last few strokes as they approach the Hooter, followed by St. Michael's and UCD unluckily missing out on that spot in the final, followed by Neptune. And as Neptune approach the final few strokes of their race, this is the 3rd heat of the women's Club 8. So we'll be waiting for official results, but it looks like St. Michael's and Queen's University A will be going through to the final of the women's Club 8s later on this evening. Charging down towards us, we see the first heat of the men's junior 18-8s. This is a really competitive event in all the years of rowing, so this is a really, really interesting one to watch, and definitely one if you're around the NRC to come over and watch. So in lane 2 we have St. Joseph's, lane 3 Shannon, lane 4 Blackrock, and lane 5 Coxed A. So the reigning champions from last year are So we can see on the screen we have the result of the second heat of the Women's Club 2-8. We have DULBC Trinity leading that, followed by Neptune A, and they are safely through to the final later on today. So as I said, a really competitive event. We have on the outside lanes Coxed and St. Joseph's leading it out, but there's still a blanket between all 4 of these crews. So just confirmation, it was St. Joseph's last year who were champions, so they'll be hoping to regain that title again this year. So reminder, it's St. Joseph's, Shannon, Blackrock and Coxed in this race. So Coxed have creeped out in front of these 3 crews. They really want to win this. Coxed and the Bish of St. Joseph's, 2 Galway clubs, 2 Galway schools. So there's a huge rivalry between those 2 8s. They want to beat the other school. So it is still Coxed on the enclosure side, leading it out, the wine colours of that Coxed boat, but St. Joseph's still on their trace. It's a battle between Shannon and Blackrock for that 3rd spot. It's 4 crews, only 1 will be dropped as 3 are to go through to the final later on. Shannon have overtaken the Blackrock boat, but there's still nothing in it, so it's looking like Coxed followed by St. Joseph's and Shannon, but Shannon seem to be having some issues. steering, so hopefully they get that back on track as they won't be losing too much time. So like Blackrock are under a little bit of pressure, but with the shouts from the from the supporters, they'll be able to come back. But it looks like Blackrock have dropped back a bit. It's only 3 crows to go through out of the 4. So you can see a brilliant camera shot of Shannon and St. Joseph's head to head, followed by Closhegnaud, who are actually leading. So it's Closhegnaud followed by Shannon, who've overtaken St. Joseph's, and then St. Joseph's in 3rd spot. Blackrock College Dublin have dropped back, unfortunately, so they might be the ones who have to be dropped out of this heat. But it's Closhegnaud followed by Shannon, who've overtaken St. Joseph's in the last few meters of this race. So into the finish line, it's Closhegnaud followed by Shannon, followed by St. Joseph's. Blackrock College unfortunately missing out on that spot.
Footage here at race 236. This is the second heat of the men's junior 18-8s. We have Enniskillen in lane 2, Closhegnaud, Castleconnell and Neptune with 3 to qualify. So one boat to get dropped, cruelly one boat to get dropped from this, and as it looks like at the minute, if I can get my bearings, it's Enniskillen holding a lead over the Closhegnaud B, who look like they're slightly out the back, and Castleconnell and Neptune fighting strong, trying to put it up to the Enniskillen boat, which is on the right hand side of your screen as you see it there. So this race, as everyone will remember, nearly gave us a heart attack last year, where we saw Closhegnaud lose out just at the death from St. Joseph's in 2024 men's junior 18-8s. Hopefully they can serve up something similar. Oh, what a spectacular view right there. 3 4-8s in view, absolutely shifting that down the course. Very smart racing from all crews by the looks of it. They know there's 3 to go through. They know they have clear water over Closhegnaud B, and they all look like they are taking it easy, especially as we look from the right hand side. Enniskillen, hugely low rate. Castleconnell slightly higher on the rate. Neptune also low rate, just controlling that as we see the women's club 8 result, which was a win for Queens by about 3.5 seconds, 3.2 seconds over St. Michael's, over UCDC, over Neptune B. So that was the result with 2 to go through on that one. But as this one comes ever closer, oh, look at that view. Some spectacular footage being shown here. Obviously, when it comes down to it, nobody wants to finish anywhere but first, and Enniskillen have put a little squeeze on. Castleconnell have put a little squeeze on. Neptune trying to control it. Neptune about 3/4 of a length down on Enniskillen and slightly down, about half a length down on Castleconnell. Closhegnaud, unfortunately, just not in at the races today for one of those spots in the final. That final to be served up later on today. Looking forward to it. Hopefully it will give us a result, or certainly a race like we had last year. Castleconnell edging ever so slightly in front as they come in to view for the last 500. That Closhegnaud B have stayed in the mix, but just slightly too far off the back to make a difference in this race. So coming towards us now, you see Enniskillen on the right hand side of your screens. Castleconnell and Neptune would be about half a length down on that Castleconnell boat. Closhegnaud be out the back. So 3 to qualify.
All boats look pretty comfortable. Coming up, some great racing coming up in the women's intermediate single scull next. 2 heats of that with 3 to go through, and it's a full house of 12 rowers that are going to be brought down to 6. Some big names in the women's inter-single scull. But coming into view of the enclosure now, Castleconnell still holding that slight lead over Enniskillen, over Neptune, but it's hard to put them down as any favourites for this race because they're just fighting for a lane position now. Closh B fought valiantly, but we're kind of off the back from about 400 metres in, and the other 3 boats controlled it, so it is just a matter of beep, beep, beep now and who gets what lane position. Great conditions out there, so lane position may not be too important. It's certainly warm for the poor rowers. Everyone's suffering in the heat. And as they hit the line, it's actually going to be Neptune who'll take that from, I would say, Enniskillen and Castleconnell could have been a dead heat there, but it looked like Neptune crossed the line first, and they should get that centre position in the final coming up. So next up, women's intermediate single scull, 2 heats. In the first heat, we have Horan from Killorglin, Foley from Killorglin, Clavin from St Michael's, Mahan from Neptune, O'Brien, Graignamanagh and Molumby from Commercial. That's the next race up. It's the women's intermediate single scull.
So we had a slight delay for the next race. The first heat of the women's intermediate single sculls. Some of the crews having difficulty getting on the stick boats. It's a little bit blustery up at the start and down the course as well. Not a strong head or tailwind like we had yesterday or this morning, but it is a little bit swirly, causing some issues for the smaller boats, but now cleanly away for the first heat of the women's intermediate single sculls. 3 crews to qualify from this heat and from the next heat as well. In lane 1 we have Killorglin Horan. In lane 2 Killorglin Foley. In lane 3 St Michael's Clavan. Lane 4 Neptune Mahan. Lane 5 Greg Namana O'Brien. And lane 6 Commercial. Doing all the running centre of the course, it is the rowers from St Michael's and Neptune, Clavan and Mahan.
Representative from UCD to the regatta office, please. A representative from UCD to the regatta office, thank you.
These 2 crews centre of the course, St Michael's Clavan, Sheila Clavan of St Michael's and Neptune Mahan there. Just a little bit of clear water starting to open up between them and the crews from Commercial over on the left hand side of your screen in lanes 1 and 2. It's the 2 Killorglin scullers as well. The only sculler out of the mix at the moment and some way back by clear water, it's Greg Namana O'Brien. 3 crews to qualify, as I said, out of the first of 2 heats in the women's intermediate single sculls. So looking good at the moment from St Michael's in lane 3. Sheila Clavan just looks like she's opening up slightly there. They were side by side, Neptune and St Michael's, but Clavan just moving into a slight lead ahead of Mahan in second place. The real battle now is going to be on for the third place between the 2 Killorglin scullers and Commercial, so they're settling into their race pace as they come into the first 500 metres. And fantastic footage, as you can see from left to right, the crews nearest the enclosure. It's the Commercial sculler Malumbi. Looks like in third place at the moment, ahead of in lane 1 Killorglin Horan, and just inside Killorglin it's Killorglin Foley. So the 2 Killorglin scullers have overlap, but they need to make sure that they can push on from here and secure their third qualifying spot. Looking good so far for St Michael's and Neptune, centre of the course. Sheila Clavan, no stranger to racing. Sheila racing in multiple championships over the years. Also competed in the club crew yesterday in some of the 4s racing with St Michael's as some of their juniors. Youth and experience combining. And Sheila leading it out here for St Michael's centre of the course. Neptune on the inside, just about half a length between first and second. And also Commercial Malumbi. All these 3 crews overlapping and looking good for the 3 qualifying spots. Little bit of clear water then back to lane 1. Killorglin Horan in 4th place, who has a bit of work to do if they're going to get back into the mix for a qualifying spot. Inside Killorglin, the other Killorglin sculler in lane 2, in 5th at the moment, and well ahead of Greg Namana O'Brien, just back, and looks a little bit like they are well off the pace. So the real battle is going to be for the 3 qualifying spots, but I have to say from that angle it does look like Commercial Malumbi has done a good push to move into the lead. Out nearest to us when they come into the enclosure will be the sculler from Commercial. Centre of the course, St Michael's and Neptune. These are the 1, 2 and 3 on the way down, looking to book their positions into the final of the women's intermediate single. The next heat already getting on the stake boats to make their way down to us as well. Again, a 6-boat final in the next race with 3 crews to qualify. The question at the moment, which 3 crews from what we're seeing on screen are going to secure their spots? Commercial having a really solid 500 metres and looks like they've moved into the lead. Commercial Malumbi just in the last 100, 200 metres. Ahead of St Michael's, Clavan, Neptune Mahan. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Killorglin Foley and Killorglin Horan. Horan in lane 1 is in 4th place at the moment. Killorglin Foley back in 5th, and then Greg Namana O'Brien back in 6th place. So the angles can be a little bit deceiving here. If you were looking at it straight on, you'd say that the crews are all level. There's just a canvas or 2 separating them, but it levels out when they come in towards us. I think Commercial Malumbi is well in control of the race here. A really solid 500 metres as we see the results just coming up on screen there for the men's junior 18-8. A win for Closhignoid ahead of Shannon and St. Joseph's. Those three crews qualifying for the final. It's Blackrock that gets knocked out of the men's junior 18-8 heats. And meanwhile, back on course, Commercial Malumbi has really taken it on here in the last few hundred metres and starts to move on into a good lead. And our early leader, Sheila Clavan, now back in third place. Looks like Neptune. Mahan has done really well as well, moving into second place. They'll need to keep an eye on Horan of Killorglin in lane 1. Furthest from us, top of your screen for those of us watching on the big screen here and at home. Looks like they might get in the mix here. Sheila Clavan would need to take it up a gear if she's going to get that third qualifying spot. No doubt about the leader though. Commercial Malumbi has had a really good middle of the race plan and put it into effect. Now moving into the lead in this halfway mark coming up. Little bit of clear water starting to open up to the chasing pack. Neptune in second at the moment, Mahan. And it's a real battle then between St. Michael's, Clavan and Killorglin Horan for that third qualifying spot. They've less than halfway to go. They're coming up on the 500 metre mark, in fact, as they come in towards us. A really nice row here from Commercial Malumbi. Didn't panic when she was off the pace in the first 500 metres. Rode her own race in the second half and moves into the lead, opening up Clearwater, the chasing pack. Led at the moment by Neptune. And then it really is St. Michael's and Killorglin who are going to battle out for their third qualifying spot. The second heat of the men's junior 8s result just up there. Neptune Castleconnell and Enniskillen Closhignoid B in fourth place. So Neptune, Castleconnell, Enniskillen advancing on to the final. Look at the times there as well. 0.8 of a second separating Neptune and Castleconnell. So we're going to have a great men's 8s race later on for the Junior 18 Championship of Ireland. And meanwhile, back on the course, coming into view, just about 300 metres to go. It's still the the Commercial Sculler nearest to us in lane 6. On the far side, Horn of Killorglin, St. Michael's, Sheila Clavan in lane 3. Neptune in lane 4. 3 positions available, 4 crews in the mix. And it might look at the moment that the Neptune Sculler is the one that's in trouble and has a lot of work to do coming in the run in towards the finish. Now we're more level, we can see Commercial Malumbi leading it out just by about a length ahead of Killorglin Horn. So on either sides of the lanes here in lanes 1 and 6 are 1 and 2. Sheila Clavan just holding on to third place at the moment and looking good for the qualifying spot. But we've seen in the run in towards the finish anything can happen. But looking good so far. 3 crews to qualify in the first heat of the women's intermediate single scull. Malumbi of Commercial nearest to us at the bottom of your screen, coming towards the line. And then in second place, Killorglin Horan, top of the screen in lane 1. They're the 1-2, and it looks like St. Michael's just about holding off Neptune at the moment in the run into the finish. I'm sure that finish line can't come quick enough for these scullers. Tough racing under this heat as they come in. It is Commercial taking the first qualifying spot just ahead of Killorglin, and Sheila Clavan of St. Michael's just holding on the challenge that came from Neptune. So it's going to be Commercial, Killorglin, Horan and St. Michael's. They're the 3 qualifiers. Wait for the official result to come through. Neptune just being pipped for 4th place there, ahead of Killorglin Foley and Greg Namana O'Brien. And that will close out Heat 1 of the Women's Intermediate Single Sculls. So the second race, we're looking at the start of the men's junior 16 doubles, but the next race is actually the women's intermediate. Heat 2 is halfway down, so hopefully we can get footage of that. Heat 2 will be Fermoy Carey in lane 1, Athlone Murta in lane 2, Methodist Flynn lane 3, Neptune Kilgannon in lane 4, UCC Reedy in lane 5, and New Ross Brennan in lane 6. Having some issues with the streaming, so we've the on screen you're watching the men's junior 16 double, but coming into view it's actually the women's intermediate single, and we have the crews from Fermoy in lane 1, Athlone lane 2, Methodist lane 3, Neptune lane 4, UCC lane 5, and New Ross in lane 6. 3 crews to qualify here in the second heat of the women's intermediate, and it looks like the crews centre of the course in lane 4. Neptune Kilgannon looks like leading it out in lane 4. Nearest to us then in lane 6, New Ross Brennan in second place. Out on the far side then in lane 1 for Moy Carey. They look like the 1, 2 and 3. Little bit of clear water then back to Athlone Murta in fourth place. And again, a long way back then to the other scullers coming in. But finish line is going to be in sight for the second heat of the women's intermediate single sculls. And looking good so far for Neptune Kilgannon coming in towards the finish. A little bit of clear water, and then it's very level between the other 2 scullers from New Ross and from Fermoy as well that they're coming in. There's the finish line inside and up on screen as well. So it's going to be the Neptune sculler, and then the sculler from New Ross coming in to take second place. They're the 1 and 2 qualifying along, it looks like, for Moy Carey. They're the 1, 2 and 3. A little bit further back then to Athlone, just coming in fourth place ahead of Methodist and UCC. So we wait for the official result there, but we think from the previous race it looked like it was Commercial and St. Michael's and Killorglin, and in this race it did look like it was the crews from Neptune, Fermoy and New Ross as well. So those results available shortly in the women's intermediate single. Straight back to the action here. We're picking up the first heat of the men's junior 16 double. These crews again went through the time trials earlier. We're now on to the heats, and it's going with form because the crews that are centre of the course in these heats of the men's junior 16 double are the faster crews that came out of the time trials. So St. Michael's and Lee are the 2 crews centre of the course in lanes 3 and 4. St. Michael's, Lee side by side matching each other here in that perfect chevron that we're seeing up on. So it's going with form. In third place it looks like it is the crew from Methodist in lane 5, ahead then of the crews from Fermoy and Enniskillen. There's 2 crews to qualify into the final, and as I said, they went through the time trial earlier, now into the heats and looking to get the fastest 6 going into the final. St. Michael's look like they've just opened up a slight lead over the crew on their inside, which is the Lee crew. So St. Michael's and Lee, Clearwater then back to the next crew, which is Methodist. So just up on screen, we're seeing the results there. The women's intermediate single, Commercial Malumbi, Killorglin Horan and St. Michael's Clavan. They're the 3 moving on to the final of the women's intermediate single. Meanwhile, back to the action in the men's junior 16 double. 2 crews to qualify out of the first heat. St. Michael's and Lee. their centre of the course as you're looking there. The two centre lanes, the fastest crews coming out of the time trials are in those centre lanes. So it's going with form here. St. Michael's at the moment opening up a lead over Lee. They're the 1 and 2. A little bit further back then. Now you can see that it is just about half a length, 3/4 of a length for St. Michael's. And the crew beside them, the Lee crew, they're the 1 and 2. Clearwater back then to lane 5, which is Methodist. So they're the 1, 2 and 3, but just two crews to qualify. So looking good so far for St. Michael's and Lee. The Methody crew back in at 3rd place. Ahead then of Fermoy and Enniskillen and Castleconnell in the first heat of 3 that we have here for the men's junior 16 doubles. They've gone through the halfway mark, down to about 7:50 to go. And as I said, 2 crews to qualify, so looking good so far from St. Michael's and Lee. And beside each other, they're able to keep an eye on left and right. And because they've got clear water, they're in full control of the race here. But what they want to make sure is that they don't run into any trouble in the run-in towards the finish, with about 600 metres to go as they come through. So looking good so far from St. Michael's. They push on again. That 1 length lead that they have has now turned into 1 length of clear water ahead of the second place crew from Lee. They're the 1 and 2. Clearwater back to Methody. It doesn't look like they're going to get into the mix for the final. Just looking at one of the scullers from the previous race, the women's intermediates crossing the line now. But back to the action here. St. Michael's, bottom part of your screen there. Looking good. These junior 16s. St. Michael's having a good weekend in the small boats in winning the men's junior single, the women's pair, and the quad then earlier on today. Their junior 16s here will be knocking on the door of the junior 18s one of the days. They're leading it out here, opening up clear water for St. Michael's ahead of the crew from Lee. These two centre lanes, so that's got indicating they got the faster times coming through the races earlier on. And now you can see St. Michael's have pushed on again, coming in the run into the finish. There's about 150 metres to go, and St. Michael's are in full control of the race here. There was an overlap coming with about the halfway mark, but St. Michael's have powered on and opened up clear water, and they're able to just take the foot off the gas a little bit here as they push on towards the finish. Really nice rowing from the junior 16s ahead of Lee. Again, they're in full control of second place in that second qualifying spot, well ahead of the chasing pack that's coming from Methody and from the other crews from Fermoy, Enniskillen and Castleconnell back in 4th, 5th and 6th. No doubt about the leaders though. They'll be happy to get across the line and take that qualifying spot, get in and rehydrated. It's going to be St. Michael's taking the first spot in the men's junior 16 double. Ahead then of the Lee crew, they're the 1 and 2. Well done, St. Michael's. Well done, Lee. And then the crews from Methodist and from Fermoy, 3rd and 4th, followed by the crews then from Enniskillen and Castleconnell. And that closes out the first heat of the men's junior 16 double.
Charging down the course, we have the second heat of the men's junior 16 double sculls. In lane 1, we have Skibbereen A. Lane 2, Athlone. Lane 3, Methodist A. Lane 4, Workmen's. Lane 5, Carrick on Shannon. And lane 6, New Ross. Now, as expected, it's the middle crews making a good showing at the moment, especially Methodist A. Now, as I said earlier, there's a really clear pattern between the all these men's scullers. The Methodist crews seem to be really overshowing, or how to say it, they seem to be really standing out among the other clubs. Methodist have a really strong scudding crew this year, and it's clearly showing again this year. Methodist A pushing out to a full length over second place. Workman's from County Kerry, so it's Methodist from Workman's. It's only 2 to qualify, but the crew Carrick on Shannon also in it too, who have half a length on that Workman's crew, so it's a 3-boat race for 2 spots to qualify. On the far side, Skibbereen on the far side from the NRC, they are 4th, and they're also not out of it. They're in contention of that 2nd spot for the qualification. So it is Methodist who is losing contact from that Workman's boat. They're leading it out, they're pushing it out. They want to be in that first spot to get the best ideal lane for the final later on. So it's Methodist followed by Workman's, who are putting on that pressure as they regain contact, followed by Carrick, and then Skibbereen, who are dropping back, allowing Athlone and New Ross to come up to the leaders as well. So it's a really close battle between these 6 crews. We've seen a huge spread among crews in other races, but not this one. This is really close, but it's still Methodist followed by Workman's. Carrick also putting a massive fight on in this conflict for the top 2 spots in this race. So it's still Methodist followed by Workman's. Methodist from Belfast followed by Workman's in County Kerry and Carrick on Shannon. So as they approach the 1K, they'll be coming up towards the 500 metres. They'll be starting their sprints pretty soon, but Methodist looking like they have full control over this race. So it's still Methodist on the screen, followed by Workman's and Carrick. Carrick have now lost contact from Skibbereen on the far side, so we have a clear 1, 2 and 3, but only 2 will go through to the final later on today. So it's Methodist, then Workman's, then Carrick, who are starting to lose contact from the first 2 boats. Workman's pulling away. So it is Methodist and Workman's still challenging each other for that first spot, but Workman's are not letting that Methodist crew go. They might have lost contact, but they're not losing them. They're not allowing them have clear water. They're pushing each other on. This Workman's boat is not giving up, but the Methodist boat might be too strong for them. So as we can see on the screen, the big screen, or on the telly at home, you can see the Methodist boat commanding this race completely, but Workman's not too far behind either. You can see the white and red one piece of Workman's, but Methodist slowly getting that lead bigger and bigger as the strokes go on. Now on the screen you can see the results of the heats from the women's intermediate single scull. St. Michael's taking the lead in that, followed by Lee and Methodist. Apologies, that was the results of the first heat of the men's junior 16 double sculls. So opening up their lead, allowing clear water, we have Methodist followed by Workman's. The other crews have dropped back. Skibbereen are now challenging that 3rd spot. Carrick on Shannon dropping back into 4th, but Skibbereen bringing themselves up to 3rd. Have they left it too late? Hopefully not. Skibbereen really in that contention as well to make the 2nd spot, but they will have to start charging. They cannot let that Workman's boat get the better of them. Methodist up on screen, looking really strong, sitting up nice and tall. They've actually slowed their stroke rate slightly. They look like they're going at steady state. They've brought down their stroke rate. They know they're comfortable. They've probably been told, if you're out ahead, conserve your energy. Don't waste your energy as we need it for the final later on. Methodist pulled some brilliant scores this weekend, had amazing results in the junior 18 quad, the junior 16 quad, the junior 18 women's single, more to the list as well. So Methodist doing really, really well this weekend at the Irish Championships 2025. Methodist College Belfast still pulling ahead. You can see that Skibbereen crew slightly, the conditions are slightly getting the better of them, but they're not allowing that Workman's crew have an easy battle as the Methodist crew and Workman's come into the top 2. So it's Methodist followed by Workman's. Skibbereen not out of it yet. Carrick on Shannon taking back that charge, but with only 200 metres left to go, the rest of the crews might have left it too late. Undoubtedly it is that Methodist crew who are in first spot. They have really brought that stroke rate down. This is no problem to them. They're followed in by that Workman's crew who are struggling a little bit more to keep up, but they are definitely within a chance of making that final later on. So it's looking like Methodist and Workman's as we pull towards the last few strokes. The finish line is in sight. Methodist over the line first as Workman's work their way up. Workman's over. So It's 2 to qualify, so it looks like we have to wait for the official results, but Methodist and Workman's through to the final in that second heat of the Junior 16 men's double sculls.
Next up, we have the third heat of the men's Junior 16 double. In lane 1, Ban. Lane 2, Commercial A. Lane 3, Lee Valley A. Lane 4, Lee Valley B. Lane 5, Cappoquin B. And lane 6, Commercial B. So 6 boats, 4 clubs making their way down the track here. I'd say they're just gone through the 1K mark, meaning they're halfway through the race. And out in front, it's looking like our double from Lee Valley. This is their local water. They're going to know this course like the back of their hand. They know what each tree means. They'll know what each inlet and each road means. They'll know exactly where they are in the course. Again, 2 to qualify from this, but let's look at our second place. It's looking like, I'm going to say Lee Valley, Cappoquin, but not forgetting Commercial A. And also their Ban out on the far side at the top of your screens. I wouldn't be counting any of them boats out. You could throw a blanket across them for that second place. So again, Heat 3, men's Junior 16 doubles. This is their second 2-kilometre race of this afternoon. And if they want to be making finals, they're looking at a third one coming up down the track in about 2 hours' time. But going back to this race, it's looking like the Lee Valley crew, their Lee Valley A from lane 3 are leading this one out. They're about 750 metres to go as they approach the enclosure. I'm going to give the edge to that other Lee Valley crew, Lee Valley B in lane 4. I'm going to give them the edge for second place, but it really could be anyone. Again, these are double sculls. These lengths can change very, very quickly as they progress down the course. Someone could be putting on a push. Someone could have something in their back pocket for that last 500 metres. You wouldn't know. So as we go back to the drone footage there, it looks like Lee Valley A leading this one out, followed by Lee Valley B, then half a length back to Cappoquin, but level with them is Commercial. Cappoquin putting on a bit of a push there, currently in third. Let's see, can they challenge Lee Valley B for that second qualification spot? So these are heats, remember, 2 boats to qualify for the grand final of the men's Junior 16 double later on at 6 o'clock. So these Junior 16s, no doubt they'll have their eye on their Junior 18 years next year. Who knows, we might see them here next year. But for now, we're back on the track. They're just gone through 500 metres to go. They're storming down towards the enclosure now. Going to be putting down some fast times. And last time I had a look there, it was still Lee Valley A leading this one out, followed closely by Lee Valley B. A lot of familiarity here, I'm sure, for these Lee Valley crews. They train on this course. No doubt these doubles have paced each other countless times up and down this 2K straight. This is going to be a good race, but let's not forget about Commercial A out there just second from the top of your screen. They're putting Lee Valley B under a lot of pressure. We're talking half a length in it there between Lee Valley B and Commercial A for the second qualification spot. Cappoquin, Commercial B and Ban just dropping back slightly there off the pace, but up at the top of your screens it is Lee Valley A from lane 3. They're storming this. Ever since I picked up this race at about just before the 1K mark, these lads were leading it out. They also know if they qualify this, they've got another race in about 2 hours time. So will they conserve energy, or will they just try lead it out and see can they get that middle lane? Lee Valley B seem to have responded to Commercial's push there as they went through about 500 metres to go. No doubt those coaches told them, you see the 1500 metre mark, you go for a push, but let's see if Commercial can come back at them again. It's definitely bow on stern there for that second place finish. I'd actually say even 3/4 of a length between Lee Valley B and Commercial A. Plenty of shouts from the crowd to get them going. But up at the front, since it has been for the last couple of hundred, we're looking at the Lee Valley A crew in lane 3. They're storming into the finish line. They've had control of this race for the last couple of 100 metres, and no doubt they will be ones to watch in the final later on at 6 o'clock. So that is the Lee Valley A crew safely across the line, and Lee Valley B are going to follow them and grab that second qualification spot, followed closely by Commercial. So that's, and then a couple of minutes time we're going to have Ban, Commercial B and Kappa Quinn cross the line, and that's going to finish out the heats of the men's junior 16 double. I'd be keeping an eye on that one again later on, 6 o'clock, final of the men's junior 16 double, so don't forget to tune in for that in about 2 hours' time.
So well done to Lee Valley A, who finished first in that heat. Johnny and Mark, they came fourth in the junior 18 men's quad earlier on, so no doubt we'll see some excellent finishing from them later on. Also well done to Fikra and Killian, also from Lee Valley, who qualified through to the final in that men's junior 16 double sculls. Now, on their heels, we have the first heat of the men's club 2 single sculls. In lane 1 we have Kilmac Simon Crowley, lane 2 Waterford Hart, lane 3 UCC Mannix, lane 4 DUBC Trinity Lawrence, lane 5 Lee O'Connell, and lane 6 Cork Diffley. Leading it out as earlier on, the first place from earlier's time trials, we have UCC Mannix doing really well, pushing down that course. We saw him dominate in the trials earlier on, had more than 10 seconds between himself and second place, so really strong showing from that rower from UCC. But behind him we see DUBC Trinity Lawrence, who has about a length off of Mannix, but he's not out of it at all either. Further back of field we have the rower from Waterford Hart. He's been selected to row on the junior men's sculling team for the home internationals in London this year, so again he will definitely be trying to catch up to those scullers, but he might have left it too late. It's a really tough battle between these scullers. There's a long distance between first, second and the rest of the crew, but we'll have to see what happens. It is the crew from Waterford and O'Connell from Lee are almost neck and neck, but third place will not do. It's first and second only will qualify through to this final, so it's Mannix of UCC and DUBC Lawrence challenge each other for that first spot, but it looks like Mannix has control of this race. He is dominating. There's no doubt that he is in charge of this race. He can decide whether he wants to bring that pace up or down depending on how that Lawrence sculler from Trinity reacts to his actions. So now we can see Mannix of UCC taking that stride. We can see there's a bit of a crosswind, but as Mannix is a very skilled coastal rower, he can deal with those conditions extremely well. So Mannix of UCC opening up more than half a length on the rower from DUBC, so it's a fight between the universities. It's UCC from DUBC, and Lee O'Connell has now opened up about half a length on the scutter from Waterford Hart. So Finian Mannix of UCC still ahead of Lawrence of DUBC Trinity. These are the 1-2. These are the spots that will be going through to the final later on. Only 2 to qualify out of these 3 heats. So UCC Mannix still ahead. He is opening up that lead. He has full control of this race. We can see that lovely drone shot of the scullers. It is a really harsh condition at the moment. The heat is so hard to deal with these scullers, but it's no problem to them. You can see the first 2 scullers, Mannix and Lawrence. Lawrence in particular, they've brought their stroke rate right down. They know they're in a comfortable position. They just need to keep in their boat, keep that pace nice and steady. They know they are in the qualification spot. They just have to keep going. So they are approaching the 500 meter mark. This is where people would start their sprint. However, these 2 rowers are comfortably in these qualifying spots. They need to conserve their energy for the final later on. So it's Mannix of UCC ahead of Lawrence of Trinity, followed by O'Connell of Lee and Hart of Waterford. Hart of Waterford has actually taken over O'Connell of Lee by about half a boat length, but it's still really close. But however, as I said, third will not do. It's first and second through to the final later on into the top 6. Mannix of UCC still in the lead, followed by Lawrence of DUBC Trinity. There's not much change in this race, but they still have about 300 meters left to go, so they're nearly finished their race. You can see how easy that Mannix and Lorenz have this race. They have full control. Mannix more so as he is in command of the rest of these crews. You can see the crews further back struggling to keep up with the pace, but Mannix of UCC knows what he's doing. He looks so comfortable. He is almost safe into that final later on, followed by Lorenz of Trinity DUBC. So with about 2 boat lengths, Mannix continuing to keep that lead. UCC are having a brilliant weekend so far, especially the women's crew winning the 8 and the quad. So massive well done to UCC. DUBC also having a great weekend, but that's more the DULBC. So can DUBC get some titles this weekend? So UCC coming towards the line. Mannix of UCC, you can see him on the screen looking really comfortable, followed by Lorenz of Trinity as they approach the finish line. Mannix of UCC, well deserved through to the final. He is comfortable, he looks safe, followed by Lorenz of DUBC through to the final. Unfortunately, Hart of Waterford and O'Connell of Lee missing out that spot for the final, but only 2 to go through. The rest of the scullers coming down quickly up down the course, and that concludes the first heat of the men's Club 2 single scull.
And next up, hot on their heels, is the second heat of the men's club single. In lane 1, Cork O'Connor. Lane 2, Calorglan McHugh. Lane 3, Tralee Morris. Lane 4, Commercial Leadov. Lane 5, DUBC Roberts. And lane 6, Carlo Duke. This race is well on their way. I'd say they're just about to go through 500 metres to go. And from where I'm standing, I'd be looking at lane 3, Tralee Morris. He seems to be leading this one out, but followed very closely by Commercial Leadov. And I wouldn't be discounting Carlo Duke out there nearest the regatta enclosure. But I was right. It's looking like Tralee Morris seems to be leading this one out, but I'm going to say 3/4 of a length back to Commercial Leadov. But also Carlo Duke, I'd say half a length then, and he's in 3rd place. But as I said, 2 to qualify. There's only 2 of these scullers are going through to the final, and in their minds at the moment, every single one of them is going through. So Tralee Morris leading this one out by about a length, but then very close between Commercial Leadov and Carlo Duke for that 2nd, 3rd place. Again, so they're just starting to tear their way down towards the regatta enclosure. We're looking at about 350 metres left to go. Men's Club 2 singles. This is a tough event. I mean, the standard of club has dramatically increased over the last couple of years, and it's phenomenal to see the standard of Irish rowing. So fantastic. But we're looking at Tralee Morris out there in lane 3. You can see the big T of Tralee on the back of his one piece, and he's storming his way down into the finish. Hopefully we'll get the drone shot now in a couple of seconds, and we'll be able to see what it's like there between Commercial Leadov and Carlo Duke. Yes, look at that. Commercial Leadov seems to have crept up even on Tralee Morris. I'm going to say it's bow on stern between Commercial Leadov and Carlo Duke for the 2nd, 3rd place. Then up at the front, it's still Tralee Morris, but not without pressure from Commercial Leadov. I'm going to say at the moment it's the 1-2 is Tralee and Commercial. They look like they're going to be the 1-2 going through to the final later on at 6:10. But as they storm their way into the enclosure, we're talking about 200 metres left to go in this heat, this 2nd heat of the men's club single. You can see Tralee Morris starting to be put under pressure now by the Commercial sculler. This will be an interesting race later on. Tralee Morris would have placed 2nd in the time trial earlier on Commercial Leadov would come back in 5th in the time trial, but there's a massive difference between side-by-side racing and time trials, and everyone out in this field knows that. But coming up to the line, it's looking like Tralee Morris is going to grab that 1st place spot. And then Commercial Leadov looking like he's going to grab the 2nd. Not without pressure from Carlo Duke, but I think Commercial has just went for the line at the right time. You can see Tralee Morris there. The rate has been taken down a little bit as he comes into the line to claim his qualifying place for the final later on, followed by Commercial Leadov and followed by Carlo Duke. And then in a couple of strokes' time, we'll have the DUBC sculler, followed by Calorglan and followed by Cork. And that will finish out the 2nd heat of the men's club single. 3rd heat will be on its way very shortly, making its way down towards the regatta enclosure.
So for the third and last heat of the men's club single scull in lane 1, we have Shandon Heffernan, lane 2, Queen's University Belfast Kimber, lane 3, Galway Leiden, lane 4, Killorglin Horan, lane 5, Cork Gillard, and lane 6, Clonmel Hickey. Leading it out, we have in lane 4, Killorglin Horan, really strong performance from this sculler. He's then followed by Galway Leiden. These are the 1-2. As said earlier, these are the qualifying spots. We need these scullers need to make sure they're in the top 2 if they want to make it into the final later on today. So it's still Killorglin Horan followed by Galway Leiden. They are facing pressure from the sculler from Queen's University Belfast Kimber, and that is the 1-2-3. So it's Killorglin, followed by Galway, followed by Queen's, Cork, Clonmel and Shandon are all dead level at the moment, so they are not too far behind, but they'll need to start charging if they want to be in any bit of contention for later on. So it is still Killorglin who is gaining that lead upon the rest of the scullers. He's coming down. You can see them in view. They are within view of the enclosure. So it's still Killorglin, followed by Galway, followed by Queen's, and then it is then the sculler from the Shandon on the far side of the river coming into 4th spot. So it is still Killorglin, followed by Galway, then Queen's University Belfast. There is 3 scullers going for these 2 spots, but only 2 are available, so they have to make sure they're either first or second to make it to the final later on. This club scull is a very heavily contested event. There was 40 scullers. We then narrowed it down to 18, and we're down to the last heat, which will get us down to 6. So this will be a really, really competitive race at the very end. So we have Killorglin followed by Galway, who are still the commanding 1-2 in this, but Queen's University Belfast still charging, but he'll have to do something, put on some pressure on those scullers. Do not let himself go if he wants to be in the final later on. They only have about 250 metres left to go. They don't have long. They have to start charging if they want to be within contention. Queen's University Belfast starting to slip back, but he has to keep going. These first 2 scullers are in command, and that can't happen for anyone behind them. So Killorglin, Horan still in major control of this race, followed by Leiden of Galway. They are still the 1-2. It's looking like they'll be going through to the final as of now, but anything can change. So it's still Killorglin, followed by Galway. The sculler from Queen's slipping back. Unfortunately, it looks like he won't be in contention for that final later on unless there's any major mishap. But as we approach the finish line, Killorglin coming in towards the finish line with about 10 more strokes to go. He's almost done. He's looking for those red boys at the finish line, looking, where am I going to finish? But he's starting to come in now as Killorglin passes the finish line straight through to the final. Then followed in by the sculler from Galway, and the Queen's University of Belfast narrowly missing out on that spot in the final. And that concludes the 3rd heat of the men's Club 2 single scull.
So the races for the heats have now been concluded, and we have a very short break for the next race, and you can see it up on screen is already getting on the stake boat. So a short break before we come back with our first of the finals for the afternoon. 10 finals to close out the second day of the 2025 Irish Rowing Championships, and our first final of the afternoon is going to be the final of the Women's Junior 18 Coxless 4 between Enniskillen, Galway, St Michael's and Shandon.
Shade from this heat that's there, put on plenty of sun cream and make sure you're taking on as much liquids as possible. Stay safe, thank you.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
Okay, so we start off today's finals. In lane 1 we have an empty lane. Lane 2 Enniskillen. Lane 3 Galway. Lane 4 St Michael's. Lane 5 Shandon. So we can see the boats off the blocks, and it's very hard to see who's in the lead at the moment. But it looks like in lane 4, St Michael's have a commanding lead over the rest of the crew. So St Michael's followed by Enniskillen, Shandon, and Galway, but there's still nothing in it yet. They're only about 200 meters in. There's 1,800 to go. Anything can change, as we saw in the women's senior 4 yesterday. Fours are a very unpredictable event. Anything can happen in the last few strokes. So we'll have to see what exactly happens in this race. So it is still St Michael's leading out, have a commanding lead at the moment, but they still have pressure from Enniskillen on the far side. St Michael's not letting that Enniskillen boat catch up to them. Galway have slipped back a small bit, and Shandon are in 3rd place. Shandon have a few famous names in their boat, Anya Gaffney and Louise Forrester. So Anya going to the Homes this year, also represented Ireland in Homes last year. Louise went to she went to the Coupe de la Jeunesse last year and medalled in the women's quad. We also have Enniskillen in this race. They are the reigning champions from last year. Enniskillen no doubt will be trying to regain that title from last year. So in lane 1 it is Enniskillen coming 2nd, but they are being beaten by St Michael's in lane 4. So Enniskillen still trying to catch up to St Michael's, but St Michael's are too fast as they come past 500 metres. They have started their starts, all boats off the starts, no problems. They've had no problems so far. Hopefully that continues throughout the next 1,500 metres. The pain will start to be kicking in soon enough. These boats are coxless. They do not have someone steering them, so one of the girls will have to focus on steering as well as pushing as hard as she can to ensure these boats stay in the lane and don't cause any incidents with crashing or steering. So St Michael's still have power over the rest of the field. St Michael's looking really strong. They have a really good track record this weekend, especially with Ada and Clodagh, who won the junior women's pair back-to-back from last year as well. So really strong sweep team on St Michael's at St Michael's Rowing Club. So lovely shot there of all 4 crews. St Michael's edging out ahead of the rest of the field. Shandon on the left looking in 3rd place. Enniskillen on the right in 2nd. But Shandon creeping up into 2nd place. So Shandon are now overtaking Enniskillen, the last year's reigning champions. They are now charging towards St Michael's boat. Have Enniskillen taken off the blocks too hard? We'll have to see. It looks like Enniskillen are already starting to tire. Maybe this is a strategy. We'll have to see. St Michael's now have a full boat length above Shandon. Shandon charging for from 2nd place, looking for that victory. So Shandon with a massive amount of international pedigree, with sending 3 of their rowers to the home internationals this year, along with Louise Forrester, who represented Ireland in Coupe last year, as they now regain contact with the St Michael's boat. St Michael's are now under pressure. They cannot let the pressure off. St Michael's have to keep fighting if they want to keep control of this race. Shandon are not out of it. Anya Gaffney, the stroke of that Shandon boat, she really wants this so bad, so Anya is bringing that stroke rate up. She is now, the bow ball of the Shandon boat has contact of the St Michael's 4. St Michael's, the champions a couple of years ago, had a very controversial win when one boat had to stop. So it's still St Michael's. Shandon are ever so slightly creeping up on the St Michael's boat. The supporters at the NRC are screaming for these crews. They really want their respective clubs to win. So it's St Michael's from Shandon. Enniskillen have dropped back a bit. It looks like Enniskillen will have to do some major work if they want to keep this title from 2024. But it's still looking like St Michael's are dominating, but not far behind are Shandon. Shandon are creeping up on that crew. They really want this so bad. So we see on the screen all 4 crews, St Michael's and Shandon, head to head, battling it out. They are putting pressure on each other. They're not letting each other go. They're looking to their left and their right. They want to see where is the other crew. How far back or how far forward are they? Shandon now have half a boat length behind from St Michael's. St Michael's are really under pressure. Did they come off too hard? We'll have to see. As they come past the 1,000 metre mark, they are really feeling the pain, as St Michael's are starting to fight back a little bit more, but Shandon are not out of it yet. It might have to come back down to the finish line to see where they'll end up. So last time Shandon won this event, it was in 1997, so almost 30 years ago. St. Michael's won this in 2023. Will Shandon regain this title after 28 years? We'll have to see. Shandon really fighting for it, bringing that stroke rate up. They are outstroking that St. Michael's boat. St. Michael's starting to really feel the pressure as they're approaching the 500 metre mark. It's going to have to come down to the sprint of this race. St. Michael's really feeling that pressure of the Shandon boat. Shandon in the light blue, St. Michael's of the dark blue. It's going to be a battle between the blues. Enniskillen about 4 lengths behind. There's clear water between first, second and third. So first and second really close together, but it's clear water back to third. As Shandon are now approaching the St. Michael's boat even more, it's going to come down to the wire with this one. They are slicing those blades through the water really cleanly and really efficiently. These boats are challenging each other so hard for this championship. This is a really competitive championship. It's only 4 boats in it, but still they're fighting their hardest for this. So we're handing Richie.
So going down now to the last 200 metres, a real battle between the two crews. Interesting just to see 4 entries here in the women's junior 18 quad. St. Michael's and Enniskillen were battling it out at the early half of the race, but Shandon moved into second, and they're the ones challenging St. Michael's coming in towards the finish. St. Michael's looking for the double along with the pairs win they had yesterday, looking to mirror what Trinity have done in the senior 4 and the inter pair earlier on today. It's St. Michael's and Shandon all the way into the line. St. Michael's go again. They might just have about half a length. The Shandon crew higher rating on the run in towards the finish. Absolutely nothing between the two crews, and it might come down to a photo finish here between St. Michael's and the Shandon crew. The last few strokes, some steering issues here from the Shandon crew. Shandon now in the lane of St. Michael's. St. Michael's holding on. The Shandon crew having to make adjustments right before the line. That's going to cost them, and it's allowing St. Michael's to push on, opening up the lead, and it's the St. Michael's crew. Half a length, they're going to take the Championship of Ireland Women's Junior 18 race. Shandon, what a brilliant performance from Shandon to take second. Really tough racing there. Amazing race from all the crews. What a response from St. Michael's. They came under pressure after pressure every single stroke getting in towards the line. Really tough rowing from them. So they take the win in the women's junior 18-4 along with the pair. Lucy Hartigan in the bow seat, Robin Marley in 2, Clodagh Phillips in the 3 seat, Ada Heher in the stroke seat, taking the win in the women's junior 18. Really well done. Congratulations to the coaches as well. Shane Culnan, Maeve O'Brien, Leonard Small. Really great rowing from them. And another win for St. Michael's in the women's sweep category. We'll see how the 8s are going to do later on. Enniskillen taking third, ahead of the crew then from Galway in fourth, but really it was just a 2-boat race there between St. Michael's and Shandon, having the best second half of the race to get out in and push each other all the way to the line. That little steering issue from Shandon might have cost them a little bit in the run into the finish, but St. Michael's handled the pressure and taking the win in the women's junior 18-4.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
caught our breath after that extremely exciting finish in the women's. Caught our breath after that extremely exciting finish in the women's junior 18 coxed 4. And next up, storming down the track, is the women's senior pair. This is a 3-boat final. In lane 2, University of Galway A, lane 3, Skibbereen, and lane 4, UCD. This is going to be a fantastic race. Some massive names making their way down the course here. For one, in the Skibbereen boat, we have Casey and Hegarty all the way from Skibbereen. No stranger to international racing at all in this Skibbereen boat. They're sitting there in lane 3. And then not far from them is Fagan and Donnelly of University of Galway A. They're sitting there in lane 2. They're absolutely no stranger to international competition either. And then if we look over to that UCD crew, all the way from Island Bridge, we have the Daly sisters. They're sitting there out in lane 4, and this is going to be some race. The women's senior pair, hotly contested final. You're looking at a pair, so you're looking at each person has 1 oar each, and one person, either the bow or the stroke woman, is going to be steering this down. So as predicted, we're looking at the Skibbereen pair there in lane 4. Hegarty and Casey, big names in Irish rowing, both on domestic and international level. They seem to be leading this one out, and then we're looking at maybe half a length back to the University of Galway crew, and then I'd say another length back to UCD. This is going to be a hot final. They're looking at, I'd say, 300-400 metres off the start. This is going to be some hot racing. As I said, Casey and Hegarty from Skibbereen, that's going to be one to watch. I'll be watching them as they come down towards the enclosure. That is world-class racing you'll be looking at here in the next 3 to 4 minutes. I'm going to say they've just about snuck 3/4 of a length on the University of Galway crew. They're in lane 2, but they're pretty much level with UCD. I'd give them maybe a canvas on UCD, but up at the front, it's looking like Skibbereen. And now to get up with all the action out on the water, we're handing over to Alan. Over to you, Alan.
700 metres in, and Skibbereen have a length and a half on the other two crews, University of Galway and University College Dublin. Skibbereen looking like they are underrating their competition at the minute now. Emily Hegarty in that Skibbereen boat, they're rowing really strong, really well together, and they are going to have to start a fight off a little bit of a push from that Galway boat now. The Galway boat in lane 2 on the right hand side. You guys will be looking at it online or from the enclosure, but Skibbereen still well in front. They're rowing very, very strong together. Beautiful boat to move when it's rowed right, and these 3 crews are rowing right, and they are rowing strong, smooth, but absolute class from the Skibbereen boat. Now they look like they're in full control, to be honest. Now I did think that University Galway were putting in a bit of a push and closing that gap, but that gap is extending very, very, very slightly over the University Galway. The bow in the Galway boat now looks across. She can see the UCD crew. They have not gone anywhere, but well in control and looking like they're rowing within themselves. That Skibbereen pair, really strong, really smooth. Quick look out there from the Skibbereen bow, just double checking those puddles. They're driving them away. We're in through the middle of the course now, 1,000 metres. She was just checking where she are. Is there a need for a push? And I'll tell you who has put on a push: UCD. And the Galway bow has looked across, and the UCD bow has looked across. Their eyes have met, and they're like, well, second place is up for grabs. First place is still up for grabs, as we saw yesterday when anything can happen in a race, and UCD have put in a huge push through the middle of the course. But they are still 2 lengths down on that Skibbereen crew. I don't want to say Skibbereen are toying with their opposition at this stage, but they are in full command. They have not put a push down, and I don't think they need to. UCD have taken a length out of that University of Galway crew with that push through the centre of the course. Galway are going to have to react, but toying with their opposition at this stage is the Skibbereen crew. They haven't put distance between them, but they haven't needed to put distance between them. They have just rowed smoothly, slickly, crisply and clean through the water, and they have shifted that boat to no end. A lot more effort coming from UCD. They have kind of put Galway to the sword University of Galway to the sword at this stage. They have a length and about a length and a half, but it's still that 2-length lead. That Skibbereen, these experienced girls from Skibbereen, they know when they have to push. They know if they need to push. All they have to do is cross that line first without expending too much energy. They have it in spades. centre of the course. They get a great view of everybody, but they're still in control. There doesn't seem to be the effort coming from that Skibbereen boat that is coming from the other two crews, and yet they are just humming that boat through the water. This, of course, an amazing boat to let run when you have the connection, the togetherness that the Skibbereen crew have. They are putting further distance between themselves and UCD, and then it's about 2 lengths back to the University of Galway crew. But Skibbereen are in control and have been in control. It was very nice when it passed us now about 700 metres. There was still a little bit in it, but Skibbereen just eased away. And I would say they have still to put some effort to really be put under pressure by either of these two other crews. There isn't a huge distance between the field, but there doesn't need to be. Skibbereen so much in control as we approach the 1500 now, maybe 450 to go. And a little kick, a little call up there now from the Skibbereen boat. They have increased their rate. I think they just want to showboat at this stage because they have earned it. Years of dedication and years of skill. And you can just see that boat is humming through the water. It's a joy to watch. Skibbereen, they have taken the rate down slightly again. I think they just wanted to squeeze that just to put UCD to the sword. But probably 3 lengths in it now, if not a little more. And I would say, looking at this, before we pass over to the tower, you are looking at the next Championship of Ireland winners in the women's senior pair. That's Skibbereen crew. A joy to watch. Over to the tower.
So Skibbereen are breaking up the 2 crews that we have from the universities on either side of them in the final of the...
Participating in the time trials this morning, please return bow numbers to the regatta office.
The women's senior pairs, so Skibbereen centre of the course, we've got UCG either side on UCD, but with clear water coming towards the finish, it looks like Casey and Hegarty of Skibbereen in full control. Centre of the course, it gives them the options to look left and right and see if any challenges come their way. Down through the 1,000 metres with the clear water they had, there was certainly no challenges that were coming into the run-in towards the second half of the race, so they power on towards the finish here. These 2 rowers raced recently with the University of London in Henley last week as well. Casey and Hegarty powering on to the finish, and looks like they're going to add to the tally of the Skibbereen crew. It is absolutely rock solid in that boat, powering on towards the finish. Clear water back then to the crew inside them from UCD in second place and UCG in third. Just 3 crews contesting the women's senior pair. So you have the run in towards the finish. They're down to the last few strokes. Huge encouragement here for the Skibbereen crew and our well-decorated international rowers. Casey and Hegarty are going to come and take the win in the women's senior pair at Skibbereen, crossing the line. 2.5 lengths of clear water back then to a bit of a performance for the Daly Sisters of UCD in second place, and then University of Galway crew back in third to close out the women's senior A. So great way to kick off the afternoon racing. First win going to St. Michael's in the women's junior 18-4, and now a win for Skibbereen in the women's senior pair.
So off the start, we have our next category, the men's senior coxed quads. So in lane 2, we have DUBC BAN. In lane 3, we have a composite of UCC and Skibbereen. In lane 4, we have University of Galway Boat Club. This is an extremely high pedigree event with little amounts of boats, but still going to be really competitive towards the end. So we can see them off the blocks. There's no problem so far. We can see the UCC boat in the middle. stroking really high. They have to make sure they have the best start as possible. Make sure they have a really high stroke rate off the bat. So in the middle boat, UCC and Skibbereen, we have an extremely experienced boat. In the stroke, we have Adam Murphy of UCC, then Ronan Byrne in 3, then Andrew Sheehan in 2, and Fintan McCarthy in bow. No doubt they'll be putting in an excellent score later on, and as expected, they have an extremely positive start. So we're going to move over to Alan in the catamaran for the commentary.
So was this just here, it is two crews clearly out in front, and that's the UCC Skib Composite and University of Galway with the Trinity Band Composite in lane 2, a little off the pace. Big names in this UCC Skib crew now as they come up to right beside us here and moving that boat really, really well. There could be a huge spread in this field now, even at the 500 metre mark. There is, well out in front is the UCC Skibbereen crew. There is a battle there with the University of Galway crew, but just such class. If you can look at it from your screens now, if the camera is catching this, that boat is just shifting. It is moving, and they are putting meters between themselves and University of Galway. University of Galway look over the bow, looks over his right shoulder, and all he can see are those white blades of that yellow empacker moving away further and further and further. Unfortunately, the the Trinity Band Composite is being distanced. Unfortunately, now there's only so far. We don't want to wash these guys out, so there's only so far we can follow this. We might get to the 1,000 metres, but pushing away from us, the yellow empacker just sweetly singing and humming of the UCC Skibbereen crew. They are just together. They are poetry in motion, and it's a joy to watch. University of Galway moving very, very well in second spot with good efforts coming from that Trinity crew, but it just isn't, there's just a go for class between these high performance athletes and the rest of the crew, unfortunately, on the day. But University of Galway giving them a good, decent race for about 700 metres, but they have the looks of a bunch of guys who are heading for trying to do a course record, because they are shifting that boat. It is a joy to watch. At 1,000 metres we can't really keep up with these guys. They're moving too quickly for us, and we don't want to wash out the Trinity boat. So we're going to hand it over to the tower to take it home. From 1,000 metres, it's a big, big lead from the UCC Skibbereen Composite over University of Galway.
Cheers, Alan. So we're getting a display here of sculling in the senior quad. 3 boats contesting it here in lane 2. Trinity Band Composite crew on the far side. UCC Skibbereen, we mentioned, centre of the course, and then University of Galway. And the crew from Composite crew, Fintan McCarthy in the bow seat, Andrew Sheehan of UCC in 2, Ronan Byrne in the 3 seat, Adam Murphy in the stroke seat in the men's senior quad. They're leaning it out now by Clearwater. You can see as they come down with about the halfway mark, they're coming down well ahead of the chasing pack. That composite crew from Trinity and Ban back in 3rd place. 2nd place at the moment, University of Galway. No doubt about the leaders there. As Alan's saying, the boat is absolutely flying through the water. That bow is winging its way down to the finish line to take the championship in the men's senior quad. Fintan looking for his 2nd championship of the weekend, having won the lightweight double yesterday with Jake, and now back in the men's senior quad here, compositing with UCC. And the guys from UCC racing in some of the big boats as well. Andrew Sheehan, Ronan Byrne and Adam Murphy, the crews from UCC. No doubt about the lead there. They're giving us an absolute showcase of how sculling is done in a quad, bringing all their international experience into the boat as well. Up on screen you can see it's centre of the course, ideal conditions here, picture postcard views that we have of the lovely reservoir here in Lee Valley in Inishgar. So Clearwater back between UCC Skibbereen and the University of Galway crew. That Trinity crew you can see just in the background there, but up on screen there's the guys, familiar faces or familiar backs to a lot of us from the racing that we watch internationally as well. Fintan in the bow seat with Andrew 2, Ronan 3 and Adam Murphy. Great success from these crews over the last number of years. They're powering on towards the finish. So 3 members of the UCC crew and 1 from Skibbereen. And no doubt about it, they're down now to the last few hundred metres. They're coming into the run into the finish. And really impeccable blade work, as you'd expect from the crew in the beautiful Impacker boat as they power towards the finish. And it'll be interesting to see the fastest times. Will they break a course record? Not a very strong tailwind to push them down here, but they're still pushing on. And finish line is going to be in sight for the men's senior coxes and looks like Andrew is in the stroke seat there with Ronan in 2. So a win there for the men's senior quad, the composite crew of UCC and Skibbereen. Well in control of the race there. Finton in the bow seat, Ronan in 2, Adam in 3, and Andrew in the stroke seat. The crew from University of Galway coming in 2nd place, and then the composite crew from Trinity and Ban are going to come in, finish out these 3 crews in the final of the men's senior quad. A win there for UCC and Skibbereen.
And just off the stake boats, we have the final of the men's intermediate pair. In lane 1, University of Galway A. Lane 2, University College Dublin. Lane 3, Skibbereen A. Lane 4, Commercial A. Lane 5, Shandon. And lane 6, Dublin University Boat Club. Again, these are pairs. They're going to be tearing down the course now, coming towards us in this final. Some big names in a lot of these boats. So we're about 150 metres off the start, and we're just going to get ready now, and we're going to hand it over to our guy out in the water, Alan. Over to you.
Men's intermediate pair, and we're sitting here at the 500 mark. Beautiful sunshine as they charge towards us here. It's the from lane 1, University of Galway, UCD, Skibbereen, Commercial, Shandon and Trinity. All boats together, roughly speaking, at this stage now. No one is showing in the first 300 metres. As they charge towards us. Trinity have had a great start there out in lane 6. Little bit of action here coming from the University of Galway boat in lane 1. Beside them, UCD a little bit down in the centre. Skibbereen are looking a little off the pace. Commercial and Shandon still up there now as they're coming right up towards us. You'll see with the camera here, we're sitting bang on the 500 metre mark, and right beside us here, University of Galway seem to be showing the best at this stage now in the men's intermediate pairs. So University of Galway in lane 1, I would say it's a little bit of a mix. Commercial probably in second spot, but then that UCD crew is also challenging. They come up right beside us now, and first through is the University of Galway. 500 metres, boom, done. On the far side, Trinity, who had that great start, now seem to be losing a little bit of ground to Commercial and UCD. So we have Galway, followed by the 3 Dublin clubs, UCD, Trinity and Commercial, in that battle for that second spot. Galway have taken 2.5 lengths out of those other 3 crews, who are neck and neck, and then it's further back to Shandon and further back to Skibbereen. But some great action there, some great sweep rowing from that University of Galway crew. They had a little bit of a lead. They dragged back Trinity College, who had a great start, but University of Galway now are out to probably a 3-length lead. Little bit of a dodgy stroke from the UCD stroke band, but they've got that back. Those 3 Dublin boats, Trinity, UCD and Commercial, neck and neck for that second spot, as we attempt to catch up on the University of Galway, who still holding that lead now. We are here trying to second guess. Did they go out too quick? Are they going to push for the 1,000 and then settle into it? Do the other 3 Dublin clubs who are holding that second spot, battle between the 3 of them for that second spot, are they holding something back? I see the bowman in the University of Galway boat. He looks across. He's gauging. Do we need to use this push? Do we need to push on at the 1,000 metres, or are we happy enough where it is? UCD stroke band looks across. He can see Commercial. They are neck and neck. Trinity, they're about a canvas down on that battle for that second spot. Commercial and UCD neck and neck. University of Galway still holding that comfortable lead. There's nothing comfortable about rowing 900 metres in the pair in the Championship of Ireland final. They are hammering it out. But I would say UCD and Commercial are on a little bit of a push now. I see a little twist in the head from the stroke band of that University of Galway boat. There is only the 2 of them in it. You are carrying your partner and he is carrying you. Every move he makes, you got to mirror, and you got to put the hammer down, because with 1,000 metres to go and 1,000 metres left, there's only going to be one victor, one person to carry home this Championship of Ireland. 1,000 metres, University of Galway looking across, stroke band again looks across, and the Commercial crew and the Dublin University slipping away there as UCD and Commercial kind of charge through. Trinity have lost a length for the battle for second spot. Commercial, the bowman in Commercial looks across. He can see UCD, but he can't see University of Galway. University of Galway have reacted very, very well. They pushed through 1,200 metres. With about 800 to go, there's a real battle going on for that second spot, but it could only be a battle for second spot, because I expect University of Galway to fail. They have not yet, and as we push on towards 1,500 metres gone, Commercial and UCD are going to have to react, and they're going to have to react now. If they want to take the top step on this podium, they are going to have to do something, and they're going to have to react. University of Galway haven't let this go now from about 500 metres. They were the first ones through the 500, and they have held on and held on and held on, and in fact I would say increased their pace. They are looking a little bit tired, a little bit of a dip from the stroke band on the University of Galway boat, but
you can be as messy as you want. It's all about covering 2,000 metres the fastest time possible. I look back and I see UCD reacting to, they must have a planned push because we are pushing on for 1,500 metres. UCD are trying to push Commercial to the forward. They probably have about a length on Commercial. Commercial are reacting, but both those crews are going to have to react faster, harder and swifter because they only have push it down to 500 metres left to make a difference in this final. The men's intermediate pairs Championship of Ireland, University of Galway, as I said, have led this for 1,000 metres now. They've gone through 500 ahead and they have led for the middle 1,000. It's Sweet Rowing that will bring them home, and they are singing that song because they are looking very, very good. They're in fact, the laboured rowing that I saw from them in the middle of the course seems to have disappeared. It's amazing how you can get a second and third and fourth wind when you're that far ahead, and I reckon these guys are moving so sweetly. The battle really is for second spot at this stage because University of Galway are, as they charge towards the finish with about 400 metres to go. We're going to hand it over to the tower. It's University of Galway, big battle for second spot, but it could only be a battle for second spot. University of Galway have commanded this race and they charge home hoping for a Championship of Ireland. Over to the tower.
Bit of a turn-up for the books based on the heats where the crew from UCG came second, but now they've dominated this race. They obviously have a game plan and decided that they were going to get out into an early lead, and that's exactly what they've done. In the bow seat, James Murphy, and a stroke there by Cormac Benson. They're leading the final of the men's intermediate pair, pushing on from the crew from UCD. Inside them on second place, it's Commercial in third. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Clearwater separating all three crews, and it's a considerable amount of Clearwater back to the chasing pack that we have from the crews from Shandon and Trinity and from University of Dublin as well. But no doubt about the leaders, they're going to be coming in towards the finish. We're just watching the crew from UCD in towards the finish line, but our leaders are out there in lane 1 on the far side powering on for the line. It is going to be University of Galway, and they are just coming up. James Murphy in the bow seat, Cormac Benson in the stroke seat. They push on yet again, and there's more Clearwater being opened up. So the Championship of Ireland and the men's intermediate pair looking good so far for University of Galway. Finish line is going to be in sight for them, taking the win ahead of the crews from UCD and Commercial. It is University of Galway in the Chris O'Dea boat. A really fantastic display of rowing there, taking it out from lane 1, getting out to that early lead, and there was no one going to touch them in the run into the finish. Clearwater back to second place UCD, third place Commercial, and then the crews from Skibbereen, Shandon and Trinity coming in to close out the race. It's Trinity in crossing the line there ahead of this crew from UCD. And the Skibbereen crew that closes out the men's intermediates pair. A fantastic win there for University of Galway. James Murphy in the bow seat and Cormac Benson in the stroke seat. The Championship of Ireland, the men's intermediate pair heading the way of Galway.
So off the start, we have the start of our next race, the Women's Club 2-8. In lane 1, we have Neptune A. Lane 2, we have Queen's University Ladies Boat Club A. Lane 3 UCD-A, Lane 4 DUL-BC Trinity, Lane 5 UL, and Lane 6 UCD-C. So UCD have 2 crews in this final, so massive congratulations to them. But in the middle lanes, making a showing, we have UCD and DUL-BC, a common rivalry up in Dublin. The Trinity and UCD rowing up an island bridge against each other. They're through their first 100 metres. They'll be making it down to 150 in just 1 second. So UCD are the reigning champions so far from last year, but it looks like DULBC are going to be taking this lead for the first 500 metres. As they come down towards the 500 metre mark, we'll be seeing the rest of the race continue, and we'll be handing over to Alan on the catamaran. Over to you, Alan.
Bang on the 500 as they charge towards us here. It is, in the mix at the minute is UL, Trinity, UCDA crew in the lane 3, 4 and 5. Neptune still in the mix there, all right. Queen slightly out the back along with the UCDC crew over in lane 6. Coming through, I'll let you know now who's going to hit this first. 500 metres, and we're looking at Trinity with half a length over their arch nemesis in UCD. And they are at 500 now, and I'd say they've got 4 seats. Trinity have 4 seats, but that's been swallowed up actually. 2 seats, 1 seat. So UCD are on the push back to them, further back slightly to the UL squad, who are under pressure from Neptune, and right beside Neptune is that Queen's crew with the UCDC crew slightly off the back. Big battle at the front here between the colours Dublin crews. Trinity College in lane 4, Dublin University Boat Club up against UCD Boat Club. That third spot probably at the moment going to UL over on the enclosure side, with Queens and Neptune battling it out big time here, right beside us here in the launch over in lane 1 and lane 2. So 700 gone. It's still up the front. Trinity College, Dublin University Boat Club about a canvas ahead of a UCD with a big push from UL. There's about a length and a half between Trinity and UL for that third spot, and that number 1, that Felipe of Neptune, the green and black attack, is in that 4th spot. Beside them there, Queen's University have not given up, and slightly off the pace then is that C crew from UCD. Great to see this 6-boat racing of this women's Club 8s still holding that, could be a third, maybe a half length lead, is that DULBC crew over UCD, and we push towards 1,000 metres, and it's all action here at the front. They are starting to distance the field. The UL crew haven't let that go. They're still 2 lengths down on the leaders. They're about a length and a half down on that second place UCD. Further back then, another length back to Neptune Rowing Club, who are a canvas ahead of UL, and then further back to the C crew of UCD. Pushing up on 1,000 metres, and that lead really hasn't changed. Trinity have held that lead of 500. There was a bit of a pushback from UCD, but that was reacted to by Trinity, and that's held them off. So now, as we push towards 1,000, will UCD Cox go offensive or defensive? There's a look across there, a look right into the eyes of the UCD rower from the Dublin University Ladies Boat Club. Cox, she is staring them down. She is wondering, are they doing a push? Do we need to react? Do we stick to our own pace? So many variables going on in this as we push through 1,000 metres. Big time up the front. This is UCD are coming back slightly. We don't want to wash anybody out, so we're not just right up with the action, but further on back, UL are putting in a commendable performance. But if anything, through that 1,000 metres, DULBC have put a big push, and I see a bit more space between themselves and UCD, but UCD haven't let them go. This is a ding-dong battle. 2 Dublin crews in the middle, 2 Island Bridge crews right in the middle of it. It's a colours match all over again. Trinity lead UCD, further back to UL, further back to the crew of Neptune, who have half a length over Queen's University, and further back to UCD. But up the front, where it really matters, where the battle is on for this Women's Club 8 Championship of Ireland, it is the 2 Dublin crews, DULBC and University College Dublin Boat Club. This is ding-dong all the way. I would say they are approaching level. Both coxes looking across at each other. You don't really get to appreciate it, but when you see it up close like this, it is amazing. The DULBC crew, they are reacting. The cox is hanging out of it. The DULBC cox
is in real trouble. She is dishing out the rate, but is that rate enough to keep them going? UCD are really putting a push on now. If anything, UCD are looking the tidier crew, and I'd say they are level. This one is going all the way to the line for sure. 600 metres to go now. Charging down that last 500 mark is about to come, and I'd say, if anything, a little difficult to tell from here. If anything, UCD might have a very, very slight lead, but this one is not going to be given up easy. Both crews absolutely hammering it out. Both coxes looking across, reacting to each other, driving on. There is no love lost between these two crews. They'll shake hands at the end of this, whoever comes out on top. But this is one hell of a ding-dong battle. What a final we're having here in the Women's Club 8s. But as they move across, probably with 400 to go, it's death or glory for one of these two crews. As they push away from us, we're going to leave them off there. UCD and Trinity too close to call from here, and it's over to the tower for the big finish.
14 crews took to the water in the heats, but it's come down to a two-boat race between UCD and Trinity doing all the running in the first half of the race. It was Trinity getting out to more than a length lead, but just in the last 200 metres we're seeing the UCD crew now moving into the lead. They've got a third of a length over the crew from Trinity. Let's see what kind of response the Trinity crew have. Already taking the win in the women's senior 4 and the women's intermediate pair. Some of the crew in the Trinity 8 that we're watching, but no doubt about it, the tidier crew and the faster crew coming into the last few hundred metres has been the UCD crew, and they're now powering on towards the finish line. They're opening up more of a lead, so that race that we thought for the line, it's looking secure for UCD, looking to come and take the win in the Women's Club 8. They won the race last year, and they're looking to maintain their winning form in this championship, powering on towards the line. They've opened up now, coming to 1 length lead. It is going to be UCD coming in. Trinity crew weren't able to respond, even though got out to that early lead and were pushed all the way. They couldn't respond to the change of pace that the UCD crew had coming into the last few hundred metres. So the finish line is there. It's just a 1 length win for the crew from UCD, taking the Women's Club 8 Championship of Ireland. Delight for the UCD crew. Heartbreak for Trinity, having been in the mix and done all the running. So it's 1 and 2 for the Dublin University crews there. 1 for UCD taking the win. Trinity in second. The UL crew just coming in there ahead of the crew from Neptune as well. And the Queens and the second UCD crew coming in to close out the race. A fantastic finish there, and really well done but to all the crews, especially Trinity and UCD, and the Women's Club 8 Championship of Ireland heading the way of University College Dublin. So congrats there to the UCD crew. I'm going to go off the names that are on the entry, so apologise if this in the lineup. But Ella Fitzpatrick in the bow seat, Phoebe Grimes in the 2 seat, Katie Gibney in the 3 seat, Lauren Roach in the 4 seat, Orla Sullivan 5, Jessica Farrell in 6, Elise O'Sullivan in the 7th seat, Kerry Hendrick in the 8th seat, and Nessa Farrell in the Cox's seat for Women's Club 2 Champions of Ireland UCD.
And next up, getting under starters orders is the men's Junior 18-8 final, the Championship of Ireland of the men's Junior 18-8. In lane 1, St. Joseph's. Lane 2, Castleconnell. Lane 3, Closhtignodge A. Lane 4, Neptune. Lane 5, Shannon. And lane 6, Enniskillen. All these boats went through heats earlier on today, so here they are now in the grand final. There's some tricky conditions up at the start, a little bit of a crosswind there coming from bow side, so I'm sure all those coxes will have their boats well under control. They're looking nice and straight there. Quick look at that Jez crew, Closhtignodge all the way from Galway. A lot of internationals in that boat that are heading off to either the home internationals or the Coupe de la Jeunesse later on this summer. This is going to be an exciting race. So we've got Closhtignodge, Castleconnell, St. Joseph's, Neptune, Shannon and Enniskillen. Again, sitting up with the stake boats. And just to paint a picture here for you this evening, it is 5:30 on a Saturday evening, and it's great to see so many people out here in the National Rowing Centre in Inniscarra. The balcony beside me is packed, and as I look out into the regatta enclosure, there is so many people sitting here waiting for this men's Junior 18-8 final of Ireland to make its way down the course. So whether you're here in the regatta enclosure or joining us on the live stream from home, we hope you're going to enjoy these next couple of races in the next half hour. And they are underway. The men's Junior 18-8 hotly contested race. Let's have a look who won it last year. It was the Bish. St. Joseph's from the River Corrib won this one last year. So let's see who's going to jump out now in the first 20 strokes. I'm looking at Castleconnell there, quick bit of a jump. Also, Enniskillen out there on the far side. They've got a bit of a jump there in the last, I'd say, 10 strokes, just pulling away from the stake boats. So if you were up there now, you'd be hearing the coxes roaring this one home. They're only off the stake boat. It's allowed. There's blades, there's boats, there's the launch, there's the cox box. There's a lot going on. But here we are, about 20 strokes into the race, and I'm looking at the crew in lane 2, Castleconnell. Then I'm looking at Enniskillen out there on the far side. They're looking like you're 1-2, but who's this in the middle lane? Let's look at Neptune. They're also up there. Their bow ball is right there. This is going to be a close race. We have 8 junior men sitting in every 8 and a cox sitting in the stern of each boat. This is going to be a close one. So come down, if you're in the regatta enclosure, come down, have a look. The men's Junior 18-8 making their way down the course. They're about 300 metres in on this one. And just before we hand over to Alan, I'm looking at Castleconnell, then I'm looking at Neptune, and I'm looking at Enniskillen. So we're going to hand over to Alan now, out on the water. Over to you.
Well, this is the race that nearly put us all in the grave, whether you're from Galway or any part of Ireland last year, because we saw Closhtignodge and St. Joseph's battling it out in some savage race last year. 12 months on, and we see Castleconnell and Enniskillen ones through the 500 metre first, battling with Neptune as well, and slightly further back there, Closhtignodge. Shannon and St. Joseph's off the pace there in this men's Junior 18 Championship of Ireland. We're going to hammer up with the pace now, because these guys are absolutely fearless and are absolutely and they are eating up this ground. Enniskillen out in lane 6, Neptune in the centre. Beside Neptune we have Closhtignodge and Castleconnell. So they're the boats doing all the damage here. We got to go further back to St. Joseph's and further back to Shannon. It's not going to be a repeat of last year, where the crews finish at the moment there. Enniskillen doing all the hard work, but it's only back at canvas to the green and back attack of Neptune, who are roughly in line with Castleconnell. They've gone through 750 now at this stage. So those 3 boats are starting to put a distance between Closhtignodge and further back to Shannon, further back to St. Joseph's. But these 3 boats now are taking real command of this race. Closhtignodge in lane 3, certainly not out of it yet, but all the hard work has been done up front. Castleconnell, stroke man, just looking across, he can see that Neptune crew. He can see there may be a canvas down on that Neptune crew, but Neptune look across and they can see that they're probably the same down on the Enniskillen crew. These 3 crews starting to distance the field. Closhtignodge will not let that Castleconnell boat go yet. St. Joseph's struggling a little here, and that means that we're going to have to tail off. They're going through 1,000 metres. We'll give as much of this race as we can. The Enniskillen boat moving really, really well now. They're out in front. They still hold that lead through the 1,000. Is there going to be a push from the Neptune crew, from the Castleconnell crew? Castleconnell losing a bit of ground to Neptune. Neptune focused very much on Enniskillen over on the Cox's right-hand side, on the enclosure side, over in lane 6. They're doing great guns. They're staying with them. Those two crews maybe look like they could be at the last dance here. Who will cross the line first? That's a question that's going to be answered in about 1,000 metres time. Slipping away slightly from the mix is that Castleconnell crew, and back a bit to Closh-Dignod. Then it's back further to Shannon and St. Joseph's crew beside us, doing a valiant race, but just not at the races. The real class is up the front. Castleconnell, Enniskillen and Neptune. They've been like that at 500 metres, and they're still at that as they push on for 1,500. Closh-Dignod still not out of it, but they just haven't made any inroads into that race. Further back to Shannon, further back to St. Joseph's. So Enniskillen over in lane 6 on the enclosure side doing all the work, and they hold that lead. They probably have a lead of half a length. Difficult to tell from here as we're back with the St. Joseph's boat. We don't want to wash anybody out, but Enniskillen doing all the work here. But Neptune have not let them go. Neptune, I believe, have probably put Castleconnell to the sword. They're more focused on Closh-Dignod in that battle for third. The big two are up the front. The green and black attack of Neptune versus the Enniskillen crew. Two stalwarts, junior rowing legends that they are. Recent times, Neptune really come back into it. Enniskillen have always been at the forefront of junior rowing. So the big battle is between the two of them. Enniskillen, Castleconnell slightly back. I'm losing the run of myself here. There's so much excitement. Castleconnell slightly back, still under pressure from Closh-Dignod, and then it's further back to St. Joseph's and the Shannon crew battling it out there for that 5th and 6th spot. But the 4 boats up the front, and really it's 2 boats up the front, unless Castleconnell can magic something out of this. They never really led from that 3rd spot, but they're going to have to do something a little bit more just to get back in touch. It's Neptune, it's Enniskillen are going to battle this all the way home. Can Neptune bring home a title for the green and black? Enniskillen are putting them under serious pressure, and as I say that, Castleconnell really putting a bit more into it now as we come into the last 300 metres. I'm going to hand this over to the tower as they push away from us. It's a big battle. Enniskillen and Neptune battling it out, but Castleconnell aren't out of it yet. Over to you, Tower.
Final of the men's junior 18-8. St. Joseph's winners in 24, Enniskillen in 23. The question is, will Enniskillen retain this title? Bring it back up to the north for the men's junior 18-8. They've led from the start and opened up a lead, but the Neptune crew have done absolutely everything to push this crew right the way to the line. They're coming in. There's an overlap between the two crews, but Enniskillen just finding another gear as they come in. That half a length lead that they had has now opened up to 3/4 of a length. So they're pushing on towards the finish line. It's Enniskillen and Neptune. They're the 1 and 2. Back then to Castleconnell in 3rd. It's going to be all the way to the line here, but the Enniskillen crew closest to us in the enclosure. They're powering to the line, and the men's junior age championship of Ireland is going to head the way of Enniskillen. Just ahead of the crew then, from 1 length, just ahead of Neptune in 2nd place. They're the 1 and 2. A really fantastic race. So the men's junior 8 heading back to Enniskillen. Wait for the official result. Castleconnell there finishing in 3rd place. The crews then from St. Joseph's, Shannon and Closh-Dignod closing out the men's junior 18-8. Really exciting finish there. Neptune really pushed them all the way to the line there, but the 8th win going to the crew from Enniskillen, champions of Ireland in the men's junior 18-8. And again, apologies if the official entry that are here isn't the one that is racing out there, but I'm going to go off the entries that were there in the Enniskillen crew in the men's junior 18-8. William Bogle in the bow seat, Lorcan Skrenevans in the 2 seat, Christian Timoney in the 3 seat, Andrew Cuthbertson in the 4 seat, Austin Cassidy in 5, Luke Bailey in 6, Ryan Topping in 7, Evan Donny in stroke, and Abby Wilson in the cox's seat. That's the official entry for the men's junior 18-8. We'll find out. Hopefully it's a match up to the guys there that won that fantastic race Very exciting finish, and well done to Neptune as well, putting it up them all the way to the line in the final of the men's junior 18-8. We'll be back shortly with our fourth last final of the day, the women's intermediate single sculls between St. Michael's, New Ross, Commercial, Neptune, Killorglin and Fermoy.
And the next final is off the women's intermediate single scull. In lane 1 we have Clavin of St. Michael's, lane 2 Brennan of New Ross, lane 3 Malumbi of Commercial, lane 4 Kilgallen of Neptune, lane 5 Horan of Killorglin, and lane 6 Carey of Fermoy. So they're off the blocks. They had to go through heats and time trials, all this to get through to the final, and they were narrowed down to the top 6. So we can see in the middle lanes, the fastest crews to make it through. But in lane 2 we have Brennan New Ross. She won the club scull last year. She represented Ireland at the World Championships and the junior women's double last year. So a massive amount of international pedigree, along with Leisha Malumbi and Karen Carey of Fermoy and Commercial respectively. Really talented rowers, but we can see on the outside Clavin of St. Michael's, really talented rower from St. Michael's, really experienced, as she leads out in lane 1. So St. Michael's leading it out in lane 1, and as they're coming up towards the 500 metre mark. Alan is over at the 500 metre mark to take the next race. Over to you, Alan.
This is the women's intermediate single sides here. Malumbi, she is moving very well. The sculler Brennan, so it's a G at the start here. Here on lane 1, showing probably the best at 450 meters with Kilgallen from Neptune. So we trail up beside them with the field. So over New Ross now, the sculler Brennan moving into fight for that second, third spot at this stage. Second through Kilgallen of Neptune. So we'll just move slightly up ahead of these crews so we can get a decent bit of a look. So some great scoring. Now, final sculler from Carey has just gone through 500. So across the field, probably about 4 lengths, maybe 3 lengths. Kilgallen put a little bit of a stride through. The St. Michael's
sculler in lane 1 and starting to put a bit of distance. Kilgallen looks across to her right hand side and she can see and a big reaction, and it has to be a reaction from St. Michael's in lane 1 and a big reaction from Brennan here in lane 2. So they're your second and third at the minute, but Kilgallen has taken a length and a half over the field, but it's still pretty bunched at the minute. There is now, it's compressed even a little more. So the Fermoy sculler, who is Carey out in lane 6, has come right back into this. So it is, it looks like though pace is picking up, pace is slowing down, and the real mover at the minute, the fastest boat on the water right now, is Brennan from New Ross, because she has stolen the march on the other cruise and she has moved into a strong second place, a length down on Kilgallen. Now Kilgallen, is she controlling the field by choice, or is this starting to put her under pressure again? In lane 2, that New Ross sculler, Brennan, she looks across, she looks over her left shoulder. She's a strong sculler and she's moving that boat well through the water. Kilgallen, taller, maybe longer levers on her, but hope now she's aware. She's looking straight out in front of her. I don't know if she hasn't looked over in our direction, over to the right, and I don't know if she's spotted Brennan on that move yet. I'm sure she sees her in her peripheral vision, but there's still a length in it. Kilgallen of Neptune, the green and black attack with a length over Brennan of New Ross, and they are starting to put some distance between themselves in the field. There's 2 lengths now between second place Brennan and the commercial sculler, who's Malumbi, who had a great qualifier, and then Kilorglin, Horan and Carey from Fermoy, along with Clavin from St. Michael's, are all in a mix there, but starting to push out in front as we attempt to hit about 950, just coming up on 1,000 metres. Kilgallen still in control. Little glance over towards us here where she can see New Ross, Brennan, and those two are starting to move in the field now. Will there be a big 1,000 metre push? Kilgallen hits the 1,000 metres right there now. Does she need a push? Will she stay in control? Brennan is putting her under that little bit of pressure. Brennan moving very, very strong. As I said, shorter strokes, but huge power through the water. Kilgallen longer, maybe a little leaner, but she is moving that boat very well. So these two have put distance between themselves. All very high quality sculling as we look across here. It's hard to pick out anybody who's doing anything wrong, but Kilgallen and Brennan are just putting distance between themselves and the field. It's slightly back to Commercial Malumbi, and then you're back to Kilorglin and a big push back. Carey from Fermoy, who was out the back, had a big push, and she is right back in the mix. But that's only a mix for third spot. St. Michael's now, Clavin looking to react. She looks across, but all she can see is her 3 fellow racers, and they are in third, fourth, fifth and 6th position, because out in front Kilgallen, and if anything I would say Kilgallen of Neptune is looking very, very strong for this. I think at this stage she is now in control and can respond to New Ross Brennan's attack. Brennan looks over her left shoulder and she can see Kilgallen. She's trying to up that rate. She's up that rate a little bit. She had one little dodgy stroke there on the right hand as it dropped in, I'd say. Trying to put the pressure down, maybe. Brain working in overdrive because she knows she has to make a move. The rest of the field slightly further back now. I'd say there probably is a 2-horse race for this title. Big push from Malumbi from Commercial in the centre there in that third lane, but it's probably too little too late now as we go with about 700 left. Brennan still hasn't let Kilgallen go. Kilgallen is, if she gets this, she is not going to get it easy, because she has had to react to Brennan's of New Ross. Every move she has made, Kilgallen has responded, and those two have distanced themselves from the field and they look a class above. Now, how will this play out as we come up on about 600 to go? Sun has gone in. It's a delight for rowing at the minute. Little bit of chop on the water, but Kilgallen and Brennan are handling this situation really, really well. Malumbi is trying to put a bit of a distance between herself and the other scullers as they go through with about 1,700 gone. Wow, sorry, excuse me, with the nearly 1,700 gone, and Kilgallen now pushing for the last 500. I'm doing my maths all over the place here. Sorry, I'm getting excited here. Kilgallen looks very, very controlled now at this stage. Kilgallen of Neptune over Brennan of New Ross. And I would say at this stage, Neptune Kilgallen looks like she is in control of this race. It was hard earned because it certainly didn't come easy as soon as she made the break from the field. Maybe she expected to crush them all, but Brennan from New Ross went with her. And but just hasn't been able to close that gap, and now there's a good distance of clear water between the two of them. So Kilgallen of Neptune, the green and black attack as she pushes towards the last 350, 400 metres to go. She is now in control of this, and oh, how sweet those last few minutes will be, because once you know you're out in control and can react and you're on your way to a Championship of Ireland, this is the sweetest bit of rowing you'll ever do in your life. As they push away from us now, Neptune Kilgallen over Brennan from New Ross, who hasn't let her go. In third spot, Commercial Malumbi, and then you're looking at Fermoy, Killorglin and St Michael's as they push away towards the finish. I'll leave it to for the tower to carry this home, but as they move away from us, it's Kilgallen from Neptune looking in control of this race.
Final of the women's intermediate scull coming into view, and all the running in the centre of the course with the Neptune sculler Niamh Kilgallen, who is pushed all the way to the line by Brennan of New Ross. They're the 1 and 2. Clearwater then back to Commercial and Killorglin, Fermoy and St Michael's in 4th, 5th and 6th. No doubt about the leader. The finish line is going to be in sight soon, down to about 100 metres for Niamh Kilgallen of Neptune, ahead of New Ross Brennan. It did look like maybe that New Ross Brennan might put a challenge in about 500 metres to go, but it's been a hard fought one from Neptune Kilgallen. She's pushing on now and has dominated the race centre of the course, been able to look left and right and see exactly where she was. Sheila Clavin, the early leader from St Michael's, now back in 6th place, along with Fermoy and with Killorglin as well. But they've really stretched out here in the run into the finish, and we're getting a fantastic demonstration in the women's intermediate single scull. It is Niamh Kilgallen of Neptune just coming into the finish line. She's going to take the win in the women's intermediate scull, heading the way of Neptune. It is a win for Neptune. And a roar from Niamh to celebrate her win coming across. Second place is Anna Brennan of New Ross, winner of the club single, now racing in the intermediate, just coming across in second place there. Anna and Niamh both representing Ireland at the home internationals coming up. In third place then look like Commercial Malumbi, ahead of the scullers from Fermoy, Killorglin and St Michael's, closing out the women's intermediate scull. Championship of Ireland heading the way of Neptune.
And flying off the stake boats, it is the final of the Women's Junior 16-8. This is a 5-boat race. In lane 1, Cork. Lane 2, Closhtignaw. Lane 3, Skibbereen. Lane 4, Galway. And lane 5, Enniskillen. So again, they're just off the stake boats. It's looking like they're about, I'd say, 400 or 500 metres into this race. This is going to be a fast one. Women's Junior 16, no doubt about it. This could be their first time racing at the Irish Rowing Championships, or maybe it could be their second, you wouldn't know. But here they are, storming down the course. I'll be looking at Galway out there in lane 4, and then followed closely by Enniskillen and Skibbereen following tight behind. So you can see those really distinctive purple blades of Galway making their way out of the water. Again, Junior 16, these are still young girls, but here they are up in the 8s. And look at this, Galway have stretched out a bit of a lead, but followed very closely by Enniskillen and Skibbereen. Enniskillen, no stranger to victory in the 8s, but here they are today in the Women's Junior 16-8s. This is a straight final. 5 boats entered, 5 boats into the final, and it looks like Galway seems to be doing the front running here in the first 500-600 metres. And this is going to be a tight one when they come down to the line. So to get up with all the action, we're going to go over to our man out in the water. Over to you, Alan.
We're sitting here at 700 metres, and all the action is on the far side away from us on the enclosure side. Galway and Enniskillen look like they're commanding this race with Skibbereen in the centre. Not out of it yet. 700 metres gone, and I would give this to Galway over Enniskillen right now. But as I said, Skibbereen still at the races. Further back to Closhtignaw, further back to Cork. They're coming through 600. Big shouts there from the coxes as we watch these 8s fly towards us. Women's Junior 16-8s. Top 3. take the glory here, but really everybody wants to cross that line first as they come through, passing us now at 800 gone. It is the girls in the Galway boat who hold a 3/4 length lead over that Enniskillen crew, and it's very slightly back to Skibbereen, so 3 boats further back, Clostignod, and then it's back to the Cork crew in lane 1. But as they pass us now, pushing towards the 1,000 metres, it is the Galway crew who have just that slight bit of clear water over Skibbereen. The Skibbereen who've come right back in on Enniskillen. So this could be a real mix of talents here, because pushing back into it as well is that Clostignod crew. So none of these crews are out of it yet. The Cork crew right beside us now, a little off the pace, a little off the back. Moving very well, but just not at the races. So the big crew up in front is Galway. They have that commanding lead over the Enniskillen crew, and if anything, I would say the Skibbereen crew are putting a push, maybe putting Enniskillen putting it under some serious pressure for that second spot. Clostignod definitely not out of it yet. All crews moving really well. Galway rating much higher now than the Clostignod crew that I can see here beside me. Probably rating about the same rate as that Skibbereen crew, and that Skibbereen crew is starting to move away from Enniskillen. Enniskillen rowing very, very tightly in that Yellow Empire group, but it just doesn't seem to be able to stay up with that Skibbereen crew. That Skibbereen crew now in that second spot, holding that second spot. Clostignod definitely not out of it. All these crews rowing really, really well, but that Galway crew has been out in front from the off, and they look in well control now as we push towards our next protocol, which is 1,000 metre mark. So looking around, I see the Skibbereen crew doing their best to try and close down that length on the Galway crew. The Enniskillen crew seems to be fading a little, and Clostignod right beside us, which will be on the right of your screen in lane 2. They are certainly right back into it. I see the bow from Clostignod just looking across, gauging Enniskillen. Kind of, at this stage they're losing ground. They're losing ground to Clostignod and Skibbereen. Cork moving very well, but they're just not at the races here in their beautiful looking Filippi, but they're just off the pace. Galway moving very well and have held this lead all the way. Galway from Skibbereen, from Clostignod now. Clostignod battling with Enniskillen for that third spot, for that bronze, but everybody wants to cross that line first. Galway have held this advantage all the way for 1,300 metres now. Will they hold it all the way for another 700 and cross that line first? But they are looking really, really well, really strong. They've held off Skibbereen. Skibbereen and Clostignod seem to have put Enniskillen to the sword at this stage. Enniskillen still rowing really well. They were right up there at 1,000 metres, but seem to have gone out the back a little. Clostignod trying to get back up in touch with Skibbereen, who are trying to get back in touch with Galway. Have Galway still enough in the tank to hold off a big Skibbereen charge at the end? This is some classic 8s racing, and it's only junior 16s. Again, these guys belie their tender years of rowing experience, because this is a classic. Skibbereen, can they put the drive down? They are overlapping. Can they pinch off seat by seat as they push towards the last 500 metres? It is still Galway out in front, but they're being overlapped by Skibbereen. Clostignod are not out of it yet. Enniskillen have found a second win, and they're pushing back, but maybe it's too little too late. There's top 3 spots available here, medals, but everybody wants to cross that line first. Galway have held the lead. Can Skibbereen push onto them as they move into the last 300? We're going to hand it over to the tower. It's Galway from Skibbereen, from Clostignod, from Enniskillen, over to the tower.
So really dominant display by the Galway crew in the women's junior 16. It'll be great to see these crews advance up to 18 in the next number of seasons if they're competing like this at 16s. The Galway crew really dominating here. They got out to that early lead. They opened up clear water. The Skibbereen crew doing their best back into contention. They're trying to get an overlap in the run into the finish. Of course, there are medals for first, second and third at junior 16. But it is the win that'll be in people's minds. Really clean blame work from that Galway crew that are on screen, leading it out. They're holding off the challenge that's coming from Skibbereen and Clostignod. They're the 1, 2 and 3 further back to Cork and Enniskillen. But no doubt about the leaders, the Galway crew. They continue to push on here. They've just about a length lead as they come in the final of the women's junior 16-8. Just the Galway crew holding off the challenge that's coming from Skibbereen. They're the 1 and 2. Little bit of clear water back to the crew from Clostignod in third place. But it is going to be the Galway crew winding up for the line just by about a length and a little bit of clear water. It is going to be Galway taking the win in the women's junior 16-8 ahead of the crew from Skibbereen in second place. And the crew from Closhignoid in third. They're the 1, 2, and 3. A little bit further back then, Enniskillen in fourth place, Cork in fifth. So the women's junior 16-8 race, the win there going in the final to the crew from Galway.
Off the start, we have our second last final of this evening. We have the men's junior 16 double sculls. In lane 1 we have Workman's. In lane 2 Lee Valley A. Lane 3 St Michael's. Lane 4 Methodist A. Lane 5 Lee, and lane 6 Lee Valley B. So 2 Lee Valley crews in this final, the local club. So really good showing from that Lee Valley crew. So in the middle lanes, the fastest three were St Michael's and Methodist. 2 really strong sculling clubs this weekend. No doubt they'll be putting down a real contention for this race later on today. So looking pretty even at the moment, but it's looking like in lane 5 Lee have a good showing on the thing. They're all pretty even. Maybe Lee Valley B on the side has dropped back a bit, but it's still pretty even at this point. So Lee Rowing Club in lane 5 still leading it out. They're ahead of Methodist by just half a length, maybe even less, by maybe a canvas, but it's Lee leading it out, followed by Methodist and Lee Valley A. They're the 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. St Michael's also in contention. So as our scullers reach the 500 metre mark, we are going to hand over to Alan on the catamaran. Over to you, Alan.
Beautiful conditions out here now, just straight into the sun these guys are looking, but it's the second last race of day 2 of the Championship of Ireland here in the beautiful Inniscarra. Men's junior 16 double is just charging towards us here, and as we look at it, we see a full 6-boat crew, full 6-boat of racing with Lee and Methodist College in the middle, with St Michael's and Lee Valley all in the mix there. The one slightly off the pace, Workman's and Lee Valley B. But we're at 5:50 here and moving very well. And together, there's 4 crews, or 4 middle crews: Lee Valley A, St Michael's, Methodist A, and Lee. They're going to come through all together with the other 2 crews, Workman's in lane 6 and Lee Valley in lane. Workman's and Lee Valley in lane 1 and lane 6 slightly off the pace. So those 4 boats now, as they charge through with about 600 gone, are moving very well. St Michael's with a slight lead over Methodist College, with Lee Valley and Lee taking up the rear, but there's nothing between those 4 boats. As we pick up the pace here, we're right beside the Workman's crew, who are moving very well in lane 1. We're just going to push up towards where all the action is. There's a bit of clear water between themselves and the 4 crews in the real mix for this title. Men's junior 16 double scull. Top 3 for the podium, but there's 4 crews fighting out for it now. And as I said, all these guys are real racers. Junior 16, junior 18, it doesn't matter. You just want to cross that line first. You want to beat whoever's out there. And these guys have come through it this morning, this afternoon. They have had to qualify to be in this position, and they've done strong, and they've earned those central lanes. And St Michael's have earned the tag of joint favourites along with Methodist College. But I'll tell you what now, Lee Valley in lane 2 and St Michael's are the ones trying to put a bit of distance between themselves and Methodist College and Lee over on the enclosure side. pushing up on 1,000 metres. I can see the St. Michael's bow looking across. He's concerned about that Methodist A crew. I really think he should be concerned about right beside him over on his right hand side, that Lee Valley A crew. They are pushing a higher rate at the moment than their compatriots over on the Methodist College and Lee as they put through 1,000 metres. All the action is with St. Michael's and Lee Valley. Methodist College not out of it at all, neither are Lee. So any one from these four, we're putting distance between themselves and Workman's and Lee Valley B crew who are just passing the 1,000 metres now. 9:50 left, and it's the St. Michael's bowman is his head is on a swivel. He's looking left, he's looking right, he is gauging. Do we need to go? Do we need to push? Do we need to fight a push that comes from the other crew, that Lee Valley A crew? That bowman is buried in the boat, but he is shifting it. I'll tell you one thing, he is moving that boat big time. Great pair work, great double work from the Lee Valley crew in lane 2. St. Michael's, that bowman is all over the place. His head is going from left to right to left to right just to gauge. We're in the lead. Can we hold on to this? Respond to every move. He's alert everywhere. St. Michael's still holding that lead over Lee Valley, over Methodist, over Lee out in lane 5. So these four boats are fighting big time. We don't want to wash anybody out. Workman's well off the back here in lane 1. So we're just fighting to stay, to give them a fair race, a fair shot at it. And as they push away slightly from us now at about 800 left, it's Methodist College who are dropping off the pace. Methodist College and Lee beside them. Lee are going to have to shift their way and push through Methodist College if they want to stay in the mix. It'd be a battle for third place, but the real battle is for first. And that first battle is between St. Michael's and Lee Valley A crew in lane 2 and lane 3. The stroke man in Lee Valley looks across, looks over his left shoulder. He can see St. Michael's. Now, there's a real battle going on. This is a humdinger of a J16 double sculls. Methodists look like they're put to the sword. The battle between them and Lee will be for third place. But some absolute classic junior 16 rowing going on here. Double sculling at its finest for these two crews. St. Michael's battling Lee Valley, and this is what we expect in the final, for where there's a crossing the line first, the magic gold at the National Rowing Centre. St. Michael's bowman again looks across. He is staring down that Lee Valley crew in lane 2, but I would say Lee Valley might even be holding a very, very slight lead as we push towards about, I'd say 350 left. It's a ding-dong battle between these two crews. They have put Methodist College to the sword. Lee are further back again to Lee Valley B and Workman. So all the action is up the front. St. Michael's and Lee Valley. These two crews are going hammer and tongs at it. We're going to see who's going to take this one home. It's a big battle. St. Michael's putting a big push, and we're going to give this to the tower to take home St. Michael's and Lee Valley. Over to you.
Junior 16 racing, giving us some of the races of the weekend here. The women's race that we saw in the 8, Galway dominating with Skibbereen in second. Now we're on to the men's junior 16 double 2-time trials, into the heats and now into the finals. St. Michael's have led for the majority of this race, but the local crew from Lee Valley, Johnny Creedon and Mark Scally, have done their very best to challenge the St. Michael's crew. St. Michael's have responded to each and every challenge that has come their way. They have clear water over the chasing back to the crews that are there from Workman's, Methodist, Lee and the second Lee Valley crews. They come in about 150 to go. St. Michael's looked like they might have extended the lead. They've responded just to the crew. They are inside Lee Valley, but Lee Valley go again. They're charging here for the line on their home turf. They won't want to give up this win. Johnny and in the stroke seat, Mark in the bow seat. The St. Michael's crew do their best to hold off the challenge that's coming in. They're about 20 strokes from the finish, and it looks like St. Michael's have found just a little bit more gear, and they're coming in to change gear into the final. It looks like they're going to take the win in the men's junior 16 double, just getting the better of the Lee Valley crew. It is going to be St. Michael's crossing the line and taking the win. In the men's junior 16 double, Oscar Buckley in the bow seat, Blaze Ryan in the stroke seat. A really great race as well from Lee Valley, from Johnny Creedon and Mark Scally. Pushed them all the way to the line there, taking the win. So it's a win for St. Michael's in the men's junior 16 double sculls. St. Michael's from Lee Valley, and the remaining crews come in to close it out between Methodist, Lee Valley and Workman's. That completes our second last race of day 2 at the 2025 World Championships, Irish Championships. The men's junior 16 double, a win there for St. Michael's. Next up, It is going to be the final, or last final of the day, the final of the men's club single scull between Commercial, Killorglin, UCC, Tralee, Trinity and Galway. So we'll catch our breath after that very exciting men's junior 16 double and back shortly with the men's club single final.
And fresh off the stake boats, it is our last final of day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships, the men's club single scull. In lane 1, Commercial Leadov. Lane 2, Killorglin Horan. Lane 3, UCC Mannix. Lane 4, Tralee Morris. Lane 5, DUBC Lawrence's, and lane 6 Galway Leiden. They are hot off the start. We're talking about 250 metres into the race, and at the moment I'd be looking at lane 3 UCC Mannix, followed closely by Tralee Morris. They seem to be the front runners, but there's no more than 2 lengths between our 6 scullers here. Again, all these 6 scullers went through time trials this morning where there was 28 of them, heats later on which whittled it down to 18, and finals here this evening at 6:10. So we have our best 6 scullers here from the men's club double, and to give us all the live updates, we're just about to pass it over to Alan out on the water. Over to you, Alan.
Well, true to form, looks like the centre crews of UCC Mannix and Tralee Morris are pushing on. Lawrence of Trinity and Galway Leiden still in the mix, slightly off the back, Killorglin Horan and laid off from Commercial as they come towards us here. We're sitting about the 700 metre mark. Sun slowly going in here. Breeze picking up a little, but it's I won't say challenging, but definitely a bit of headwind coming in for the scullers for the very last day, very last race of day 2. They're gone through 500 metres, and the 4 scullers doing all the damage is Galway Leiden, Trinity, Tralee Morris and Mannix from UCC. Those 4 are pushing out ahead of Ladoff, and Horan from Killorglin in lane 1 and 2 are off the pace at this stage. UCC in that centre lane, one of the highest, the best qualifiers, so he is moving very well, and he's got half a length over Tralee Morris. So those 2 are, looks like they're pushing a bit of distance between themselves and the field. So third spot, Leiden out in on the enclosure side, out in lane 6, looks over his right shoulder, and he can see that Morris and Mannix are putting a bit of distance between himself and the rest of the crews. Further back, Killorglin Horan, and further back again then to Commercial Ladoff, who is rowing a very low rate now compared to the guys up the front. UCC Mannix in that red hat, looking across, a quick glance to see Tralee Morris, and Morris responds, and those 2 now, as they push towards about 750 gone, I can see the 1,000 metre in the distance marker. Those 2 are starting to distance the field. Over on the far side, on the enclosure side, is Leiden from Galway. He's under a bit of pressure from Lawrence from DUBC, and further back to Horan of Killorglin and laid off from Commercial. So the real action up the front is in those centre lanes. It's UCC Mannix and Tralee Morris who will take home the men's club single scull championship of Ireland, the last race on day 2 of what has been a fantastic championship so far, with more, bigger and better to come tomorrow. Wow, through 1,000 metres there is a real battle going on up front. UCC Mannix has put a small bit of distance between himself and Tralee Morris, but the 2 of them are looking over his shoulder. It is funny because every stroke Mannix or Morris from Tralee looks over his right shoulder, and you can see Mannix glancing to the left. looking at each other in lane 3 and lane 4. They put a distance between themselves. Galway Lighton doing his best. He's through 1,000 metres now, but he is about 4 lengths off Mannix. Mannix has put a push on, but it has been responded to by Morris from Tralee. Some great shouting, some great cheering from the sideline here at the 1,000 metre mark, cheering everybody on, but it's Tralee, Morris and Mannix who are battling it out. We don't want to wash out Laid from Commercial here. He is a little bit further back, so there's a bit of a distance between the field. As I look, and I'd say that UCC Mannix has definitely upped the stroke rate. And again, a look across from Tralee Morris, and he has responded. Again, this looks like a 2-horse race. There's only one victor. There's only one pot. There is only one championship at the end of this men's club single scull. And with 800 to go, bit of a splashy stroke there from UCC Mannix, but he's managed to get it back. I won't say challenging conditions, but certainly it's a little bit messy in the middle of the course here at the minute, but these two guys are handling it well. UCC Mannix and Tralee Morris are ding-dong battling with each other. They have put distance between themselves and Galway Lighton. And I would say it's with 750 to go, it's between these two as to who will take home this Championship of Ireland. So UCC Mannix, I would say he has a slight length over Morris from Tralee, but all the action is in those two centre lanes. Tralee Morris, just a little bit of a dodgy stroke. He had maybe 2 dodgy strokes there, and he looks to his left and he looks to his right, and he gets back in the rhythm. He is certainly putting a challenge up there. There's a battle between strength, power and skill here. Do I put all the effort down? But as I said, it's a ding-dong battle. Every reaction has an equal and opposite reaction here, and UCC and Tralee have been battling each other. Again, Mannix looks to his left. He dived in on the right-hand side, but on his right-hand side, tipped over a little, but got it back. There is, if anything now, Morris from Tralee is slipping back slightly. Mannix is putting the heat on, putting the hurt on as they put to 1,500 metres gone and 500 metres left. It is these two out in front, further back to Galway Lighton, further back to Trinity, to Killorglin and to Commercial. But the real battle here, and maybe class is starting to tell, UCC Mannix has started to put a bit of distance between himself and Tralee. 1,500 metres, they have been neck and neck, but I can't see Morris from Tralee letting this one go easily. He is going to react to that. Definitely Mannix has upped that rate, and he's upped it severely. Now, he had a few dodgy strokes earlier on, but he has upped that rate. Can he keep that? I'd say he's got a length and a half in between himself and Tralee Morris, as there screams from the sideline here, but I'd say a length and a half. And will that be enough to see him home? Morris will not quit. Tralee are still on the charge, but as they come towards about 350 to go, and we're going to hand it over for the last race of the day, as they move away from us, it's UCC Mannix holding a lead, but that lead is very precarious. There's only about a length and a half in it. Over to the tower for the finish.
The toughest of qualifying coming through the time trials earlier on into the heats and now into the final, where our 40 crews that entered are whittled down to 6, and it's really turned into a 2-boat race yet again between Tralee Morris, UCC Mannix. They're the ones that are pushing all the way to the line here. Finian Mannix of UCC has opened up a lead, and he did see that Dara Morris of Tralee pushed him all the way to the line, getting a little bit of an overlap and getting within a striking distance of the win. But Finian Mannix of UCC changes gear yet again, finds that little bit extra in the run in towards the finish to take hopefully what will be the win in the men's club single for him. He's about half a length separating them. Then you can see that Dara Morris is winding for the line. The two of them racing like it's a sprint regatta here towards the finish. Has Finian Mannix of UCC got enough to hold on for the last few strokes as they come in for the line? Can Dara Morris wind up and just take the win? Really exciting finish. Our last race of the day, the men's club single scull. It is going to be UCC Mannix. Finian Mannix taking the win. A very hard fought win there for Finian Mannix of UCC. All credit to Dara Morris of Tralee. And Finian deciding to cool off after his win. Don't worry, Finian, you still look cool. The men's club single, Finian Mannix of UCC. You just saw how much that took out of him there, going through the tough time trials into the semi-final and taking the lead there in the race, and we see him holding on for dear life. Congratulations there to UCC. Tralee in second place. I think it was Commercial that came in third. They were the 1, 2 and 3 with Killorglin, Trinity and Galway back in 4th, 5th, 6th. Really tough racing once again to come through those qualifiers and to come through the heats as well. But our last race of the day, the championship going to UCC, Finian Mannix in the men's club single scull. Huge congratulations to everyone, our competitors and everyone taking part today. Huge thank you to all the volunteers and the organisers and the committee as well. Just a reminder, if there's anyone waiting on their championship or medals, if they make their way down to the podium, we'll go and get that done straight away. So if you can make your way down. And safe home, everyone. We'll be back online again tomorrow for day 3 of the 2025 Irish Rowing Championships.